accept and embrace our differences.
It's a metaphor for New York City, too.
New York City,
Totally.
you know.
Well, we definitely want to come back to this, and we're going to talk about Brooklyn, and then we're going to talk about one of your major influences, Freddie Mercury, who is also a purveyor of this truth about diversity in music and how it really enhances a career. We're going to go into the next song, which is called Cry. This is Circadian Clock. Give it up.
No one cares. There's someone out to get you that isn't there. Paranoid judgment in your voice, your praises now. Are you scared? Master can't hear you. Get back in your own. And you can't pretend not to hear me. I said, Mama, I don't want to die. And you looked down the barrel and smiled at me. Said I could be a good girl if I promise not to weigh me down. Weigh me down. Weigh me down. Promise not to cry. Promise not to cry. There's no one left to hide from. They're all gone. No new horizons. No new time. Paranoid, judging in their voice, their practice now. Are you scared? Master can't hear you. Get back in your own. And you can't pretend not to hear me. I said, Mama, I don't want to die. And you looked down the barrel and smiled at me. Said I could be a good girl if I promise not to weigh me down. Weigh me down. Weigh me down. construct of concepts and lies. So hold all your lovers and kiss them goodbye, 'cause love will not save us, we're all gonna die.
When you're almost moved by your own power, yes.
Yeah.
I want to make sure these students in the audience, you see your teacher doing all this extra credit over here. All right, take note. So this is Circadian Clock. They have shows coming up January 23rd at Rockwood Music Hall in New York City, February 4th at Pat's Bar in Mount Arlington, New Jersey, and April 1st at the Bitter End. You check them out. Also check them out online. One of your big influences, which I'm happy to talk about because I actually kind of discovered this person's work a little bit later than some people, but it's Freddie Mercury, front person for Queen, and original front person for Queen, rest in peace. Freddie Mercury is known for range, layered content, and big performance. And you have gotten a lot of praise from articles that have been written about you for just a really dynamic show. I think we might be getting a little tamer version than what you normally do, because I heard that there's some like pyro involved and like paint and all this other stuff.
No pyro yet.
No
but,
pyro
he
yet?
He does love to bite me.
I love biting and blood.
Mostly right here.
We're going to leave
where it
that
hurts.
alone. That's out of my league. So,
We play with fire.
but one thing that they say about the band Queen, this enigma that has touched so many people, is that it was always indisputably run as a democratic organization, which I thought was great and very fitting for the times. Is that something that you find inspirational from them, like how they actually, in addition to the music, but how they actually ran their band process? You've been together for 9 years. What part of that rings true for you? And if you could give me one word, what was going to help you get it to the next 9 years?
In what order can I do that?
You can do it in any order you feel.
To answer the first part, I've never really taken after anyone's particular business model. I have always kind of done it just as like a how am I going to do it kind of way, just whatever works.
Yeah.
Like the band has been together for a long time, but that's the essence of the band. We've gone through several lineup changes.
Oh, I see.
And after a long time, and I'm absolutely blessed every single time I get to look at all of these guys and their amazing, wonderful, talented, beautiful faces. I love them to bits and pieces.
So would you say their beautiful faces is an ingredient that is going to help with getting to
Yeah.
another 9 years?
Well, yes, I do like looking at them, so that will help.
Okay.
But, no, I think, I think originally what keeps the band together is sharing a goal. I think that's really what keeps a band together, is if you can share a goal. If you're like, all right, we're here, our goal is to get from point A to point B. You know, you might have little disagreements along the way as to how and to get there individually, but as long as the goal itself is clear and you keep good open communication, you air your grievances and you're honest, you do fine. So I would like to think that I try to have, and that we have some element of a democratic organization, but I am also kind of a control freak.
Okay, well, that's
I admit that.
good to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about Leo? How about you jump in on that? So share a common goal and be able to like know what you're working with, the strengths and weaknesses. What would you say?
Definitely having a vision. I think all of us here are striving towards accomplishing as much as we can in the music industry, you know, and for sure it's always inspiring to share experiences in that regard, to see how what we've been through can help each other out in pursuing the path of the band and our own individual paths towards what it is that we want to accomplish in the music industry, you know. So I'm always very intrigued to discuss ideas with the guys and Melissa, on how to keep pushing things forward and learning from each other. I think also having being humble enough to admit that we could all learn from each other is a great thing to strive for.
Ari, how famous do you want to be? How famous do you want to see you all get?
Well, as a band,
It would be great to play in any of the biggest, nicest, most beautiful clubs and arenas or whatever around the country.
Name one that's a goal.
Well, you know where I haven't played is Irving Plaza, and I'd like to play there. So to play at Irving, headline at Irving would be a pretty great thing.
Woo.
So how famous? I want to be able to walk down the street in a place like New York where people respect celebrities and such. But you know, but I want to be able to like work on big projects and of all, whether it's circadian or anything that's like on a high level. So I guess that would make me pretty famous.
Okay. And do you, Professor Mike, you want to be so famous that we won't be able to book you all to come back to this space, this humble little space ever again?
No,
Come back anytime.
not at all. Actually, I think that like, you know, fame is like this like hot air balloon, right? And it's like it could take you up there, but like the fall is a lot worse than the ride up. So it's like, it doesn't matter how. I mean, I would love to be able to make what I make now off of music, which isn't that much. So like, if I could do only music my whole life, I would be happy. I don't really need the fame and the attention, but that helps. So other people know about our stuff.
Got it.
But like,
Well,
yeah.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
And we can talk more later afterwards.
I
we
think,
got the
I think one of the
students
perks of music is that unlike other careers, there is the fame component of it, you know, to be seen playing in TV shows, like even here, you know, some people might see this footage and think of the band as a famous band due to the high quality of the transmission and all that, you know.
Yeah.
And I, from my experience, and you know, I'm sure the others have experienced this as well, there is a fame portion to music that comes as a perk, you know.
Yeah.
It can
That's
be a
not-
perk.
That's not to say that we're striving for fame necessarily, but it is kind of cool.
And you'll
you know.
accept it if it comes with
yeah.
the deal.
Yeah.
So we got sharing common goals, learning from each other,
Yeah.
go big or go home, but do it with humility and
Yeah.
grace. We're going to go into the next song, which is aptly called The Bright Side, that if we do all these things in balance, and then maybe take this message of the music process and apply it to our process for the next 4 years. Bright Side, give it up for Circadian Clock.
This is our party song, so feel free to party along. I swear that this will be the last time I will ever let you cross my mind, but I have something I feel needs to be said. You used to look with rosy eyes, but now your looks are serpentine, and I now know what they mean by walking dead. You used to be so fantastical, now your sunflowers wilted to shadows of sorrow. I used to think you were magical, now you wallow in pity and drown your tomorrows. And I understand that the world is very cruel, 'cause I learned that lesson from my stalker of the same name. And I understand that the world of forces changes, but the ranges that you seek to bring me shame. The good news is that on the bright side I'm okay, and I'm on the bright side of this tragedy, cheating every day. tongue twist your head and dance. I'm so good without you. You're an anti-show of memories, and that's all you'll ever be. You used to be just like the sun, bright as you were. You cannot who you burned. Your supernova's quite like Armada May. It's funny how the tables are turned. And I understand that the world is very cruel, 'cause I learned that lesson from a star girl of the cyanide. And I understand that the world of floor just changes on the ranges that you sing to bring your shame. The good news is that on the bright side I'm okay, and I'll party all night long. On the bright side of this tragedy, and the aftermath deserves its own song. You prayed on me 'cause my heart is like us, a child. And I kick you on your knees. I'd make you bow, 'cause Leo's the Well. Would you look at that? All right, now we're gonna need you all to sing along with us. You ready? I said, are you ready? That's what I like to hear. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
All you Brooklynites who are going to be journeying tomorrow, doing whatever you need to do to survive and to thrive. Words are not enough. As the band says, take that song with you, because that song produces, I think, the feeling that we need. Yeah, shout out to all the artists in the audience and to the students who get a chance to watch their teacher rock out. Funding for the arts is imperative. It makes stuff like that possible. Yes. And that said, we are out of time, but we have some more words. So I just want to say that at a time torn between extremes of pessimism and perseverance, angst and apathy, we want to acknowledge our very special guest for delivering a sound that helps rock us into a much needed balance. Thank you, Circadian Clock, for today's rhythmic catharsis. Yes? We wish you all the best for the journey ahead. And that's it. For all of you here and all of you at home, if your own body clock still needs a tune-up, I urge you all to tune in to more episodes of B-Side. You can check out our YouTube channel and find us on Facebook using the hashtag BSideBK. Or if you have an idea for a band that could totally rock a future episode of this show, hit us up at bside@bricartsmedia.org. I am your host, Queen God Is, and not only do good music and great artists still exist, but in tune with the words of the great Michelle LaVaughn Robinson Obama, we remind, when they go low, we go high. We love you, Brooklyn. Till next time.
The affection is fleeting, but my heart's still bleeding out. Cause I see you before me, but could you adore me now? So I just changed in the last year.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Hello everyone, I'm Ray Dezana, and welcome to the first Laugh-O-Holics comedy battle here at the Brick House in downtown Brooklyn. Now it's an understatement to say that this year has been a little different than years before, so we're bringing you a comedy battle that's a little different as well. Here's how it's going to work. 3 comedians will be competing for the top prize in 3 different categories. Our audience and superb judges will weigh in on who we think was the best and the one Brooklyn comic that will go home with the grand prize today. Our first comedian up in the stand-up category, his name is Mark Gregory from Dayton, Ohio. That last name may be a little familiar to you because he's the nephew of the late, great Mr. Dick Gregory. Please put your hands together for Mark Gregory.
Yo, what's going on? Glad to be here telling jokes. COVID kind of killed comedy, right? So that means money's a little bit tight for all the comedians. I'm not broke, though. I don't want you to think that. The way I refer to it is I'm in between blessings. Anybody? That's your story? You're not broke, you're just in between blessings. Well, let the church say amen, right? Because COVID has just messed up everything, man. Now we got to get our temperature checked before we go in buildings. And I'm cool with the temperature check, but you got to have the right person working the door taking the temperature, right? I went to a restaurant in Brooklyn a couple weeks ago. They had some little hood dude taking temperatures. I get to the door, this man got the temperature gun turned sideways like it was a real pistol, okay? He is inching towards me. I'm thinking my noodles about to be splashed on the ground. He was like, "What's wrong? You scared?" I said, "Scared? I just peed on myself, sir. Okay? You can cancel my reservation. I'm about to go to CVS and get a panty liner because yeah, I got driblets in my drawers. Am I scared? No, it's about to freeze over. I don't want this food no more." Just got to have the right person working the door, taking temperatures. Went to church 2 months ago. Was excited. Ain't been to church in a while. They had an older lady at the door taking temperatures. She didn't even have a temperature gun, though. She was just putting her hand on people's forehead. You know how many children and grandchildren you have raised when you know body heat from epidermis to epidermis? This lady is amazing. One person walked up. She said, 97.4. You good? Come on in here. I was like, whoa. She done been here before, right? I get to the door. I guess I had a fever. She was like, you can't come in here like that, young man. I'm going to tell you what you do. You get you some onion, some ginger, some garlic. You drop that in a sock. You put that sock behind your neck, behind your kneecaps. Your fever going to break in 24 hours. I was like, yes, ma'am, right? That's one thing I love about older people, though, because that's where you get your wisdom from. My next door neighbor, Mr. Williams, he said something to me that was so profound, it was simplistic. He took a puff of that cigarette. Hey, young blood, I'm going to tell you right this. At the end of the day go in, and walked off, came right back. You hear me? I said at the end of the day go in. In case you missed it for a third time, at the end of the day go in. Hey, I'm Mark Gregory. Thank you all.
Come on, guys, let's give it up for Mark Gregory. That was amazing. And you could tell that he had a lot of those abilities from his uncle, Dick Gregory. So we're going to go to our judges right now. And our first judge, let's go to Talent. Talent, I see you over there laughing in the chair, man. What did you think about delivery? What did you think about the content? Because we are in COVID-19, and it's amazing how he's come up with material already.
Well, I mean, I think the content was perfect. You know, whenever a comedian can match the climate that's going on in the surroundings, is always on point. You're going to get the biggest, highest rate of laughter, period. And, you know, Gregory, Mark Gregory, my favorite is the temperature gun to the side, though. I don't know if anybody like me, I had 2 flashbacks, Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood. That's all I'm saying. Great.
It's funny you said that, Talent, because what was a flashback for me was the hand on the forehead, because my mom is Puerto Rican and my dad is Haitian, and that's all we use as remedies. If it's not Vicks, it's something else.
Man.
Speaking of Vicks and Spanish people, imagine, so what did you think about that? What about his delivery?
I totally agree with you, Ray. The hand on the forehead, because we don't have, what do you call it, temperature, especially electric. We just have the little stick thing, so that's not around, because right now, it's hard to clean. Anyway, yeah, this brought me back to abuelita.
What would your Puerto Rican mom say to you?
See, my mom's would go like this, "You're not hot."
Now, you know, in delivering a joke, there's always technical parts of it.
Yeah.
And our other judge, JP Justice, he's all into technicality because he does have a book out, like I mentioned earlier, The Art of Stand-Up Comedy. So what'd you feel about it on a technical level, Jay?
I really, first off, it was like Talent said, the climate is going to definitely dictate what comics are saying. It will be an overload of COVID jokes to see how comics stand out on their own persona and their own personality. So I like the way he took today and yesterday and blended it in his own. So I will give him credit for that. It was quite creative. it's nostalgic but yet current. So yeah, it was good.
Well, audience, remember, we're not judging today. We're giving opinion. We're giving some, some technical advice, but it's all up to you. So make sure that if you think that Mr. Gregory should be in the running category, make sure that you vote for him and look at the information on your screen. All right? Just Pam, all the way from New Jersey, frequently tours with Kevin Hart's group called the Plastic Cup Boys. Please put your hands together. Representing the ladies tonight, let's give it up for Just Pam.
What up, what up, what up? Ladies, where y'all at? Make some noise. That's what I like to hear. It's only 2 of us in here, but that's all right. It don't even matter. That's right. Where my big girls at? Big girls, anybody? It's just me? Okay, y'all making this great for me. That's right. I'm representing the big girls and adjust your TVs. Yes, this is a belly shirt. Absolutely. Crop top, whatever you want to call it. I lost 6 pounds, and I cut all the bottoms off all my damn shirts. Just letting you know. Absolutely. Okay? My confidence level went through the roof. Okay? This is up here for you big girls. That's right. I'm telling you. Confidence is key. I don't care if you got a limp. I want to see you finesse the hell out that limp. You better make it sexy. I don't care what you got to do. You be sexy at any cost. That's what I do. A lot been going on in the pandemic. The OnlyFans pages and stuff got my man's attention. All right, it's not my man. I borrow him. But I give him back. I'm telling you, like the 10 to 2 Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Thursday, he mine. So these women up there, OnlyFans pages, and I'm like, yo, his attention is here. How do I get it here? So I'm like, all right, you know what? Let me do something, I went out and I bought a thong because all my underwear come in a pack. It's like a 6-pack, and it's a little yellow +2 on the top because I get 2 bonus pair of drawers. I get 8 pair of drawers for $9.99, okay? I don't own a thong. I got home, I read the instructions, I was ready, and I looked in his eyes, and I remembered the movie that I watched. It was porn, okay? It was porn. And I saw the lady take her thong off, and it was like the sexiest thing I ever seen. She grabbed the string, she stepped to the side, and then she did this sexy walk. I'm telling you, ladies, it's all about confidence. If you are in a relationship with somebody else's man, it's fine, okay? Valentine's Day is coming up. I know he got jury duty from February 12th to the 19th. It's all right, you know what I'm saying? I understand that. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day. That is your day. Dress up like little leprechauns. Y'all do whatever it is that y'all need to do to spend that time together. But I'm going to leave you with this little bit of advice, ladies. Under no circumstances do you ever deny your man sex. Fellas, I'm telling you, this is for you, your own good. Never deny your man sex. If he don't take out the garbage, fart on his toothbrush and laugh at him when he washes teeth. Do something like that, okay? But never deny him sex. Let me tell you why. Because you send your man to work without sex, it's a bitch at the job. And she meets your man every morning like this. Okay? Here she comes. She walking around the office. She filing unnecessary papers. She at the fax machine twerking. And you mad because he ain't take out the garbage. This is not the problem you want in your life, ladies. Imagine, right? Not the comedian over there, it's the judge. He looked like, huh, what? Imagine you at home, and your man come up to you, and he like, baby, do that little sexy thing I like. You mad because he ain't take out the trash. And you talking about, I do not like it in my face. I do not like it any place. I will not suck it here or there. I will not suck it anywhere, right? You think you winning, right? And then he get to work the next morning. And who gonna meet him at the door? The bitch at the job, and she coming out like this. Okay? Well, all through the office, right? And he like, what's the matter? She sees something wrong with your man. What's the matter, Quan? Quan gonna look her right in the face and tell her, me and my girl got into it. She not gonna hear nothing except the part, and she didn't give me no sex. She's gonna be like, what? Oh my God, that is crazy. I can't believe that. That is ridiculous. Because you know what? If I were your woman,
I would sex you in the house. I'd sex you while you're with your spouse. I would sex you here and there. I would sex you anywhere. In a bar, in a car, in a hut, up the butt, in a tree, in a balcony. Take this and let it be. You could come all down my throat, I'll suck it until I choke. Ladies, who out there trying to compete with this bitch? Nobody. Yo, that's my time. I'm your girl, Just Pam Jersey.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Just Pam. That was a lot of information. And I'm going to go to you first, JP. So I like the part when she actually, in the beginning, she started, you know how like when you have the elephant in the room, like let's just say somebody has something about them and the comedian immediately addresses it so you don't get that heckler out in the crowd. So she immediately started talking about her size, and which I thought that was brilliant. What do you think overall with her set?
Well, first off, what you said is definitely right, and that's the first line of defense of a comedian who wants to get their point across. They point out their imperfections so that this way anything heckled at them would almost fizzle. But Pam is, if you ask me, Pam is an example of what today's comedy is. First off, this virtual comedy is a new hybrid of what stand-up is. So you're seeing traditional comedy clash with virtual comedy, and some of the stuff doesn't translate as good. Like, I definitely get what she was saying, and I definitely understand what she was saying, but to do it virtually, it will get lost in its content. But I thought it was good, though.
And I'm glad you said that, JP, because stand-up comedy traditionally, in a sense, has always been a male-dominated profession.
Right.
And so, and going to you, Talent, what do you think about that? Being a male-dominated profession, how do you think Just Pam fits in that?
Well, first of all, the hell with all that. JP sound like Dr. Fauci. Well, if you take the vaccine, and don't be afraid, this is not Tuskegee. Listen, let me tell you something. First of all, I loved it. Right away, I wanted an office job. I wanted the bitch at the office. Why not? Right? You got the lady at the house, wife, fiance, whatever you want to call her, girlfriend, baby mother. But if that ain't going good and you forgot to take the garbage out, get an office job with an office bitch. That was great. I like it. The one thing JP hit on the nail on the head is we are in a new hybrid season. And we got to figure out, it's up to the comic to figure out how to transcend through that lens. You know what I mean? Come into your living room and affect you to the point to get that same laughter that if you were sitting in front of me on a velvet comedy club chair with 2 drinks in front of you. I thought it was good. I think it's her perspective. It's fresh. Can't nobody be you but you. Ain't that in the song, Imagine? Nobody could be you but you, right?
Beto said it.
Nobody could be you but you. I loved it, Ray. I said
And
all
Chandler,
that
you
to
know
say
what? I'm kind of glad you said that too, because all of us during this pandemic, we had to become creative. We had to make it work. There's a lot of comedians, A-list as well, that cannot do Zoom shows because they kind of require or necessitate that individual or that intimacy with people in the room. So creative comics and comics that have a lot of confidence have been able to, you know, transform and be able to speak in a lens as if there's an audience there because they're very confident in their material. So Imagine, so what did you think about her set?
Me personally, the only time she got my attention is when she yelled out my name, Imagine. And I was like, uh-oh, what did I do? So it was like one of those little moments, like, but she addressed it and she was like, it's not you, so I calmed down. But then after she kept speaking, after saying my name, I got a little concerned because there was a lot of, you know, explicit stuff going on there. And my name started first, and I was like, oh my God, what my wife is gonna do, because if somebody hears this, my wife is gonna be like, what's up, who was that over there talking about that? Well, I will have to reverse. Anyway, I think she got me in trouble. Basically, that's it, right?
Okay, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, Imagine has had too many Budweisers.
Yeah.
No, I
So
had,
one more time.
I had
let's
a
give it up.
flashback of when my wife smacked me in my face because somebody else said, Imagine.
What?
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Back to
one
you,
more
Bob.
time, let's give it up for Just Pam. And if you're interested in voting for Just Pam, please read the information on the screen so she can advance to the next category. All right? Next up, we have a guy that's kind of new to the game. Love his energy, love his confidence, and he happens to be Latino. Please put your hands together for Mr. Julio Diaz.
What's going on, y'all? Represent Brooklyn. When Corona first happened, I didn't know how important I was to my neighborhood. My whole life, I thought everybody hated me because of my job. Then around April, it hit me that I was essential to my community because I worked for FedEx. I didn't know I had all this power, man. I know that life is all about perspective. I know y'all see a young face, but I'm all about perspective. Before I got the job at FedEx, I hated FedEx too. They act like it's my fault I live on the 6th floor, no elevator. Deliver my package, you're lazy. If you complain to FedEx, they leave you a sign downstairs saying, I'm sorry, we missed you, sir, you wasn't home. I don't have a job, I was home all day waiting for that package. They don't even ring my doorbell, nothing. They just leave it downstairs acting like people in my building care about me. Ain't nobody in my building care that the package at Julio Diaz. They're going to steal my package and then make fun of me because they know it was for Julio Diaz. Hey, there goes Julio. I just stole his shirt. They're going to laugh at me. And then I got the job at FedEx, and that's when perspective hit me. I'm not going upstairs either. There's some people in the studio not laughing. It's because they on my route. I don't care. Even if you move, you still never see your package, all right? It is a FedEx problem. It's not just me. When I got there the first day, I was like, you know what? I remember what it was like to wait all day for my package. I'm going to try to deliver 84% of my truck. You know, that positivity BS that we like to do. Showed up that first day and I saw 3,443 packages. I was like, ain't nobody going to see none of this. I checked every package. I thought they were playing with me at work because I'm the new guy. No, apparently everybody in New York City lives on the 6th floor. No elevator. I checked every box. 6B, 6D, 6E. One of them says storefront, Macy's. 7B. How y'all up there? Y'all not a storefront? Who's y'all clients? Angels? Ain't no come down here, all right? I be tired. Ain't nobody, you know what it is? People act like I just work for FedEx. I go to sleep in the truck and I wake up the next day in the truck like I don't go home. People like, yo, why you don't want to do your job? There's no bathroom on this truck and I got to use the bathroom, all right? You going to let me use your toilet? No, I'm trying to get home, please. I'm trying to deliver this package. You understand what I'm telling you? There's one lady, I rang her doorbell, and she was like, yes, I'm on the 6th floor. Make sure you come upstairs. I was out of breath. I was, can you meet me on the 3rd floor at least? Please. These people be acting like they the only ones on my truck. It got so crazy. I didn't care who you were. It wasn't nothing personal, but you were just another package on my truck. I got home one day, and my father was like, can you believe the FedEx guy left my stuff downstairs? And I was like, yeah, it was me. FedEx over family. I don't know you anymore. Apply for the job, and maybe I'll love you again, Poppy. It got so crazy. Y'all remember when people were looting around May and June? They pulled over my FedEx truck, talking about, hey, yo, run everything on the truck. And I was so upset because it was already 8 p.m. The day was done. I'm like, why y'all trying to rob me now? Come back tomorrow, 7 a.m., same block. You can have the whole truck. Just tell them you hit me. Came back the next day. There they were. Hey, yo, run your truck. I was like, all right, cool. Please, just don't hurt me no more. Call my manager up. I'm like, yo, you won't believe what just happened to me on East Houston. He was like, what happened? I was like, yo, they stole the truck. And he was like, come back, there's another one. I was like, oh, my God. Stop ordering stuff. Please, leave your house. Go do something. It got so crazy, I just started beaming packages out the truck. I roll down your block. I wait till it gets quiet. FedEx, and just throw it at your window. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Thank y'all for having me on the show because I just got fired from FedEx, so I really needed this. Julio Diaz from Brooklyn, New York. Thank y'all.
Julio Diaz, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for him. Whoa, incredible energy, to the point, aggression, name of the game. Sometimes you need that in stand-up comedy, guys. What I thought was the best thing that he did, and we are all so familiar with this, we all relate to the fact that we're shopping online, Amazon.com, everything is online. And we all know what's relative is something that will awake people when it comes up to stand-up comedy. So imagine, what did you think about that performance?
I think I had fun with it. It was rapid fire. The words were still clear. which was good, and it had his direction, and I rode the ride with him. That was pretty cool. I had fun with him.
Wow, nice.
That was fun.
JP.
First off, it was emotion driven, and that was dope. I would like to see him after the pandemic and see if his set still rides, if he's able to take that same aggression and put it in a regular set. And he did classic things in comedy. The first thing that, if you didn't notice, if you noticed, he milked his joke. Like, he took it from point A to point B and damn near left no stone unturned.
Right, he became a client, and then he became an employee in his own joke.
Yeah, well, yeah, but there's nothing else about FedEx now that I don't know. He has definitely milked his joke. He's definitely shown aggression and emotion in the joke. I'm curious to see what he's gonna look like after the pandemic.
And I also think there's a lot of us that can relate to that. Your package is downstairs, and a lot of times it gets stolen. Yeah. That is something that does happen in the hood. So, Talent, what was your feelings about it?
Well, my feeling, first of all, there is no after the pandemic. It's the end of the world. This is it. Get used to it. They're gonna have next week they come out with the mask with the hoodie on it. Trust me, this is it. But no, I like them. I mean, I got my new phrase for my new T-shirt. FedEx over family. I love that. That right there, that's a moniker to go for life. That's branding right there. FedEx over family. Got to do that. And he was throwing the packages. He's not a FedEx delivery guy. He's a paper boy. A paper boy used to fling the paper, but he flinging that, fragile stuff, man. I like it. I agree with these guys. Rapid fire. Sometimes you got to do that. Remember how we was just talking about transcending through that lens? That's a way to get there. Like, if you rapid fire and you ain't leaving too much breath in it, then, all that stuff matters. It's like a on-point monologue with energy, if you will. I like it.
Yeah, I thought overall it was great as well. And we all know about catchphrases and, imagine you have pow pow and Talent has it's just comedy. Yes. And sometimes you're remembered by that. It kind of stands out to the audience. So that was our last stand-up comedian in the stand-up category. Please put your hands together one more time, all the way from Brooklyn, for Julio Diaz. Great job. Now, some comedians make good actors, but some are just awful. Let's see how well the comedians do in this next round. So here's the scenario, guys. You're walking home, and you come home from work, and your wife is standing at the door with a box of Magnum condoms. What you need to do is convince your wife that those condoms don't belong to you. So first comedian up, again, comes from Brooklyn, New York. Please put your hands together for Julio Diaz.
See? You done snooped around and you found a surprise that I got you, man. Yeah, that's for that threesome you always wanted with my brother, man. You know I don't feel those out. Why you think I had to take birth control before we got married? You think the Magnums is for me? Thank you. Nah, yeah, that's for my brother. He's coming through. And, yeah. Yeah, those ain't mine.
You good with that, Julio?
Y'all want me to look in the camera? Like, y'all didn't really look in the camera? Like if
Yeah, look at the camera like it's her.
All right. Let me try one more time.
Yo, wow, disrespect.
You got 60 seconds.
I can say that was clean enough.
You want to use a lifeline?
Nah, you was good.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do it one more time, but all right. I feel good with the first one. I'll do it again. Go for Julio? All right. What's up, babe? Huh? You see, that's what you get for looking around the house. You done ruined the surprise I got you for your birthday. That's for that threesome you always wanted with my brother. Come on, you know those ain't mine. Why you think he was taking birth control before we got married? I don't fill them shits out, babe. That's for my brother. He's coming through. He got the crazy. Just get ready. Yeah, that's the best y'all gonna get from me, trust me.
I'm gonna give you one more shot, all right?
All right.
Because we get ready to dismantle your ass. So I'm just saying.
I appreciate y'all for believing.
No, it's all good.
We all start somewhere. I'm confident with that.
So.
You good, yeah. All right.
So you get home and your wife is standing at the front door with a box of Magnum condoms. Julio, you got 60 seconds to prove that those are not yours. Let's go.
Hey, what's up, babe? Huh? You see, that's why I don't trust you. You always around, sneaking around the house trying to find things. I got that. That was a surprise for you. Yes. That's for that threesome you always wanted. You remember my brother that you always said is better than me somehow? Well, he's better than me in that too, all right? Yeah, he don't wear regular condoms, so I was trying to get, you know. Now you ruined Valentine's Day. Now you're gonna have to spend that by yourself. I hope them condoms fit your vibrator. Goodbye.
All right, let's give it up for Julio. Not too convincing, but that's Julio Diaz. Imagine, let me go to you first. That's your Latino brother. What do you think? Convinced or not?
Man, I think we should have done it 8 more times. Maybe, I don't know. I wanted the door swinging. I wanted more like details in the sense, like, you know, like if he's walking into the door, I expect him to like kind of like, oh, hey, what do you know, like,
how did you
like
do it?
like we need to feel that she is there.
How did you do it?
You know what I'm saying?
How did you do it when your wife asked you?
Well, I would like, you know, that's not mine. That's it, because she knows.
So,
She
and
knows the
then
signs.
for me, it was, what threw me off was the brother part. Because I don't know if that's too relative with us, especially in the Black and Latino community. The brother?
But it
Tyler,
was a
what you
good
think
lie.
about that?
It was a good lie.
Well, first of all, we talk about the Magnum condoms or the Magnum ice cream, because that's delicious. But anyway.
Hey, Tyler, he is big.
But I just thought it was, you know, in a journey of trying to unconvince or convince, you know, we got to, you know, TMI, you know what I mean? We got to know the sides of the brother. That bothered me. It's a little awkward. It's a little awkward. You know,
JP Justice. Maybe you could be in the justice in this category. Should we take him to court on this one, convincing or not, Jay?
Hold it, Tyler said he's disappointed. He said we know too much about his size. All right, okay, here we go. First off, no pun intended, it was short. He only had, he had 60 seconds. And in pure male fashion, you did not use up your time. And if she found male condoms in your house, there's a role playing switch in here. Like what are you doing with another size condom? Like that don't sound like boyfriend. Brother, that sounds like boyfriend.
Right.
Yeah. I think maybe you should have threw the comedian part in there a little more.
Well, I think should have gave him, you know, we're talking about sex and condoms, give him at least 2 minutes. Jesus, everybody knows 2 minutes is the regulation time.
Standard,
All right.
it's standard.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Julio Diaz in the improv acting category. We're gonna go to our next comedian. Let's see how the ladies represent. Please give it up for Just Pan. Okay, Just Pam, it's a little different for you now. You've been married for 5 years, your husband and you just don't use condoms at all. As a matter of fact, he doesn't wear a Magnum condom, he wears a medium latex. So in your situation, you run outside to your car, your pocketbook is on the dining room table, your husband looks inside, he sees a box of Magnum condoms. When you come in, he's holding that box in front of you, convince him that they're not yours.
Hey. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Yo, I'ma kill her. Remember the girl at work, the one I told you that's cheating on her husband? She got caught the other day and she gonna put the condoms in my pocketbook. We had this whole conversation. Remember the dude that I told you about she was talking to, the one that she was like meeting in the parking lot after work? Yes, remember? So she came home, her husband was like in the driveway waiting for her. So she saw him and they been cheating ever since, but she put him in my pocketbook, was supposed to take him back. Like, we might as well just use him or something, I don't know, but I'm gonna kill her. Matter of fact, bitch. Yeah, you know exactly why I'm calling. You try to get me killed. Yeah. I'll bring him back to you tomorrow.
All right, that was 60 seconds for Just Pam. Give it up for Just Pam. I don't know about you guys, very convincing to me.
It was?
What do you think, JP?
Convincing. I like that it's improv, so she didn't stop with using everything she had.
Okay.
She pulled the phone out. She used everything she had. First off, what were you doing with these Magnum condoms again? Get this slide together. Say it one more time. Tell me. No. Yeah. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Imagine.
Yo.
I mean, if you was a West Indian husband, and you know she came home and she told you that, what would you think? What would your response be in Jamaican?
Don't lie to me, you hear me? Don't try to ramp with me. Lie. I be a lie. You lie. That's a lie. What? Be a lie, you say. Move and go, liar.
So you don't think that she was convincing?
Nah.
No? Wow. Talent. What do you think, Talent?
I think she got me. I think I was convinced because of, like JP said, one, she used everything she had, but her ad libs and expressions, like that was all black woman right there. Like, bitch. When she called and said bitch, I was like, oh, the other girl's in trouble. I believed it. I thought it was good.
For me, it was the cell phone at the end that was convincing for me, because she actually picked the phone up and was going to call her girlfriend. And guess what? And it's a joke that Talent says all the time on how women usually collectively collaborate and they get their lives together up front. So let's hear it for Just Pam in the improv acting category. Next up, again, like I told you earlier, all the way from Dayton, Ohio, the nephew of the late, great Dick Gregory. Please put your hands together for Mark Gregory. Okay, Mark, she's waiting for you at the front door. She got that box, that gold box of Magnum condoms. 60 seconds, convince her that they're not yours. Here we go.
Man, so you found some condoms. So, well, I never lied to you before, so I'm not gonna start lying now. Looks like I'm caught. I'll be honest with you. What can I say? I was cheating. But here's the thing, though. You're not about to put them condoms on me. Because the chick I was rocking with, I've been going raw the past 3 years, okay? Yeah, Keisha. She got her tubes tied. There's no way she can get pregnant. I haven't been wearing condoms. So while you trying to jam me up, the real question is, whose condoms are those, okay? I don't wear condoms with you or with her, so I have no need for them. So again, whose condoms are those?
All right, let's hear it from Mark Gregory. Mark Gregory, y'all. Mark Gregory in the improv acting category. What you guys think? I couldn't really get a feel of it too much from over here, but we'll go to Talent first. Talent, what do you think?
First of all, that was my favorite scene from Cornbread Earl and Me. That's first of all, I loved it. He knocked that, he brought that home, brought that all the way home. I thought that it was a total different approach. Wasn't bad, total different. He owned his own approach, took us in a whole different direction by admitting he don't even wear condoms. I thought that was deep. Like, that was deep. It can't be mine. I don't even wear them. So, I mean, it's acting chops there. You know what I mean? But it's definitely his own take on it and everything. Very solemn and serious. Like, I mean, the humor wasn't there. Maybe people are looking for the humor way out, but without the humor, I thought it was deep, man. I'm telling you right now.
I'm glad you made that point, because it doesn't always have to be laughter. You don't have to find humor in every acting situation. JP, what'd you think?
Well, Talent went to public school. The word he was looking for was ironic.
They killed Cornbread.
The fact that he took you on this journey, and then when you thought you knew where he was going, ironically, he goes off the trail and off the path, was excellent. So I like the fact that you got comfortable thinking that you know, and then he took you somewhere else. And it was humor. I thought it was deadpan, subtle humor. I thought it was real low-key, subtle humor. But you would laugh at a situation like that if you saw it on a screen or something.
So
like that.
basically, is it fair to say, JP, that since we didn't really know the direction, it became captivating
And
because we
humorous.
were waiting for that next move?
And then and the humor came in the fact that you didn't know.
Ironically.
Ironically, yeah. I went to the same school he went to.
Yeah, right. Your talent did go to public school. I'm glad you know that too. Let's go to Imagine for the final opinion.
I think the fact that he did not laugh or break a smile or anything like that was the most powerful part that made me laugh inside. So it was still funny that he was not trying to laugh and hold his face. But then it became a moment where I felt like I should take out my phone and record this because this looked like he's about to smack somebody in the face or something. I felt like there was going to be a fight. Like, you know, when you take out your phone, be like, oh, it's going to happen. But then they walk away, be like, ooh, that almost was going to be a situation.
Right,
But,
he did look kind of serious.
Yeah, no, he did.
Borderline threatening.
Yeah, that's why I was like, well, okay, but deep inside I was cracking up.
See?
Because he held it. It's hold it. He was committed, and he released.
And you laughed inside.
Yeah, I laughed.
Let that be a lesson to you boys and girls at home.
I laughed
If
inside.
all of you laugh inside, we're out of a job.
Yeah.
Bring it out.
So overall, Mark Gregory, good job. Round of applause for Mark Gregory in the acting improv category. Stay right there. We got more coming at you. It's Lapoholics Comedy Battle.
Rated Sean, OG, yeah, the city. Lapoholics.
Y'all know what it is. DJ Gelly in the building, Mr. Incredible. Give it up for him. You know what it is. Ray DeJean, the OG in the city. It's time for the last category. And this is going to be crazy because I believe that this is the first time that it's done in stand-up comedy. You ever seen a freestyle artist in hip-hop? Somebody throws a topic at them and they take it off the top of their head and they create some lyrics on the spot. Well, today that's exactly what we're going to do in the last category. It's called freestyle. I'm going to throw a topic at the comedian. They have to take it and do a joke and present it in 60 seconds. Are we ready for the freestyle? Yes, we are. Coming to the stage, our first comedian. He's been first in all 3 categories. Let's hear it from Brooklyn, New York. Julio Diaz, freestyle. What's up, Julio? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, Ray.
You good? All right, man. So, you know we've been in the middle of a pandemic, COVID-19. We've all been locked down for a while. So I just think it's appropriate, since we've been experiencing this. Here's the topic, pandemic. Go with your joke.
Pandemic. I feel like a lot of people during the pandemic were talking about stuff that's changing for them, like, oh, I can't go out to the club no more, I can't go to the bars. But the pandemic and COVID is changing real things. It's taking away our rights. If you get a ticket in New York, it is your right to fight it in court. And everybody is supposed to go there physically. But now, because of the pandemic, I was the only one physically in court. Everybody else was on Zoom. The judge, the jury, my lawyer, the custodian, everybody. I was the only one there like an idiot. The judge was like, I can't see your evidence. I was like, because your camera's off, Your Honor. Turn it on. After he found me guilty, he was like, oh, okay, can you hit the gavel for me? I was like, are you serious? I'm guilty.
Julio Diaz, everybody. Julio Diaz, give it up for him. That was creative. That was creative. Yeah, a lot of the inmates are feeling that, guys. The inmates are feeling that because they can't go to court. So some people that are just being detained, man, it's just taking months and months for the inmates to hit court. So that was kind of creative because that is happening. We'll go to Imagine first. Imagine that. Imagine.
Yo, that's exactly what he made me do. He made me imagine the whole scene. It was in my head. It was very vivid, very rapid, but straight to the point. Good job.
Good job. I like that. Let's go to Talent. Talent, what'd you think, man?
Yo, that right there, perfect. Knocked the ball out of the park. Grand slam, whatever you want to say right there. In 60 seconds or less, he got it done. You just said pandemic, and that's probably one of the most relatable things right now. If you look at our new vice president, Kamala Harris, that's what they talking about, man. Criminal justice, get these cats in court. You know, Zoom or no Zoom. Hey, man, I think I got a court date next Tuesday.
It looks like the judge are feeling this. So you know what they say, and we're all stand-up comedians, they say, subject, setup, punchline, subject, setup, punchline, in that order. And usually when the punchline comes, JP, it's like it's a surprise. You're taking somebody in a direction where you weren't expecting it. How'd you feel about his performance?
One thing I like is that he stayed consistent to what his personality and persona is on stage. He still had that high energy, that laughable anger, but you really did see him create on the spot. And cats don't realize that your improv skills is like putting another bullet in your ammo when you go on stage, because you never know when you have to call an audible when something ain't happening in the audience. So you can just show one of your bullets, and show one of your guns, and he definitely had it.
I thought it was well done. I like the setup. I like the whole creativity and how he got to the punchline. One more time for Julio Diaz. Give it up for my man.
OG of the city, I could call him Ray DeJean. OG of the city, Ray DeJean. Laughaholics, keep a smile on your face, on your face, on your face, on your face.
It's DJ Gully out of the Q Borough, East Elmhurst to be exact. Fellas, y'all feeling that beat, fellas? Y'all feeling that beat, man? I like that. He's real creative on that set over there. Let's go. You know what it is, Just Pam. This is the time for you to freestyle. We already gave you the instructions. You know what you got to do, and I'm not going to be unfair about this. I'm going to give you the same topic I gave the comedian before you. The topic is pandemic. You got 60 seconds. Let's hear it, baby.
Okay, pandemic. It's hard for me because I just lost both of my parents to the pandemic. Like, my father's funeral is tomorrow from the pandemic, and I just buried my mother a month ago due to the pandemic. But I'm gonna try to bring out this pandemic. So I'm gonna say I've been trying to get closer to my family, you know, my daughter. But I realized through the pandemic that my daughter don't listen for shit. All she do is listen to social media and watch TikToks. So when I'm in the house, I'm like, can you do the dishes? Can you do the dishes? Do the dishes. Right now, kitchen. Gotta get the dishes. Everything gotta be put into a TikTok for her to respond. But I got them dishes done. I'm your girl.
That's Just Pam. Give it up for Just Pam. Creativity. And she started off, fellas, she started off making that connection, got our attention right away.
Yes.
Talking about the loss of her parents. Immediately, you're focusing in on that. What'd you take from that, JP?
I don't think she caught our attention. What I think she caught was our sympathy, and that cued us in. Oh, let me hear it. And then at the end, she delivered. So she definitely made us, oh, wow. And then she brought in the funny. I like how she expanded. She didn't just take the word pandemic. She took situations in a pandemic. The TikTok is things that will be associated with pandemic, will be the things that, and she definitely did a thing. She rocked it.
And do you think like TikTok is something that kind of grew, even if you look at the numbers behind it, during the pandemic, TikTok, like the followers have increased so much. Imagine, what'd you think?
I feel that basically it was a roller coaster. It was like, it gave me that feeling like, wow, okay. And then she gave me comedy, basically. She took it from drama and then gave me the laughter. Ooh. So great job, that was good. Like
yeah, so even when someone is under the influence of marijuana, they still get a joke.
No, but that was the only reason why.
Okay.
No, that's the only reason why.
Porque tú sabes, but why'd you talking still?
You don't even see it, there's a cloud right here, poof.
It was definitely in the cloud, literally. Talent, Just Pam. And you know what? It's a lot more difficult for the females because, again, we talked about how stand-up comedy is a male-dominated profession. And so when they come in, they got to come hard. Did she go hard, Talent?
Absolutely. You know how they always say is levels to this shit. And I think that 60 seconds showed levels. I mean, you seen her side of, you know, relating to the pandemic with loss. Then you see her come out of loss and end up with a TikTok dance. Like, that's comedy to me, man. Like, you know, we have to make people laugh no matter what kind of day we having. You know what I mean? And I told her, you know, hey, man, I respect that. You know, I lost plenty of relatives, you lost your relatives, but we still hit that stage, man. The dance was hot too, yo. I think I'm gonna download the app.
Yeah, it was something like this.
One more time for Just Pam. She did her thing in the freestyle battle. Yeah, this is getting hotter and hotter. Remember, you guys, look at the bottom of the screen. Take the information if you think that she should advance to the finals. We're only going to pick one comedian out of the three in all three categories. They will advance to the final. All right, we got one more comedian. Y'all stay right there. We'll be right back. Mr. Incredible DJ Gully, you know what it is. Last segment, last comedian, last joke. It's time for you to just pay attention because you're going to have to vote very, very shortly. Remember to look at the information on the bottom of your screen. Only one person can win. This is our last comedian in the last category. You already got your instructions, Mr. Mark Gregory. Let's let it pop. 60 seconds. The topic is pandemic. Let's go.
Yo, I will be glad when the sneeze is socially acceptable again. Remember when it was, right? You could be in the car with your homeboy. You sneeze, he will say, bless you. Hey, if you need a napkin, it's in the glove box. Sneeze in somebody's car. Now, y'all could be on the highway. He will pull over to the shoulder. Yo, you good? Now, when you got in my car, I asked you, did you feel a little COVID? You said no. Okay, now you got sneeze residue in my automobile. Okay, no, you gonna have sneeze debris in my car. Yeah, sneeze is a weapon at this point. You could rob a bank with a sneeze. No gun. You just go in there, nose tilted up. All right, everybody, get down, huh? Put the money in the bag. I'm sneezing on everybody. Achoo! What? It's not a game. You could rob a bank with a sneeze.
Mark Gregory, y'all, give it up. 60 seconds, pandemic. Creativity is the name of the game tonight, and these comedians have been bringing it. It's going to be kind of difficult. Now, we're just consultants, basically. We're not really judging who's going to win, which is a good thing. And I'm, happy to say that we've given the comedians some constructive feedback, in each category. So we'll go to Imagine first on this one. Imagine, what'd you think about Mark Gregory?
I think he went straight to the point. Gave us a nice visual in the car. He sneezed twice. I put my mask on while he was talking. He didn't know, but he's about the pandemic. Keep your mask on.
Well, he's about 32 feet away from you. Imagine. I don't think.
Yeah, but still, I don't care. No, they
You
say
don't
it
care?
travels. It travels.
Talent, what's your feeling about it, man? I like the presentation. I love the delivery.
Hey, ain't nothing to talk about, Ray. I think he won this one, man. I mean, as soon as he went over there, he didn't even have to use the mic. The sweater is a pandemic sweater. So as soon as that sweater hit that lens, game over. Game over. Everybody go home.
Cliff Huxtable. Bill Cosby, huh? You hear that?
Now, considering, when I introduced Mark Gregory in the beginning of the show, we let everybody know that Dick Gregory, very infamous comedian, also a philanthropist, and he represented us, but he was also funny. Do you think that puts him at an advantage, JP?
Well, clearly Mark was adopted. That gene didn't last when it got to, no, I'm only joking.
Hey, JP.
Damn.
Where's the love, baby?
No, I thought, I really thought, this is what I really like with all of the comics. I like how they broaden the topic. You told them pandemic, they took pandemic and took elements of the pandemic and made jokes. So all the comics did it, and he definitely did it great, and he animated as well. So it was definitely good.
Hey, Ray, the real question is, you thinking about whether he has an edge or not because of relations to the late, great Dick Gregory. Only if that's Dick Gregory's sweater passed down to his nephew, I say that's cheating.
It's an heirloom.
Guys, hey guys, besides the contestants tonight, first of all, let's clap it up for all the contestants. Appreciate them coming out. This is going to be very difficult, and we're going to turn it over to the audience out there, wherever you are in the tri-state area, especially Brooklyn stand-up, or around the world. Vote for who you think is best. Remember, you can only vote for one. But the pandemic, we've all been affected. JP, Imagine, Talent, we've all been affected, and we've all come out of it with some great material. Yes. And what kind of experiences have you guys had besides the show tonight?
With the pandemic?
Yeah, with the pandemic.
That the pandemic was selective, because I was looking forward to some other people dying, and they still here. So I want to know, like, is the pandemic, you got a number for pandemic? Because I got some people.
Now, and a bunch of us have felt that awkwardness. We've been doing these Zoom shows, and it's like an empty room. you're talking into a screen. If you're a comedian that has any sort of animation about them, there's no real room for you to become animated. It's like if you don't have straight material that's gonna have somebody laugh, it's like you're kind of doomed. And I've noticed that there's a lot of A-list comedians that don't even attempt to do anything online. What do you think about that, Talent?
I think that's how you get lost in the sauce. I think the world of entertainment is constantly evolving, and that's where you get the word reinvention from. And right now it's just another era of having to reinvent yourself and getting towards that hybrid, if you will. You know, how do I make my funny transcend through this lens or this camera, whether you're using a phone, your home computer and laptop. You know, it's a new situation and you got to learn to do it. Just like outdoor venues are. You know, we stepped up our outdoor game. You know what I mean? Like, it used to be a time when you do maybe 1 or 2 of those a year, you know, a festival or something in the summertime. But now you find yourself doing way more of those and getting your chops up. You're reinventing it, man. Comedy is always going to be comedy. You telling jokes, people listening to jokes, you got the joke teller and the laugher together, you have stand-up comedy.
And I think one thing that Talent's referring to when he says outdoors, the drive-in has become very popular. And in the drive-in comedy show, you can't really feel the people because they're in their vehicles. A lot of times their windows are down, so you don't feel that intimacy of comedy. And I've seen a lot of comedians on my stage bomb and fall flat because they didn't have any confidence in their material to keep pushing forward. Imagine what do you think about that?
Just like Talent, said, you have to evolve. You have to, put yourself in the mix so you can be part of the source. Because, I've done maybe about 20 Zooms already. And right now, since I've done 20 Zooms, my first 5 was a little awkward. But after doing 5 of them, I've learned to how to handle it. I get a little more creative with my background. The lighting is different. So it's almost, it's a learning process. But hey, it's a challenge. And if you're really into comedy, that's what you're facing with. So hey, I think he did a great job. All the comedians.
And JP, we'll end with you. What do you think overall with the Zoom and the drive-ins and?
Well, one of the things with comics, and this is the comics magic. We're one of the most adaptable forms of art. Like you can put us in any situation and we're going to adapt and mold to the situation. As far as the old heads, the vets in the game that don't want to get involved with this new hybrid of entertainment, they'll wait around until it comes around. And then what'll happen is they'll see, first off, this whole pandemic, this whole time has yet to emerge a star. So right now, this whole time period is still looking for that star that encompasses and embodies the whole situation. So it's still evolving. It's still pretty new, and I like the creativity that the comics are now coming up with.
I want to thank all my judges tonight, and of course, we're going to go right back to you. Those of you who are watching the show right now, look at the bottom of the screen. If you think Mark Gregory should advance to the finals, you know what to do. Follow the information, Just Pam, and also Julio Diaz. So let's clap our hands for them one more time. I want to congratulate those comedians for doing an incredible job. And this has been the first episode of Laughaholics Comedy Battle. Stay right there. We'll let you know who's the winner very shortly. Let's give it up for my super DJ, Mr. Incredible DJ Gully did his thing today. I want to thank everybody that's tuned in. If you've been watching the show, the first episode of Laughaholics Comedy Battle. Have to acknowledge my judges tonight, JP Justice on the panel, and also Imagine, and of course, Mr. It's Just Comedy Talent is in the building. Most importantly, we have 3 contestants tonight. They've been battling in 3 categories: stand-up, freestyle, and of course, improv/acting. They all did their thing. So let's acknowledge them first and give them a round of applause. Great job, guys, and I see a great potential for them in the future. However, it's up to you guys at home to vote right now to see who's going to the finals. It's your choice, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely your choice. We do have a panel. I am the host, but it's not up to us. It's up to you guys. So vote right now. Laughaholics Comedy Battle, first episode. It took a little bit of time, ladies and gentlemen, but the votes are finally in. We want to thank you all for voting. We have a final tally, and the Laughaholics Comedy Battle winner is, all the way from Dayton, Ohio, now living in New York City. Let's give it up for Mark Gregory. Yes, this was a hard choice, but I think he excelled in the stand-up category, and he did his thing in the freestyle and also the improv and acting. It's time for us to be taken out with some great music by our Super Date DJ, Mr. Incredible DJ Gully. Take us out, baby. We out.
Dreams grow.
back to a brand new episode of Laughaholics Live. I'm your host, Ray DeJean, and producer, presented by BRIC TV. Now, let me tell you something. Do we have the best comedians in the country? Yes, we do. We are located right in the heart of Brooklyn, New York, and we bring talent from across the nation and overseas. If you're ready to get your laugh on, you're in the right place. We got a great show lined up for you today. We're going to take it out of town. We are in Brooklyn, New York. How many people are from Brooklyn, New York? Make some noise if you're from Brooklyn. Well, let's get a roll call on the neighborhoods. Anybody from Brownsville, East New York, Bedford-Stuyvesant Heights. Anybody from Crown Heights, Canarsie, Park Slope, Clinton Hill. Where y'all from? Oh, y'all from Queens? Oh, hell no. From Queens. How you doing? This is my lady right here. How you doing? I smashed her about 17 years ago. She forgot though. So my ladies, make some noise. Ladies, make some noise. Well, we're gonna start the show off with a sister all the way from Kansas City, Missouri. Please put your hands together. Brooklyn, make her feel welcome right here in East New York. Start clapping right now. And let's make some noise for Shawn Hill from Kansas City.
It's your lady Shawn Hill. I'm here at Laughaholics Comedy Club, and I'm about to rip the stage. Hey, drop down, low and sweep the flow with it. Drop down, low and sweep the flow with it. Drop down, low and sweep the flow with it. All right. I'm ready to start twerking up in this piece. Whew, nah, I can't. I've got bad knees, baby. I get down, I can't get back up. Everybody in a relationship up in here, where my single folks at? Woo, I'm single too. My husband had to work. My boyfriend got his kids tonight, so I'm here with my boo thing. No, I'm single for real though, yeah. Like, it's scary out here trying to date though, because when you dating, you gotta do all these unnecessary things. Like, you gotta try to look good. Sell them a package you know is damaged, you know what I'm saying? And by look good, I mean like right now, if I exhale, stop sucking in, I'm about 10 months pregnant. I have on that girdle, some regular bloomers, because I like to be free. And then that Under Armour, you know, ladies, the one that starts right above the kneecap, but you got to tuck underneath that bra strap. And it's supposed to suck it in and make it look flat, but on me, it seems to make it look like a keg. I'm the only one up in here going through this, huh? And then what it does is it sucks that extra belly fat up into your brassiere and make your tiggo bitties look normal. Mine right now playing like they looking a little lopsided, like a cockeyed Snoopy, you know. It's just one's playing hide and go seek under my underarm pit, the other one's getting pinched by the underwire. Am I the only one going through this, huh? And don't drink no water. What they do, they start inflating like balloons. Because at home, my bra fit, but once I'm out in public, it starts making that 4-booby thing. I don't know what's going on right there. So all y'all ladies going through this too? Anyone else have a voluptuous backside is what I like to call it. So we don't buy thongs, do we, ladies? No, we get the regular bloomers. After about 5 steps, what happened, ladies? It turns into a teabag thong, doesn't it? About that 5th step, it's like your butt says, "Beam me up, Scotty." Something about that cotton blend and my butt side, it just loves that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What's difficult is when you're on a date and you're trying to look sexy, but you're over the age of 30 and anything you tend to eat while you're on a date makes you have that. He's thinking you hungry, but ladies, y'all know what I'm talking about. What's going on? That's that broccoli, that salad, that we lactose tolerant or intolerant, so that cheese is getting to you, huh? Yeah, you do have to pass that gas, ladies. Yeah, I know. But you try to be classy with it, don't you? You try to do that lean with it rock to separate so that your drawers can become a silencer. So y'all ain't try to be classy on a date, huh? I will explain to you what has happened to me last time I was on a date and I got the... Everybody can agree a fart is supposed to be gas, right? Yeah, no. The best explain it was the equivalent. It felt like a clammy hand hamster, army crawling up my back. At first, before it went back, it went to the front, said hello to my whoo, and I was like, whoo. But then it was army crawling up my back. Okay, so I'm the only one going through this, and it got to that broad strap because you know I have that underarm on. So it's holding it in tight, and it waited ever so patiently for my wait staff and my date to return to the table, and then it was like, sewer break right at my table, right there, yeah. Horrible, horrible. I felt bad. Yeah, my eyes start watering like I've been cutting onions and stuff like that. That was one of them where it been marinating for a good 5 hours, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that old batch of collard green and old hot dog water mixture right there. The one where you really got to go take a shower afterwards. It's like there are no ifs, ands, or buts between that. Yeah. So I see I'm the only one having these issues while on dates. Yeah, that is disgusting. But, you know, some guys are still like, you know what? That's natural, so I'm still going to date her. How many people like to keep their love life sexy and spontaneous? Me too, honey. What I like to do is when I'm dating someone, I like to hide in the bushes. Yeah, dressed like a ninja with a breakaway ponytail with 8-ball and some burners, just sitting outside his house. He ain't paying attention because he don't know Bay over in them bushes. Yes. The minute he put that key in that door, bust him upside the back of the head. And when he comes to, he's butt naked, face down on the bed, blindfolded. Y'all ain't never role play breaking and entering. Y'all ain't never done that? Y'all ain't living y'all life to its fullest. So you ain't showing your man no love, like you walking past, he's in the kitchen cleaning them dishes, and you walk by and you see him scrubbing, and you come back, admire him from behind, then come up and you show him love by like getting in a deep stance and just grinding on him. I'm talking about dunking his head in the water and everything, making sure he feel that love. Y'all ain't never showed your man that you loved him then. When he's playing on the game or watching the game, ladies, sit next to him, show him some love. Reach on down and play with him like a fushigi ball. Show him some love, y'all. Yeah, fushigi ball. You know, the one that's all magical and you play with him and twirls and all that. Role play. Change it up a little bit. I like to do Elmo when he least expected. Yeah. Elmo know what you're talking about. Yeah. I also like to do Hunger Team Aquaforce. Meat wide, the little round piece of meat that be rolling around. He was like, oh, Frolic, you gonna smack it on my bones or something? Like, they love that shit, y'all. Men love it. It's a little immature, but they love it. And when you're down there, make sure you show his, you know what, some love. Men love it if you go, boom, right there on the balls, right there. Just, y'all looking at me like, really? Really? Yeah, you gotta do that. Show him some love. If you don't show him no love, how does he know you love him? And if you don't do it, who else will? I will. Just saying, I'll do that shit. I'll do it. I will follow him. I will DM him my exact location. I will do that for him. That's pretty much what I'm saying about relationships. Y'all got to keep it spicy. Another thing about trying to date someone, really, though, that's really complicated is if he has kids, you have kids, trying to get that schedule worked out. I'm tired of waking up over a dude's house and his 3-year-old standing over me talking about, can I have some cereal? Like, that's horrible. Like, I feel like he should have left him at home alone like my kids are at home alone, watching themselves. How else can they learn to be responsible adults if they ain't left alone to get into some shit? You know what I'm saying? I like to hire people to go over there and just harass my kids while I ain't at home and videotape it. Like, just bam on the door for no reason. Scare them and say shit like, police. Y'all don't do that. You got to train your children. Let them know they ain't even safe at home, especially if their mom ain't there. And then it's a training session. If I get home and I find out they open the door, then that's upside their head. Because they ain't supposed to open the door for nobody, especially not the you-know-who. I ain't call them. You ain't call them. Why you open the door? What I tell you? Don't cook when I ain't at home. Don't be on my damn landline. And don't open the door. I don't care who it is. If it's fire, don't call the fire people. You just sit there and wait till I get home, and I'll take care of that shit. That's how real mamas roll. And I'm trying not to become a grandmother, too, so I told my sons if they sleep with any lady who's the same age as them, they wee-wee's gonna fall off. And anyone who has a teenage son, they know that they love it too much to want to risk it being separated from them. So I think I'm gonna be carefree at least until they start talking to other people and then find out that that's not the truth. I told my daughter if she sits on a swing or a chair with a guy already occupying it, she too will become pregnant. She's kind of suspect about that because she sees me sitting on her dad's lap quite frequently. I like to bounce, though, when I'm on it. So she's trying to figure out if it's the bouncing that causes the pregnancy or if it's just the sitting. And I try not to do that in front of them. You know how you think they sleep, but they ain't sleep? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. They should have been asleep, and so that's when you let your friend come through. So I'm the only one who's being a hoe out here. Y'all have got to quit trying to play like y'all ain't hoes. They ain't got y'all on camera. I'm the one that's being seen on camera. And I was taught by my mom, never get caught on camera. Be like the Loch Ness Monster. They don't know what the hell's coming up out of that bath water. You know what I'm saying? You don't get caught like that. You make sure that if they gonna film it, they blur out your face or you wear a mask or a wig or something. You know, have fun with it. Wait, I'm showing y'all and telling y'all a little bit too much. I apologize. I do apologize. Y'all looking at me like, and what else do you do? Anybody watching the celebrities on TV, Instagram? Y'all are some dead folks. Y'all looking like celebrities like in what? They be having gossip and juice, and they talking about certain celebrities having odors below. Anybody heard about that? Y'all heard about that? I was like, that is embarrassing, bro. To be fed that your stuff nationally, internationally smells like dead raccoons or fish fry. Ain't no fish frying though. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's embarrassing. How you making millions and you still having issues like that? You better switch over from that rayon mix to that cotton blend so it can breathe, baby. Let her breathe. In the summertime, wear that summer dress, that sundress, so that she can get some air. And quit wearing them tight jeans, y'all. These young girls, they on the leggings. You can't, if that ain't cotton leggings, let it breathe. Don't put them all the way up. Have a long crotch for at least an hour or two. So I'm the only one just trying to give a PSA to all these young ladies out here. Because they might not know. Their mama probably didn't teach them that you don't wipe back to front. And that if he ain't take a shower and his wee-wee smell like boo-boo, don't kiss it. These are things that not everybody's taught this. So it's like, hey, you might have to start teaching the young ones. Y'all looking at me like, really? Is that where we at? Apparently so. Apparently so, because if they doing social media and they busting people out smelling like dead raccoon, I could only imagine. Like, yeah, your face still tuned up. I'm thinking the same thing. Dead raccoon. First of all, I don't know what a live raccoon smells like, but a dead one. And then you start thinking, because I'm a little twisted, like, how did the raccoon truly die, though? Like, was he hit by a car, or did he get shot? Or was it one of those where he couldn't swim, he fell in the swimming pool and drowned? Like, you start wondering, how was the raccoon dead? And then it's just, no, I'm the only one? Okay. I apologize, y'all. I'm still like, ooh, that's horrible. And then in that person that they talking about, always talking about somebody giving them head. I'm like, how did, like, he must have a sinus infection or the flu. Because, I mean, it's been cool. It's real cold lately. Like, the last 2 days here was freezing. I mean, I had a dress on when I came out tonight. And I stepped outside in my little Milwaukee, and she said, achoo! I said, you know what? I went right back in because she ain't going to have no cold passing the flu around like that. That is bad. He go down there, and get to you, come back up, and it's like, and it's not everywhere. That's nasty. Ladies, take care of it. Keep it bundled up. I'm just saying, trying to help everybody out. Oh, okay, because, I didn't know. It was counting down, and it came back up. Kind of like my ex-husband, just when I thought he was done. He come back for seconds. What? You know what I'm talking about, come back for seconds. And he had the nerve to want to divorce me because he said I was too aggressive. Me being too aggressive just because at 3 o'clock in the morning after he been on that Hennessy and he done passed out, I'm sitting on the side of the bed like this. Come on, 10. Yas. He got mad at me one time because he woke up, had to use the restroom. When he got up to use the restroom, I got out of the bed, and I was in the crouching tiger, hidden pussy position over on the side of the room. It was pitch black in the room. I don't need no lights on. I can see him through the moonlight. There is a window shining in, and he looks so delicious. His eyes hadn't adjusted. He trying to look around to see if he see me. Gonna get in the bed like he in one of them scary movies stuff, looking around. I'm sitting over here. I pick up one of his house shoes, throw it across the room. He look over there. I pounce. I was aiming for his crotch, overshot, landed on his face. He's pressing charges, attempted murder. I'm done. Oh, I'm sorry. And that is my time. I'm comedian Sean Hill.
Chain, getting paid over here. Chain, getting paid over here. Thursday, baby, bring it over here. Thursday, baby, bring it over here. See my money maker, do my money maker. See my money maker.
Come on, y'all, give it up for Sean Hill. Give it up for Sean. Yeah, somebody gonna fuck her tonight. I know that shit. She talking about a lot of fucking up here. Niggas in the back shit like, yo, word, that's what we talk about? Let's give it up for Sean Hill. One more time, Sean Hill. Kansas City, Missouri. All right, let's keep the show rolling. I'm gonna bring this next brother up, and it's funny as hell, man. You're gonna love him. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna say no more. Y'all give it up for my man, Jesse McDonald. Y'all give it up, Jesse McDonald.
Yo, what up? This your boy, comedian Jesse McDonald. I'm out here at the Laughaholics Live. I'll cut that shit off. I'll fuck around, lose my disability up here dancing. Social Security been in motherfucker, so he can dance like hell, dog. Oh, shit. Oh, y'all good? Y'all good? I'm not. I want to know who in the hell booked me in that ghetto hotel over there in East New York. I'll tell you, my hotel room was so ghetto, that motherfucker came with a hoe. I say, look at this shit. I knew my hotel room was ghetto when we pulled up, couldn't even have no name on it. It just said, stay here. I said, shit, not me. Call myself gonna upgrade. I go to the Marriott. I'm at the bar. I'm drinking good, feeling good, and looking good. Beautiful young lady come up to me. Before I could say anything, she said, how you doing? My name is Hurricane. And would you like to come to my room and have a good time? I looked at her and said, shit, yes, I do. She took me to a hotel room. I knew I was going to get some. I popped two of them Viagras. Don't you know everything got hard except for my dick? You know how long I stood in the same spot just looking at her? She came in there, she laid me down on the bed. First thing she did, she got me butt naked. She stood over me, she farted in my face. I said, what's that? She said, that's the lightning and the thunder. From the beginning and the end of this hurricane. I said, wow. She started rocking the bed, started hitting me in the face with the titties. I said, well, what's that? Said, just a little coconut and rumble in this hurricane. I said, coconut, I like coconut. Coconut oil good for your skin. She got a little bit too excited and started peeing on me. I got up, put on my clothes. I started walking out the room. She gonna jump up out the bed. Talking about, where you going? I said, hell, I can't fuck in that type of weather. They gotta go. And y'all gotta admit, y'all got some beautiful women in here. Beautiful women, make some noise. Hold up, not everybody. Don't do that. Ladies, y'all know which one you is. Look at your neighbor right now. Say, neighbor. Which one is I? Look, some of y'all looking at your neighbor like, girl, you're looking like you're looking. See the couples up here, couple right here, couple over here. What about over there? A couple? Over y'all, couple? Y'all married over there? Just fucking. You a jealous man? Oh, he ain't jealous. What's your name? Huh? Diane? Cyan, can we go out? Y'all want to go out with me? I bet you I can make you change your mind. Watch the DJ. Tell Cyan something about me.
I got a check. 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 Bitch, I got a check. 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 Bitch, I got a check. I buy anything I want cause I got a check.
Right there, that's all I want Cyan to know. Cyan looking like I fucked shit out that little handicapped dude. Mess around and go in the room with me, I come out walk like her, she be walking like me, talk about Jesse this fucked up. Her friend be talking about, what's wrong with you? She said, I got hosted some of that palsy dick. Oh, shit. We got any online daters? Online daters make some noise. I tried to online date one time, and I met this girl online, and on her profile picture, it said she was an RN. I jumped right in her DM. I hit her, she hit me back. She said, what are those things on your arm on your profile picture? I said, them my groove sticks. She said, ooh, we gonna get along real good. Now, I think since I told her I was semi-handicapped, she should have told me she was semi-handicapped too, and she didn't tell me this shit. She come pick me up, I get in the car with her, I'm a freak. I start talking freaky right out the gate. She start talking freaky back. I reach up, I start rubbing on her leg. Say, ooh, we daddy. Don't start nothing you can't finish. I say, baby, whatever I start, I can finish. So I get to rub a little bit more, say, ooh, we daddy, you don't know what you doing to me. I said, baby, I don't mean no harm. When I have a feeling in my fucking hand, I'm gonna have to rub a little bit harder so I can feel what you feeling. She said, that's cool, because I ain't got no feeling in certain parts of my leg neither. I'm like, okay. So I started rubbing on her leg, but I noticed the harder I start rubbing, the faster the fucking car start going. I started rubbing real hard, started moaning and twitching. I'm like, oh, Jesus, oh, my God. Oh, Jesse, oh, we. I said, oh, you better come? She said, no, my leg done slid off and we about to wreck. I said, oh, shit. You got a prosthetic leg? I still want to hit it, though. So, you know, I take her out to a fancy restaurant. You know what I'm saying? She an RN. Take her to a fancy restaurant. We had a sushi bar. I should have known stuff was going to get ghetto when she started ordering her food. Because she ended up trying to order fried chicken and greens. I said, I thought you said she was an RN. She said, I am. I'm a real Negro. I said, oh, my God. I tried to walk out on her, but my legs wouldn't move that fast. She meet me at the car and take me over her house. As soon as she take me over her house, she said, have a seat. I'm going to put on something comfortable. I'm like, okay. I'm sitting on the couch. All I hear is Jesse. Jesse. I started looking around like, me? I go to the bottom of the stairs. She's standing up there butt naked. I said, Jesse, if you want this, you got to come and get this. Ain't no fucking rails nowhere in that goddamn house. I got to walking around the living room. I must have seen that little lamp on the table. I grabbed that lamp and threw it up them stairs. I hit it upside her head. She started coming down them stairs so fast. I said, you can't tell me about my God. She made it to the bottom. I said, won't he do it? Yes, he will. And technology done got good as hell, ain't it? What's the one? The one on the iPhone. What's the lady name on the iPhone? Siri. Oh, Siri, smart as hell, won't she? Siri tell you anything you want to know. I say, Siri, who playing today in the game? Siri told me. I say, Siri, what time the game come on? She told me that too. I went in the house. What's the ghetto one in the house? What's the ghetto girl? Alexa. Ooh. I said, Alexa, what channel the game come on? She said, why you didn't ask that bitch? I said, ooh. Now I can't bring my phone in the house because these bitches in there arguing and shit. I got out here in New York, boy, y'all got some real robbers out here. I had a guy jump in my car talking about, hey, cash out me everything in your goddamn bank account. I was like, oh, cash out. This nigga real. He called me on the next block. I told you to cash out me. I said, I must put the wrong number in. Y'all crackheads, they done got strong too. They don't even ask for change or food no more. Hell, one come up to me and say, hey, you got a coat and a phone? I said, who gonna pay the fucking phone bill? But I noticed one thing, though. One thing you can't listen to, fellas, you can't listen to certain music when you're riding the car with your homeboy. Have you ever noticed that? You notice that? Certain music you can't listen to when you're riding the car with your homeboy? You want me to show you what I'm talking about? This thing on, y'all want me to show you what I'm talking about? Now you be in the car with your homeboy? Hold on, DJ, let me get in the car first. You know, you be in the car with your homeboy, you like, hey, dog, turn that music on. He be like, all right, then you turn this shit right here on. He right there just really rocking. You looking like, I know this dude ain't playing this. They're like, nah, dog, we good. Like, man, you know where we at? You gonna get us killed. He's like, dog, I promise you, we finna turn up. I say, man, you know where we at? They don't play that. He's like, nah, just watch. We finna turn up. He's just looking through his stages right here.
Lost without you, can't help myself. How does it feel to know that
Hold on, dog. Look, you can't be playing on music like this. You can't do that. Look, man, you gotta play something both of us gonna feel. He say, both of us? I say, both of us. I say, trap music. He say, psh, gotcha. He turned this on, I swear. Soon I hear the music, I lose my mind. I'm like, hell yeah. He like, you like that, don't? I say, hell yeah. I said, right by the comedy club again. He said, right now? I said, right now. He said, you gonna turn up like you say you is. You got to hang outside the window. I'm like, hell yeah. I started hanging outside the window. I almost fell because I had dropped my crutch. He gonna hit the block, get right there in front of everybody while I'm outside the window with my shirt off. Gonna stop and look at everybody and say this shit right here.
lost without you, can't help my...
I learned how to walk straight then. Ooh, Jesus. Anybody got kids? You got kids? Make some noise. Yes. We love them, but we can't stand them at times, right? Y'all tell me, do kids catch on to the dumbest things real quick? I know, I got 9 kids myself. Don't worry about that part, it ain't important. I got a little girl, my little girl walk and look just like me. I want to take my little girl out to the mall show, ain't nothing wrong with us. We just like everybody else. She said, we like everybody, Daddy. I said, baby, we like everybody. I take my little girl to the mall, we're in the mall, we shopping. I'm leaning on her, she leaning on me. Everything was cool. Only thing I don't like, people don't know the difference between disabled and retarded. Here the guy pop up out of nowhere. Hey, what up, retarded, Jesse? I say, wait a minute. I ain't retarded, I'm disabled. He said, whatever. You've been retarded all your life. You gonna be retarded today? I say, no, I ain't. He said, how you get here? I said, my friend dropped us off. He said, don't worry about it, I'm gonna give y'all a ride home. I said, cool. Me and my little girl, we get in the car with the guy, we ready to turn up. He said, so what your retarded butt been up to? I said, you gonna stop calling me retarded. I told you I ain't retarded, I'm disabled. He said, whatever. You been retarded all your life. You gonna be retarded today. He had the nerve to look in the rearview mirror and say, shit, I'm gonna put on this seatbelt. I said, what's wrong? He said, we going to jail. I said, no, we not. I stopped putting on my seatbelt. Police comes up, hey, sir, I need your driver's license or your ID. My homeboy takes to give it to him. Look past my homeboy and me. Hey, sir, I need your ID or your driver's license. I immediately started looking out the window and rocking like I ain't heard shit. No. He said, hey, this dude ain't retarded. I said, I've been retarded all my life. I'll be retarded today. He said, well, ask your daughter out that week going to jail. She said, nah, Daddy. I said, right on, baby. Oh, shit. Don't get me wrong. I love my kids. I can't stand my kid's mother. Oh, she dumb as shit. I told my kid's mother I was flying to New York to do a comedy show. That motherfucker, you crazy? I said, what? She said, is out there killing motherfuckers, then you gonna fly? I said, is. Now she looking at me like I'm the dumb one. She said, you don't know who is. I said, bitch, you talking about ISIS. I said, I know why I ain't having another baby by then, goddammit. Yo, Get up out of here talking about that easy and stuff. And I know we got some church people here. Church people make some noise. Wait a minute. I say, if you love the Lord, make some noise. Yep, I tried to go to church and pray for her. I'm cool with church because they do this thing called the altar call. This particular Sunday, I forgot my crutch. And we was at the altar and we was holding hands. The preacher said, I want to do something a little bit different. I said, go ahead. He said, Brother Jesse, would you step forward? I said, do we keep holding hands? Because I don't got my crutch on, now it's going to work. He said, you just got to believe. I said, okay. So I stepped forward. He laid his hands on my head, I got to rocking. It's like the harder he got to praying, the harder I got to rocking. He said, woo, I can feel the spirit moving. I said, nah, your hands are heavy and my legs getting weak. One of the ushers hollering out LOL. I said, what you laughing out loud for? Choir member said, no, that means look out, Lord. I said, oh, shit. And y'all know the best way to get a crackhead to go to church? Saying Jesus is my rock. Y'all going to hell. We ain't got no preachers in here, do we? The preachers will put you on the spot, won't they? I'm in the congregation, I'm minding my own business. Preacher come up to me, hey, Brother Jesse, you still singing that music? I said, yes, I am. He said, I want you to sing a song. I said, I don't think that's a good idea. He said, but I want you to sing a song like I told you, I don't think that's a good idea. He gave me the microphone and said, let him use you. You know I couldn't let the Lord down. I stood up in front of that congregation. I've had some good days. I've had some hills to climb. Sometimes my clouds hang low. And I try hard to fight it. No way can I deny it. Your love so sweet, it knocks me off my feet. Choir sing, I get so. Look at y'all, there ain't no damn gospel song. You gonna grab the microphone with an attitude talking about you ain't got nothing better you can sing? I said, yes, I do. I said, let me tell you how good God been to me. He said, talk to him. I said, he been so good to me. He said, let him use you. I said, oh, let me tell you how good God's been. Y'all put your hands together. I say, oh, let me tell you how good God's been. 'Cause he gave me a check at the first of the month. A handicap tag so I can park up front. I say, oh, let me tell you how good. The spirit hit me so hard I got to talk in the tongue. I say, oh, he's coming in a Honda. Woo! I got my head put out of church. But y'all remember back in the day we had real music? Remember we had real music back in the day? We had that type of music. You was riding in the car and you pulled up at the light. You were playing your music. People in the car next to you would turn their music off and sing that shit with you. Remember we used to have music that go like this right here. And we begin to rock. Steady, steady rocking all night long. And we begin to rock. Steady, rocking to the break of dawn. See? That was good music. We used to have one. Joy, pump it up, and keep it going now. What else? See, that was music. You think about it, we wasn't calling girls out their name back then. We wasn't calling them bitches and hoes. It wasn't none of that stuff. We had a smooth way of breaking up with a girl. You just walk up to her and just look at her in the eyes and say this right here. what they were doing? You were
holding hands and I'll never be the same.
That shit was smooth, wasn't it? And our kids, they just growing up dumber and dumber. Cause you know our TV shows had good meaning on it. Think about our TV shows. Let you know you had a good friend right out the gate. Thank you for being a friend. Don't travel down the road and don't. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a don't. And if you threw a party, come on, it invited everyone. You don't. You will see the biggest with a card attached and it say, that was music. But women, y'all had y'all own theme song too. Y'all had that one theme song that make y'all join together even if y'all didn't even like each other. Give y'all a good example. Y'all see the 4 women that back there at the back. All 4 of y'all cool, right? Y'all wrote together, right? But see the one right there with the black hat that's saying no, you don't fuck with the one in the yellow. But you gotta be cool with it cause them other 2 girls, them her homegirl, that's her homegirl and she the one drove. But they had that song that'll make you and her look at each other and be like, bitch, and give each other high five. All the ladies, I want y'all to sing it. I wish you were my lover, but you love your child my whole life long. What? I'm more than what you make me. Don't walk away, don't want your mind, don't. These words I say, they may sound funny, but don't. And y'all be talking about the same dude. Oh, that was funny to me. I don't give a damn what y'all say. I tried to smoke weed one time. I realized that was not for me. You ever got so high you be looking for shit be in your goddamn hand the whole damn time? I remember I got high one time and my friend dropped me off at the house. I realized I need to go to the store. I got looking for my phone. So I called up my homeboy Charlie. I said, Charlie, you seen my phone? He said, no. It was there when I left. How I knew Charlie was high? Charlie said, you want me to click over and call it? I said, hell yeah. But you know, Charlie called my phone and I answered. I said, hold on, somebody calling me. I answered the phone like, hello. He said, hey, you got my partner phone. I said, shit, he must got my phone then. That was funny to me too. But y'all got to give it up for yourselves, looking good. And I always tell everybody, you know what I'm saying, y'all get a chance, please go on social media and follow me, comedian Jesse McDonald. I'm real easy to follow because I can't walk fast. I was so happy when Ray told me, he said, hey, look, I got this TV show I'm putting together, and I want to put you on it. I said, okay. He said, but if I'm going to put you on it, you got to get here early. So I got here yesterday. I'm hanging out downtown. I'm clean as hell. Had a girl come up to me and ask me, she said, is you a capper? I said, hell no, I ain't no capper. I said, why you say that? I said, because I said, if I ever meet a capper that can make me laugh, I'm going to take him home and do something strange to him. I said, wait a minute, hold up. That lady must have grabbed my arm. She said, baby, what are you doing? I said, baby, I'm a handicapper. Hey, look, y'all, I'm comedian Jesse McDonald. Y'all want to see more of me? Y'all holler at me. I'm right outside. Look, I got these little shot glasses. They represent for cerebral palsy. And if you don't drink, take them to church. They comedian glasses. Thank y'all. That's my time.
This thing alright. Move all in the money logging out. Come on.
Y'all can do better than that. Y'all can do better than that, y'all. Jesse McDonald, baby. Yeah.
I'm living on that plane.
I ain't going back and forth with you. Yo, he was funny as hell. The best. He was the best, man. Give it up for Jesse McDonald one more time. We got one more gentleman. Y'all ready for one more? We're going to close this out with a banger. Put your hands together, closing the show tonight. Laughaholics Live, brand new episode. Y'all give it up for Mr. Martini Harris.
Hey, what's up? This your boy, Martini Harris from Detroit, Michigan. Hilarious Noise. I'm right here in Brooklyn, man, about to bring the joint, about to bring that hilarious noise right here.
Yeah, how y'all doing? Damn, that's all I get? This about a bitch. I mean, I know y'all gotta get to work. Yeah, right on. Martini Harris, my name, from Detroit, Michigan. Getting down with the getting down. Come down here to party with my good Brooklyn folk in this motherfucker. And before I get started, just want to let you know, don't say nothing about whatever the fuck I got on, because everything I got on ain't name brand. Oh, I don't give a fuck. Shit, laugh all you want, motherfucker, but my light's on. Hell yeah, hey man, clothes too damn expensive. They are. They got shirts out here that cost $500. $500 for a shirt. You see me in that shirt costs $500, you gonna see me in that bitch again. Like, you wore it yesterday, so I got 499 more days. I ain't the only one. There's a brother in the back with a fake polo shirt on. I knew this shirt was fake because the dude was off the horse looking at him. I said, that ain't what it supposed to be. He said, that's what it is today. I said, whatever, rocking your boat and ain't riding your horse. He got up, his tag was hanging out. I thought it was going to say polo. The shit said giddy up. I said, where you get that from? He said, from a store called Ha Ha! Ha! I don't give a fuck, I told you. Hell yeah, I'm going to save my money. My uncle told me that shit. My uncle said, as a man, if you ain't got no money, the second best way to a woman's heart is laughter. And I found out for that shit to be true. Took this young lady out. She seen a Gucci purse. I seen the price. She was like, ooh, I want this. I said, shit, knock, knock. She was like, who's there? Not us, motherfucker. I ain't about to fuck with that. I don't got no money for that. I felt bad, so I bought her a purse anyway, you know. She was like, thanks, baby, but what's MKII? I said, that's a Michael Kors it is. She said, but it's fake. I said, not if you swing it. Said, I don't give a fuck. I buy all my shit and I go, Timberland boots, fuck that. Timberland's got trees, my shit, 2 leaves. They say, what's that? I said, it's the fall edition. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. That's what you gotta do. Damn right. See? Motherfucking cold out there. It's cold like that in Detroit. Got me a mink. Well, it ain't exactly a mink. Yeah, my shit made out of rats with a hood on it. From a distance, that bitch like a chinchilla. But you get up on it and be like, what's that? Oh, that's a hood rat. I zip it up like... I told my son, get my coat out. Go get my coat. He went in the closet. Told me, ain't no coat in here. I said, it's behind the refrigerator. Go get the motherfucking. Go get the motherfucking coat. I don't give a fuck. I'm retarded. Hell yeah, I'm retarded. Damn right. I graduated in another nigga name. I wasn't supposed to say that either, so let's take that back. Yeah, I'm retarded. Yeah, we gonna leave it at that. How you doing, mama? Yeah, right? Ain't nothing wrong. I'm glad I'm doing this show up here, man. Somebody stole my car. Yeah, stole my car. Yeah, man, I had to be at work. I called Uber and they pulled up in it. I was like, hey, man, that's mine. He said, not today. Now you gonna come on where you gotta go, I'm gonna leave. Not getting another car, man. I got me 89 Neon, just bought me a car. Oh, for real? Y'all just, for real? That's all right. Hey, it's new to me. Hey, man, gas high. Yeah, $20 will fill my car up for the whole month. I don't care. And if you know anybody with a neon or if you got a neon, don't be ashamed of your shit. Because I found out why they call them neons. Because once you get in there, you hit your knee on everything in that sumbit. I hit my knee on the back seat belts. It was like, hey, man, quit playing. You the only one in the car. Hit the curb. They need the jaws of life to get me out. I'm like, yeah, what kind of accident you had? I don't. What was that noise over there? Mama, you got the... Lord have mercy. She supposed to be recording me, but she talking to her niece. So she's seeing her niece like, I'm telling you, look just like my niece. Because you on the phone with her. She on the video chat. And I swear it look just, the background look like the house. You on the phone. Yeah, okay, you know. Y'all practice safe sex up here? Safe sex? All right, just 4 people? Okay. Wow. And they said, yeah. And the other one was like, what they said. Man, you better practice safe sex. Hey, I practice safe sex. The sex I practice so safe, man, it's better than the condom. Yeah, I jack off. Ain't nothing wrong with jacking off. Every man up in the night that jacked off before. Watch this. Any man never jacked off makes some noise. You damn right I should be hearing crickets. Every man that jacked off. Ain't shit wrong with jacking off. Fellas, jack off for 2 weeks straight. Find you a casino, get on that dice table, I bet you clean up. Yeah, man, look at all that practice right there. That 7. Yo, damn, he good. Jack off, man. I remember one day I ran out of grease and lotion, but I had thoughts. Yeah, I went in the kitchen, I seen a can on the stove, the shit said Crisco. I was like, shit, that's grease too. Man, I stuck my hand in the can, went to work. I'm like, yeah, right there. All right, motherfucker. You know, it felt good for the first couple of minutes, and it started to get away from me. I'm like, okay. Help! Oh, I shouldn't have done this shit. Man, I jacked off so fast, I slipped into the Matrix. I did, man. I'm just like, man, what the hell, mother... Okay, goddamn. Oh, shit, here we go again. Man, fuck Coney Island. Yeah, my son coming out and telling my daddy, I want to go to Coney Island. I said, stick your hand in that can. I'm upstairs. Oh, yeah. I said, yep, he on the demon drop. My son cool, man. My son. Yeah. My baby boy, cool, man. Graduated from high school, stopped my friend at the court. I loved him ever since. Yes, Lord. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Your kid graduate high school, that's it. Child support, no more payments. But if they go to college, they continue. Yeah, my son graduated. I was like, what you want to do now? He said, I'm going to college. I'm like, hold on. Look here, man. College ain't for everybody. You know, you can learn something out there in the backyard. He said, what's that? I said, climb that tree. That's higher learning. I ain't doing that. You know, now you want to be a comedian. Yeah. I told him, tell me a joke. He told me a joke. I thought it was funny. So I said, I share with my audience. If they laugh, you got potential. If they don't, go to school. So this is a joke he told me. He said it was a dude dying of cancer, but he was going around telling people he was dying of AIDS. So his son said, Dad, why you telling people you're dying of AIDS? He said, that's because when I'm gone, when nobody fuck with your mama. That's what you ladies need. Y'all need one of them cool dudes. Y'all gotta quit messing with these low down motherfuckers. Yeah, cool dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? They'll break up with you cool. You know what I'm saying? You know, because, you know, like old dudes and young dudes, they point at you with one finger. Get your ass waving around here. Get your ass waving around here. Look, I ain't playing with you. Get the fuck away from around here. Cool dudes point at you with all 5 fingers. Look here, I'm going to tell you one more time. You understand what I'm saying to you? Man, you better get the fuck away from around here. You understand? They'll go back and forth with their old lady, and you women go. Y'all women be talking, man. Just shut up. I hate you. You ain't shit. Cool dude would say a few words and let his head finish the job. Like, hey, woman, hey. That's all I got to say about that shit. What's wrong, Daddy? Your mama over there quick living. What's quick living? Kind of what you doing right now. You ain't trying to deal with that bullshit. Hell yeah. I'm hiding the motherfucker right now. Hell yeah. Man, I had to smoke me a joint, man. I had to, going through too damn much. But, you know, it's okay. You know, it's beautiful. I just started back. I remember when I quit. Remember when I quit smoking weed, man? I smoked a blunt by myself, went to the gas station, put 5 on 10, and walked away. Dude, like, where you going? I'm like, hey, man, there ain't none in my car. That's that new bait car. You trying to set me up, motherfucker. Lost your mom. I ain't fucking with it, you know? Ain't that right, mom? She said, yeah, go on here if I get my son on you. Yeah, I ain't gonna fuck with you. You know, I don't fight. I don't. I make up excuses. Yeah. Shit, that's all you gotta do. When you make up excuses, you know, you get the fuck out of fights. Play crazy. Big dude smacked the shit out of me. Brother hit me so hard, act like I was looking for something. I ain't bullshitting. It's at one of my shows. All I said, what's up, bro? It's like, shut up. I'm like, you shut up. Fuck you. Fuck you. Hey, man, you don't put your motherfucking hand. Nah, I know damn well I just had this motherfucking thing around here. Like, what you looking for, the police? I ain't about to be out here with you with this bullshit. That's motherfucker be out there saying to motherfucker, hey, man, I ain't about to be out here getting dirty out here in the street, man. I'm too old for that bullshit. Old dudes funny when they argue. You ever seen 2 old dudes argue? Make up just to argue again? You ever seen that? And they be in they shit, too. Be like, who you think you is? Motherfucker, who you think I ain't? What was you gonna do then? Motherfucker, I already done did it. Look here, man, I ain't about to be out here fist fighting with you, man. I gotta get down here to my old lady. Yeah, man, you know, I gotta get down here to these kids. That's what probably got me swole up at you, man. We go way back like racism. You know what, brother, I apologize. Yeah, man, me too. What? I said I apologize. Okay, I said me too. Oh, what, you couldn't apologize? Look here. Look here, Melvin, you ain't gonna tell me how to talk. That ain't what you about to do, you know. Old dudes get in their little language. That's their little language movement right there. They don't give a damn. Like, look here, man, I'm gonna tell you like this, ain't. There's your cab, there ain't nothing. All right. He looking at me like, okay, something wrong with this young man. Hell yeah, I'm disturbed. I am. Shit, I went to the doctor, you know. Motherfucker diagnosed me with being schizo. I mean, I'm cool with it. Hell yeah, motherfucking personalities. Ain't shit wrong with it. I'm cool with it. As long as I know about me, it ain't the clap, motherfucker. Hell yeah, shit. You know, motherfucker tried to get me with that bill. He gave me a bill for $1,000. I gave him $500. He talking about with the rest. I said, you said it was 2 of us, right? Nah, I ain't about to pay, hey, motherfucker, I ain't about to pay that shit by myself. Come on, y'all, this nigga crazy. That's what it is. Shout out to the women in here. Y'all looking good. The thick women, I like thick women. Give it up for yourself. Thick women. Okay. All right. Ain't nothing wrong with a thick woman. Nothing wrong with it. Any chick smaller than me, you sick. And if you sneeze and cough in the same sentence, you got it. Like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and bounce back. You know. That's where you got to be careful who you smoke with. You got to be careful. Yeah. Smoke cigarettes. Man, you talking about smoke what? What you looking for? Yeah, smoke what? Maybe you got something what I want. No. I was about to smoke this cigarette, man, and this girl I know, you know, I know her. She was like, let me hit that. You know, I knew her, so I let her hit it. She hit the cigarette and blew it out hard, looking mad. I said, what's wrong? She said, I just gave this dude some head. He didn't give me my money. I said, yeah, you can go and keep that. Yeah, you ain't shit, bitch. I'll stab your ass for that one. Took my last smoke, motherfucker. Ain't shit wrong with the motherfucking big girls. I love them, you know. Fellas looking at me like I'm nasty. Some of y'all do it to anything. They will. They can kick a hole through a wall, draw a woman around it. Motherfucker still hit it. Come out smiling like, what's wrong? Shit, I just got me some drywall. 2 weeks later, the motherfucker in the clinic. What happened, man? This bitch gave me asbestos. What was her name? Mesothelioma, some shit like that. You better jack off, motherfucker. You can't catch nothing but jacking off, but calluses. Ain't shit wrong with it. Hey, big girls got the juices out. Skinny women sound like you fucking rusty pipe that. Pull your dick out and all your skin gone. Like, you got burnt. Your dick so hot and red, your shit act like Morgan Freeman from that movie Lean On Me. Look out, look what you did to my dick. You burnt all the skin off my dick. I say you wouldn't fuck around with it. You killed my dick. You killing me. Yeah. You said that's it, and I'm gonna do some more. Hold on, mama. Damn, you know you got $20 more? Call me an Uber. That's what it is, you know. No, I just want to leave off on a hot note, man. You know, on a hot note, I want to give a big shout out to my dog, Mr. Richard Pryor. Yes, sir. Richard will always live. Damn right. Rich cold, you know. That's what I act like when me and my wife get into it. I act like Richard Pryor, just try to make her laugh to ease the pain and the tension in the atmosphere. I knew. She was like, oh, you gonna come in the house all late. I'm like, shit, motherfucker, don't I pay bills in this bitch too? Shit, you know, what the fuck you questioning me for, right? You know, who the fuck you think you is? You know, I'm your wife, bitch, you my life, right? Shit, we get down, right, baby? You know, goddamn. You know. Thank you for those twos and fews. Yeah. Right on. Yeah, my birthday coming up and throwing in the library. Y'all can come, but you gotta be quiet. Yeah. All right, but no, I gotta get up out of here on some real shit, man. Y'all take it easy, Brooklyn. Love y'all. Peace.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is H to the OP. I used to move snowflakes by the OC.
Come on, y'all, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up.
Call me CEO of the ROC.
I want to thank you guys for being a part of Laughaholics Live. Give yourselves a round of applause for being an incredible audience. Let's give it up for all the comedians that hit the show tonight. Please clap it up for all of them.
What's the collective noun for anti-hero? A gang of anti-heroes? Is it a murder of anti-heroes? A brood of anti-heroes? Oh, right. Who cares? From BRIC in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Bacon, and this is Glitter and Doom, a show about artists and cultural creators who are responding to the most pressing issues of our times. Maybe that was a controversial statement. I know my entire social circle was held in the thrall of TV shows like The Sopranos, Mad Men, and Breaking Bad. Shows that had you rooting for complicated men who did bad things, like very bad things, but still managed to be charming, sympathetic, and even lovable. You would watch these men cheat on their wives, traumatize their children, commit literal murder, and walk away thinking, isn't he compelling? And these shows were written by smart people, so there would always be backstory and rationale. Even if these anti-heroes had wonky moral compasses, they could always justify their bad choices. Doesn't that sound terrible? I mean, maybe it didn't back in 2010 when the world was full of hope and I didn't know what the word emoluments meant. But now? Especially when you have, like, Kevin Spacey playing one such complicated man who does bad things but isn't a villain, and then it turns out he's been accused of sexually assaulting teenage boys for decades. No, I'm sorry, that is a villain. And while the Kevin Spaceys of the world surely have their own stories full of pain and complexity, I'm just not interested in those being the stories that we hear all the time. Thank God for Jamie Attenberg. She's written 7 novels, and not a single one of them stars a male antihero. Her latest book, a family drama called All This Could Be Yours, does feature a Tony Soprano-like character as the patriarch of the family. But Attenberg puts him in a coma on the very first page and spends the rest of the book telling the stories of those he has abused. And she does it with both compassion and humor. I sat down with Jamie on the release date of All This Could Be Yours to talk about toxic masculinity, Me Too, and gender-neutral storage units. Jamie Attenberg.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Happy to be here.
You have a new book out, All This Could Be Yours.
Yes.
And this book is about a family. It takes place when the patriarch of this family, the Tuckmans, suffers a heart attack. And I guess in broad strokes, what happens from there?
So he has a heart attack, and he's like a very bad man. He's like a rich, bad man. In the first 2 pages, he has a heart attack, and he goes straight into a coma, where he remains for the rest of the book. So I sort of dispense with him in that way. And I really was more interested in the family members, and they all arrive, or some of them don't, but they arrive at his bedside in New Orleans, in a hospital in New Orleans, and they start to contend with this person. His wife, Barbara, his daughter, Alex, his daughter-in-law, Twyla, and he has a son, Gary, and they're all sort of dealing with this person dying who they didn't like very much. In fact, in some instances, loathe.
You call him a bad man, and this is a phrase that recurs throughout the book. And it's applied not only to him, but to other men as well. What is a bad man?
There's so many ways. A man could be bad.
It's
Where do
true.
I start? But
all the colors of the rainbow.
Right. But in this instance, he is, he's abusive. He is a criminal. He's sexist. He had a negative impact on his children, both male and female, in that way. Less the abuse part for his kids, but more about the way that he saw the world and the way that he tried to, consciously or not, impact them with his gaze.
You see his daughter, Alex, who is a mother, newly divorced, trying to grapple with men who are bad in different ways from her father, and how to teach her own daughter, who's a preteen as well, about how to deal with different types of men who are behaving badly.
There's a funny little run in the book where it talks about all the things that she's done in order to get her father out of her head, where she talks about reading feminist books and going to feminist awareness camps and things like that. And she has this moment, this long run of standing at his bedside and talking about all the bad things that he's done to her. And I think that she kind of represents a contemporary woman who, as much as we know things and as much as we're trying to fight off these voices in our head, there's still sort of this thing that kind of remains, this little thin sliver of the patriarchy that runs through us that we would like to get, excised completely. So I think it's impacted her sense of self. I think it's impacted the kinds of men that she chose to partner up with. But also she's still like a strong, confident person. And I kind of wanted to give her half a shot in the world. And I have complicated feelings about her, but I do like her, and I do have hope for her.
It feels like the patriarch of this family, Victor, the bad man, is in many ways stand-in for the patriarchy writ large, and that nobody who he touches gets out unscathed.
Yes, that is correct. I don't know how else
Thank
to
you. We'll just end the interview
We'll
there.
just end the interview there. Correct. Let's burn it all down. I mean, yeah, let me just preface this by saying that all of my books are character-driven. They do not work if the characters don't work. So whatever my political viewpoint is, it's not that it doesn't matter, but first and foremost, I hear characters talking to me. I want to know more about them. I'm interested in their flaws. I'm interested in figuring out how to be compassionate towards them. I'm building a relationship with them as I write a book. What's going on in, outside in the world is always going to filter its way into my work. And I always have strong female protagonists. And I have a long history of having men being shitty to women in my books and really trying to process it. And so this is not my first book that I've talked about these matters at all, but it's perhaps the most head-on that I've taken it. And I really did want to know how this toxic male impacted them. So it's really about the impact, and it's less about, I'm just so uninterested in him. But I do give him attention. But I'm like, I don't want to give you too much attention. Like, you already get so much. You already suck up so much attention. So, like, what does a book look like where we give them the least amount of attention and we really just stick to what the future is going to be?
Bam, you're in a coma from page 1.
You're in a coma. Goodbye. We'll see you later.
Wouldn't that be nice if you just had that power in real life?
Listen, there was a little bit of wish fulfillment going on in this book. And I felt sort of weird about it. And then I thought, if not here, then where?
It's literally fiction.
It's literally fiction, and also it's my freaking book. I try to be as realistic as possible, and I don't think there's anything in this book that's unrealistic. I mean, there isn't a moment in the book where the hospital floor opens up and he gets thrown down to devil comes up and takes him or something like that. That's not what it is. That's not what's happening in this book. But all my books, every piece of art is political,
I think so.
Don't you think so?
I think so, but I think that some
political...
artists are like, no, my art isn't political, my art is pure aesthetic.
No, that's not me. Because it all filters in through you, whether you know it or not. Whether you're consciously choosing to call your character a very bad man, which I do on page 1, or not, it's in you. It's in you. And if you're not letting that core instinct come out in your work, I'm guessing it's not that great work, Do
you ever get that critique from people where it's why do you have to write something so political?
No, I don't think so. I feel like people can connect, all different kinds of people can connect to it because it's, because even if you're not like Barbara, who is married to Victor, who likes all of her shiny objects, and she's definitely just a cold materialistic kind of person. Even if you're not like that, you probably know someone like that. I've had so many people read this book and say, that is my stepmother, or even that's my mother, or I know it's my aunt, or someone like that.
I want to stick with Barbara for a little bit and ask you if you wouldn't mind reading a little bit from the book. So this is a chapter that deals with Barbara, the matriarch of the family, whose husband Victor is in the hospital.
Okay, this is a good one.
Thanks.
Appropriate.
I don't know why I just said thanks as if I wrote it.
No, I mean a good selection. I meant a good selection.
Right.
I mean, I like it, but also that was appropriate. Her daughter wanted to know the truth. Did she now? She checked her step count as a means of distraction from this particular issue in her life. 12,000 steps so far today, this day of mortality. And then that moment was over. Back to her daughter. The steps couldn't save her from all this thinking and feeling that needed to be done. She thought, what good would it do you, Alex, to learn all of your father's flaws, his crimes, his mistakes? What would be the point of it? To know anyone's weaknesses that had never helped Barbara in any way, to know their strengths, what they had to offer her, how they could surround her with things she desired, how they could shield her from the world. Those were the things worth knowing about a person. She continued to walk the rectangular path of the hospital floor, thin and pretty and thin, her mantra as she walked, one she'd repeated for decades. Where it came from precisely, she was unsure, only that it had been there for so long it was too late to shake it now. All she knew was if she kept moving, perhaps she would arrive there, at that destination, pretty and thin. Oh, Barbara.
Oh, Barbara.
How did you feel about Barbara?
I mean, you treat your characters with such a great deal of compassion and generosity that I think as someone reading the book, you're inspired to do the same, which I was grateful for because she is kind of a frosty bitch.
Yeah.
But I appreciated that you helped me see the redeemable qualities in her, and that she ultimately was a victim. She was a victim her entire life.
Do you think so? You don't think she was complicit?
I mean, I guess this is a larger question that I have is we tend to judge women who are with bad men harshly.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Melania a lot.
Ugh, do I have to? I was really thinking about all those white women that voted for Donald Trump, and it was a problem that was in the back of my mind. I was obviously furious. How do I understand them, right? Like if I'm not gonna just call them flat out racist, right? Like giving them perhaps the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
What else is going on there? And so that was kind of part of the journey of this book. What else is going on besides racism? Isn't that a terrible thing to say? Racism is just enough anyway, but if there are people out there, and this is a Jewish family too, if there are people out there who would not describe themselves as racist, but still voted for Donald Trump, because there were plenty of people who said that was the case for them. What's going on there? To me, it was about wanting to keep all your stuff, and that's kind of was my starting point. I mean, this book is totally about capitalism, so I just kind of explored it from there.
She's made a deal with the devil in order to have a quote-unquote nice life.
Yes.
Meanwhile, she's getting the shit kicked out of her.
Right, and she's totally miserable.
Right.
Very complicated. I mean, I think I did treat her with compassion, but at the end of it, I still don't really actually like her very much. I want people to read the book and have their own understanding of the book, and maybe they do like her, and maybe they say, oh, it does remind me of my stepmother, who I've made my peace with.
Mm-hmm.
Because I also think, based on some of the press that I've done, people that I've talked to, they've just been like, oh, this is my family. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to talk to them. We've really hit the wall. So many people are hitting the wall right now with their families if they don't agree with them on politics. It's just so much more volatile right now than I've seen in my lifetime. I don't know how you feel about it.
Certainly.
That's actually a privilege that they can say, I have financial security. I have had an education. I have somehow within me enough confidence to know that I can walk away from this family. I'm independent, and that they can walk away from it. I mean, that's like why why writing about family is amazing for a writer, because you can just write about America so easily. You can just deposit America. There's just enough. You just can keep adding family members if you choose.
America's sort of like one big fucked up family.
Oh, for sure. But everywhere is, yeah.
This occurs in the past, where Barbara's mother, who her kids are very attached to, and who basically raised them and tried to protect her grandkids from their terrible father.
Yes.
She passes away, and they're grieving, and it enrages their father. And Barbara says to her husband, I'm sorry that our children don't know the right way to be sad.
Ugh. God, it's so fucked up.
Yeah, what is the right way to be sad for Barbara and for Victor?
To not be sad. To just be, I mean, they meet sitting Shiva, and they're very wry. They have a very shared sensibility that this is all just, it will be over soon.
He jokes about killing her father for her while sitting Shiva.
Honestly, it's a very funny line. So
I love a man with a sense of humor.
I love a man with a sense of humor. Yeah. Yeah. They're not. Victor is like a very cynical about life in general. I think he thinks about things like he's wearing a skin suit, and then eventually it's just like you die, and then the skin suit goes away, and then you're just dead. And he's a mercenary. He's just going to take whatever he wants in this life.
One thing that I really liked about Victor was that everybody else has the luxury of having a backstory, but he doesn't really get one. Like he
gets like a little one.
A little bit, but he kind of arrives in our lap already a bad man.
Yeah. I just don't care what his backstory is. It doesn't matter to me. I could outline with you the 6 points in the book that I made sure to give him a backstory. So I knew that I'd done my job as a writer. But generally what I'm trying to say is, like, we know enough about who these men are. And if you swap in, you could swap in a million details, but you would eventually get the same kind of story out of it. And it's enough. I don't care. I'm done listening. They've talked my ear off. They're talking everyone's ear off, and it doesn't matter to me.
I'm sure they'd like to explain to you.
Sure, the story of their lives.
Yeah.
They're fascinating men. I remember when I was in in college, I worked at a country club in the summer, and I don't think I knew that that's how men were until that experience. Every single one of those men would just say to me, "Oh, are you going to write a book about us?" And I was like, "You are the least interesting person I've ever met in my entire life." And it was like an entire summer of men just telling you how fascinating their lives were, right? It was like a big turning point. So I think I know. I got it.
Right.
I know who these men are.
Look,
And
ultimately, you did sort of write a book about them.
Yeah.
In some ways.
In a coma.
Yeah, exactly. Put all of those men in the country club in a collective coma.
Yeah.
I want to come back to the excerpt that we had you read, because there's a lot about bodies in this book and women and their relationship to their own bodies. So Barbara, who is called Barbie by her husband, her mantra is pretty and thin and pretty. Towards the end, her husband comes on to her again sexually, and she says to herself, "This flesh exists, and thus you do too." And she seems to have reduced herself in many ways to a body, to a thin body and a pretty body. How does this impact her daughter and her granddaughters?
I mean, they're just fighting it off. Alex is trying to figure out how to view her body, and is pretty good about viewing her body as a source of strength, and something that will that will get her from place to place, and will give her energy, and will help her to be a good mother if she feels good about her body, and strong in the face of whatever's happening with her father. All of those things. I mean, before she goes to visit her father, she goes to the gym, right? She gets her energy up by going to the gym. She gets that little rush going to the gym. So I think she's done a really good job of it, but she talks about it and thinks about it, and I felt like it was an important conversation for a character to have. I hadn't written that conversation before. Definitely Alex, I think she's just trying to make sure that whatever her father did, she does not want to carry it with her anymore, and she definitely does not want to pass it on to her daughter.
There's a moment when she has a sexual encounter with a man in New Orleans, a pretty anonymous encounter, and he grabs her ass, and he mentions like, "Oh, like keeping it tight." And she...
Did you laugh? I laughed so hard when I was writing that.
I did laugh, because also then it goes into her interior monologue, which is like, "I'm not keeping it tight for you, brah. Like, I'm keeping it tight for me so I can live a long and healthy life."
Yeah.
But then what she says is like thanks.
Yeah, she's just like, just shut up and say thank you so I can get to wherever I'm going to get to with this guy. Yeah, I'm glad that you picked up on that, because I wanted to show her struggle. But she grew up in a house with a man who had like a garage full of porn magazines. Not porn magazines behind the cupboard, but porn magazines just out in the garage. So that impacts the way that you see yourself.
And the one major act of violence, she's mostly spared, her brother is not, but the one major act of violence that he commits against his daughter is related to her weight, right? It's when she goes through a chubby phase and he comments on it.
Yeah.
And she lashes back. And
yeah, she comments on his appearance. It's a lot, I think, in America to fight against the images that we see. But I think the kids today are doing all right. I'm about to be 48 next week, and I feel like it's so different now than it was when I was growing up. So it gives me like a lot of hope, and I feel like the younger generation in this book has a lot of hope.
You really feel that too, and this is sort of the afterword, when the youngest generation of the family, these two female cousins, are reconnecting as young adults. And it really feels like, yeah, they're going through their own shit, but that they're going to be okay.
Yes.
That they've somehow managed to disrupt this cycle of family violence and trauma. How do we do that?
I don't know. We talk, right? We talk. We don't assume anything. I'm not a parent, so I don't know. But we write, we make art, I think, that discusses it or moves beyond it. We have to make things that look like the world that we want it to be.
Right.
And that's, I mean, at least as artists, I think that's how we start. I mean, I always have strong female protagonists. Complicated, flawed, but strong female protagonists. You'll never catch me having a book that stars a man. And even if this book is about a bad man, it's really not at all.
I want to ask about the cover of this book, which is a storage unit.
Yes.
The storage unit is actually a plot point. It's also a metaphor.
Yes. Family secrets.
I'm curious about your last book, All Grown Up, had more of a like quote unquote cover for women, right? Much has been written about like covers for men, covers for women.
I've had all kinds of covers. I have lots of thoughts on covers. I have 7 books worth of covers and paperback covers and foreign covers and things like that. I mean, it was the UK cover and we used it here, and my editor said to me, this cover is a winner, but I think if I had to do it over again, I wouldn't have had that cover. But it like looked a little too fun or something, or I don't know. I mean, I guess you're saying it's like a women's cover. I thought it was, I don't know. I trusted, I mean, it worked to a certain extent, but it also meant that men were probably not going to pick it up.
Well, and that's my question was, is that in the back of your mind when you're designing this cover, for example?
So I said to them, one of my requirements was that there would be no woman on this cover. I said, you figure it out, but we're not having a woman on a cover again, because you get put in a box. You automatically get reviewed by women, automatically, which I love women. I want them to review it, but I also know that there's a difference that comes with, and I want to have a balance. This book, I did not really get a lot of coverage in women's magazines. But I did get more kinds of coverage. I mean, I want coverage in all the magazines, but I also don't want to prevent anyone from reading my work. And I don't want to lie to a woman who's going to pick up that book and think that it's going to be a fun, rollicky ride. You know, I mean, it's funny. It's a funny book, but it's also like a very dark book too. You know?
Well, also, I hope that men do read this book, and I know that it's hard to get men
this
to
book
read
any book. Please read a damn book.
Read a book.
Yeah.
Read a book, but especially read a book with a female protagonist. And one that talks about toxic masculinity and cycles of violence. But I feel like, you know, guys are so turned off by that.
Don't want to make a sweeping generalization here, but I feel like men who don't read a lot of fiction, because men tend to read nonfiction, that is a fact. Men who will read fiction will read maybe one novel a month or one novel every 2 months, and it's not going to be the lady on the cover book.
Right. But I also feel like we're talking about having to trick men into consuming art that is about shitty men.
Okay, but that's how marketing works. That's not really a big surprise.
No, but I think that it is, crucial that men engage with this topic that is unpleasant and that women have to engage with all the time.
My last book, I wished so many men had read that book. Like, I was like, here is a very incredibly female experience through all the stages of her life. And I would have loved to put that book into hands of so many men and say, maybe you could just try to understand what it's like for a second out there for us.
It's a slim volume.
Yes. It's fast, guys. It's a fast read.
In the end, and as long as we're talking about the plot, what brings him low is not all of the illegal activity that we've been told throughout the book that he is definitely up to, but it's sexual harassment. It tickled me.
Yeah.
But also, do you feel like do
you think that's wish fulfillment?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that it's happening more. I mean, I wrote it started in November 2017 and finished it summer of 2018. So there was like a lot of that was going on. I did want him to sort of get taken down by women rather than criminal
tax
courts.
code.
Right. Tax code's boring. Although I will take whatever we can do to take these people. I'll take whatever. Yeah. Tax code takes too long.
Was Kavanaugh happening at all while you were writing? Was that the time frame?
Kavanaugh was summer. I had finished it mostly. I watched the Kavanaugh hearings in Italy, actually. I was on tour, and I had like 2 days off. And I was like, well, I guess one of my days off is sitting in this Airbnb in Sicily and watching and crying everything
Thanks
that's going on.
Thanks a fucking lot, Brett.
Yeah.
Could be on the beach.
Yeah, right. But Kavanaugh is playing into. I'm doing my next book is nonfiction, so he's playing, and that is also in part about bad men in a way. It's about ghosts, but it's also about bad men. I don't know if you're on Twitter or not on Twitter. You might be a saner person if you're not on Twitter. But when all the Me Too stuff happened, it was just this insane experience online, where every single person I knew on my feed that was a woman was, because the men all kept their mouths shut, was sharing their experience. And so it was just days of saying, I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm so sorry that happened to you, over and over and over again, or feeling that way, and just being very, very sad for a long time. I know that Me Too was uplifting or not uplifting, but energizing, I should say, for some people. But it was also like a massive traumatic experience, I think. And because everyone was reliving everything over and over and over again. And so I had a moment where I sat down. I haven't said this in any interviews, but I sat down and I wrote every morning in a journal. Like, it exists. There's this book that I should probably just burn, but it was like every terrible thing that a man has ever done to me that existed in one book, which is like, I've been getting sexually harassed for 30 years of my life because I'm 47. And it certainly started when I was 15 or 16. It still happens to this day. It still happens. I'll walk down the street and somebody will say something to me. 30 years of it. Like, it's just so, I mean, I didn't think of it as 30 years until very recently, because it was happening. Something happened and I just thought, how am I not done with this yet? Like, and so I wrote down as much as I could remember and how I thought it had impacted me, because I couldn't go any further with anything that I was working on until I did that. And I really believe that you make the art that's right in front of your face, and then you move on. But maybe you don't do anything with that art. And this wasn't even art; it was just cleansing, I guess. And I did that before I ever started this book. I wanted to see if there was any wisdom that I gained, anything I'd learned. And so maybe in a couple places it's filtered into this book, maybe through Alex more than anything else. Even though I'm not her, but I think that there's that feeling of not being able to escape it no matter what you do.
Was it hard for you to remember all of those moments, especially ones that were decades old? I mean, I guess speaking personally, the Me Too movement has helped me realize that there were many moments that I immediately tucked away or,
of course,
said weren't a big deal that obviously were sexual harassment. Was it hard to recall those and dredge those back up?
No, I remember. I remember. I mean, I put them away, but we just live with it. But I think that women, because it happens to us so much, we're just like, all right, moving on. I don't feel like dealing with this. Or it's like another guy said something super fucked up to me on the street. It's Tuesday. Of course somebody said something. But like all those, there's an accrual. There's an accrual in it, and it definitely takes its toll. And so we build these little defenses against it so that we can live our life. But I actually think that we do need to acknowledge it from time to time. We can't let it take over our lives. That's the fight. Women are like fighting for their lives and their personal strength and confidence and sanity every single day of our lives. We're doing it all the time. And it's not a thing that men are asked to do, ever. I mean, sometimes, but really not ever, not in the way that we are, where we're targeted all the time.
Right.
So we build up, we take care of ourselves so that we can function in the world. But every once in a while, the dam has to break, I think.
And women are literally fighting for their lives.
Fighting for their lives, not just, yes,
absolutely,
all the time.
Right.
Every day, we're fighting for our lives in a way that men will never, ever have to.
Jamie Attenberg, thank you so much for joining me today. The book is All This Could Be Yours. It's out wherever you get your
Please
books.
Buy 1,000 copies of it. Thank you.
Okay, that's the show for today. Thank you so much for watching. And if you are seeing this on television, a reminder that Glitter and Doom is also, and perhaps primarily, a podcast. There are elements on the podcast that you can't see on the broadcast version, so find it wherever you listen.
When I DJ, it feels like electric. It's almost like I have my fingers on a ball of energy, and the energy is like an exchange between the audience and each other and myself. It feels pretty amazing.
Things are good, you know.
What's
It's a Tuesday night in Bushwick.
Oh yeah.
As the invitation said.
Yeah, so we're gonna be doing some celebrating. It's insane to have a law that stops you from dancing. You know, that seems like that should be a human right. Like you should be able to dance wherever you want to dance.
The cabaret law was introduced back in the late 20s during Prohibition to go after establishments that were actually selling alcohol at a time where alcohol was illegal. After Prohibition, administrations at the time were using it during the 30s and 40s during the Harlem Jazz Renaissance to go after jazz clubs that were heavily patroned by people of color because one, they didn't want any intermingling. There were a lot of white folks who were going to the jazz clubs. And two, they just see those venues as nuisance venues. If you were a musician, you had to carry a cabaret card. It was the black musicians that would lose their cabaret card for committing misdemeanor crimes, probably using drugs or getting involved in fights. That was used as a way to keep them out of the scene.
The cabaret law definitely affected me. In 2010, I was a venue owner. I owned a DIY warehouse space in Greenpoint. Eventually, the cops got wind of it, and they would use the cabaret law as an excuse to get inside. They're like, "Where's your cabaret license?" And we're like, "We don't have one." And they're like, "Well, we know people. You know, we hear the music. We know people are dancing." They'd come in, and then they'd start arresting people if they found them doing anything they weren't supposed to be doing. You could see them immediately go towards the people of color and target them. Eventually, we had to close down because of that problem.
People argue that the cabaret law was just a checklist to make sure that you have all of your ducks in order to be able to be an operating safe club. The word in the street was that the law was actually still being used to crack down on music venues, and more often than not, venues patroned by people of color, patroned by artists, and patroned by the LGBT community. If you go back to 2015 and look at all of the bars that were cited with violations for dancing, they were all in those communities that I just mentioned. On October 31st, we finally were able to get the bill to the city chamber's floor. I'm proud to say that we had the support that we needed in order to get this passed, and that support became possible through the help of the grassroots organizers. We packed a room with hundreds of New York City's artists and nightlife operators.
A bunch of friends of mine were involved in repealing it. I attended 2 court hearings, so I was definitely involved in whatever way I could be.
And these are the same people that I remember being in my 20s hanging out with, or the same kind of community. I was able to tap into that resource and work with them to put pressure around the city. And the city actually saw for the first time publicly that there is real support behind this. When I introduced the bill to repeal the cabaret law, I also took on the efforts to create the Office of Nightlife that's going to be dedicated to repairing relationships between the venues, the communities, and work with them to be able to navigate all of the city's onerous laws, but also give nightlife a voice.
It's really like a house full of artists and creatives, and we're all different and crazy and talented, and it's a really great family. Right this way.
New York City's nightlife is a vital part of our city's identity. It's a space where no matter who you are or where you're from, you're able to go out and really fully express yourself. And it's a space where you get to disconnect from the social constructs that are in place and be who you are without feeling that there's someone watching over your head. The repeal of the cabaret law is a signal to all New Yorkers so that when they go out and they listen to their favorite song on the jukebox, or if the DJ is playing your favorite song, you shouldn't be afraid of getting up and dancing.
There are many ways to be civically engaged. It doesn't stop at voting and protesting, although those things are very important and everyone should do them. Positively contributing to change in your own neighborhood that is being led by a member of your own community is an important step towards building civic strength.
I used to work for somebody doing accounting, and I got interested on how bicycles makes people happy, believe it or not. I don't sell bicycles or do anything else. I only do repairs because I believe we can save the world and we can do better if we just use what we have and repair it.
IOB is a nonprofit crowdfunding platform, and we use crowdfunding as a community development tool. Our name stands for In Our Backyards, which is the positive opposite of NIMBY. So we believe that neighborhood residents have the tools, the skills, and the knowledge they need to make positive change where they live, and we give them the resources and training and platform to do so. Sandra is a natural leader in her community. She owns a bike shop. She is well known in the neighborhood, and she had this wonderful idea that came to her that she wanted to fundraise around.
I do marathons, so I train in the park every morning. And one day I was running and I was approaching the big hill, and I noticed a wheelchair with a kid inside. For a second, I just heard this laugh coming down the hill, and it was this little kid in a 16-inch bike riding and telling his father how happy he was going down the hill. So the kid in the wheelchair looked at the kid and almost come off of the wheelchair because he was so excited to hear this laugh. I will say that both of them were almost the same age. And it just broke my heart just to see how the difference between these two kids, the same age, just the difference was that one was in a wheelchair and one was on a bicycle. And that's how adaptability started.
Sandra came to us with a really great idea, this idea for adaptive bikes for youth in the community, and they had a funding need. She just wasn't sure where to go from there. They needed an easy way to share their goals and their project with their community, and then like then what, right? Like what am I supposed to do after that story is posted online? And so we set up a call. Yeah, you can post an update and add a picture. A lot of folks think that crowdfunding is really easy. You just have to put a couple pictures up, post a few sentences about their need online, and the dollars will just come rolling in, and that's just simply not the fact. I provide technical assistance to Sandra as she needs it. She's very busy, and so running the shop 7 days a week, and I'm here to help with any sort of technical assistance that she may need along the way. And I'm also here to help when she's identified an opportunity in the community, like a storytelling point. I'm also here to help her leverage the crowdfunding campaign and implement a strategy that can help get the word out to an even broader network.
So his bicycle has a lot of things. He has like straps to hold his legs, his arms. He has to hold his head because he has kind of like
Actually, IOB is functioning as her fiscal sponsor. Because Sandra's project is a public benefit project, she wanted to be able to raise tax-deductible dollars, and that's one of the reasons she came to IOB.
They have an awesome system. And once you sign in and you present your project, you get approved for it, they keep motivating you to keep going. The next thing that you need to do.
A lot of what we do is train people and give people the tools that they need to become comfortable asking for small donations from within their community.
We have a program. We take donations, so we have a company that do custom-built bicycles. And what it is we pick a child that has disabilities, and we donate the bicycle to them.
What we found is that, even if someone only gets $5 out of someone that they ask, what's actually built is, something on the asker side.
Adaptability, that's the name of the program. You can click in there, and it will take you to the site where you can donate. or you can go to IOBY.
They gain confidence in their ability to bring in funding, and on the donor side, it's contributing something positive to, a project in their own community. So actually what's exchanged is more than just $5.
I had a little girl that came with her savings. She says, oh, I saved my whole week of lunch money to give it. So it broke my heart. I was like, oh my God.
One of the things that we've found works best with crowdfunding is the more tangible your project can be, the better.
Tell me when Diego's gonna get his bike.
We're hoping for next week. The bicycle will be here.
Cool.
Once we put it together, we're gonna contact his family and we're gonna have everybody here to give him the bicycle. We are gonna do a new update on the site.
Sandra's doing a really, really great job with their fundraising. They're leveraging the community relationships that they've been building to drive a lot of traffic to the page, to get donors to get engaged with the online fundraising effort. They've just been doing a really fabulous job getting local media attention and sharing news and updates along the way. We advocate building relationships through storytelling during a crowdfunding campaign, not just asking folks for money over and over again. And so we could really see that Sandra is doing all of the right things, following up with folks, sharing the news and updates, and really engaging people with the story of bringing this bike to the youth.
Today is our special day and we are giving our first adaptability bike out. And we are just waiting for Diego.
So the project that I've been working on for the last year and a half is a photojournalism project about the lives of Chinese takeout and restaurant workers here in New York. I started talking to people in Brooklyn because I live here in Crown Heights. When I had just moved here, I realized how popular Chinese takeout was. I mean, of course, I always knew it was popular in America, but I had never lived in a place where there was a Chinese takeout on every block. So I was really fascinated about how it's so much a part of American culture, yet we don't often think about the people who work in the industry, or we might not even think of them as Americans, but they have come to America to kind of to change their lives, and to oftentimes they're looking to have their own American dream here. And so I'm half Chinese, and I grew up in California around like a lot of Chinese Americans and Asians. When I started this project, it was out of a personal interest to know what the lives of restaurant and takeout workers are like. But in the process, I started to ask more questions about my own family history. And I actually learned, which I had never heard before, that my great-grandfather, who came to the US in 1915 from Toisan, China, at one point actually owned and operated a Chinese restaurant in Los Angeles, Chinatown. And I mean, it should have been, to some extent, almost every Chinese immigrant family that comes here has some connection to the food industry. But it really surprised me that that was part of my own family history and made the project a lot more meaningful. Hey, ni hao. As I said, when I started this project, I just started walking into Chinese takeouts in my neighborhood, and probably the most popular and visible takeout that I see almost every day if you walk down Franklin Avenue in Crown Heights is Happy Walk.
因为你不能来我的照片展览，我要给你你的照片。是觉得怎么样？
很好，很漂亮。
那你觉得做饭给美国人中国餐怎么样？
很好，很高兴。
很高兴。那你决定来美国的时候，你为什么要来？
生活。
生活。
对呀，那个时候我来的时候，中国一天才赚5块钱。我88年来的，中国才赚5、6块钱。对不对？来了美国可以多赚一点钱。
It is a lot of hard work standing in a kitchen with a hot wok, with knives, you know, they're occupational hazards. So I wanted to better understand that experience.
对，一开始的打工呢，也是做十几个钟头，一天就是赚50、60块钱。还要受那个做工的人气呀、疏忽气，哎呀，好辛苦的，反正慢慢的熬出来。这个清泉。
One of the things that surprised me too is that a lot of people will tell you, yes, it's 很辛苦, it's a very hard, bitter work that we have to do.
那时候给人家打工打多久啊？
几年嘛。
然后就存了钱，
然后存了钱就开了餐馆。那星期老婆来了，回到大陆结婚。那星期老婆来，想办法辛苦。
But at the same time, they recognize the benefits, and the reason why they're here was for a better life, for a better opportunity, especially for their children if they have families. So I have an exhibition now of the photography and the stories of the different people that I've interviewed and photographed, and also tell others about some of the issues that workers face within the industry that have not been talked about in mainstream media. So for example, there's an e-bike ban in New York State, which means a lot of delivery workers are working less or have less mobility because they're no longer able to use e-bikes. And that's kind of a very divisive issue among different New Yorkers. And so one of the things that's been really great about the show is having people come in and actually spend the time reading about the issues. But now that I have gone through the process of creating the show with specific photographs and stories to go with them, I'd really love to see it travel. So I do hope to potentially pitch it to other galleries or institutions across the country. It'd be great to just widen the scope in terms of who we can reach with the show.
Edibles can be a lot of fun. I think that they can be used for medicinal purposes. I think that cannabis consumption in edibles is this, burgeoning new field, but it's also been going on for thousands of years.
I got started when I was in college. I paid for school out of pocket. I did have a job on the side as well, but in order to pay for tuition, I just ended up having a source for weed, so why not make pastries?
This is really not something new, but the ways in which edibles are being displayed and created, it's this whole new world. And so it's really fascinating to go to legal states and see where these ganjapreneurs are taking medical cannabis. It's not just pot brownies and cookies anymore. It's really gourmet chocolate and candies, and that it's not just about getting high, it's about healing ourselves.
Joyce is pretty much the same process as the peanut butter cups. Pretty much throw everything into your bowl and then you mix it. So if someone wants a custom order or anything that isn't off my basic menu, if you will, first question is it just for you or is it for other people?
The approximate cost of an edible is really far-reaching. It could be anywhere from $10 to $60. I think it's a matter of quantity and then also quality too.
how much are you willing to spend? That's the second question, because most people don't realize how expensive it is, especially when you increase the dosage. All the normal questions, just also confirming how many people want to get stoned and how stoned you want them to be.
There's these cannabis dinners, and there's people who are offering 9-course gourmet meals.
I wanted to bring people together in a very intimate atmosphere over a shared experience. So we call this the art of social dining. So it's not really just like we're cannabis chefs. We actually don't even like to be called cannabis chefs. We actually just love to cook, to entertain, and to hang out with great people. So this whole experience started by Sunday night dinners with me and my wife, me and friends, inviting a couple people over. That turned into people going, I could bring somebody else. Then somebody offered us their common area in their building, and then we started doing small dinner parties. We're doing our kind of play on a surf and turf menu. So we did like a deconstructed salad, a wedge salad with some prosciutto, some walnuts, some pears, some French, some fresh textures, some crunchy textures, some sweet, sour, bitter, all of that. For this one, we infused the buttermilk ranch dressing with a little bit of our extra virgin olive oil. So a lot of the times people look at us and they go, oh, you guys are a cannabis chef and that's all you guys kind of really do. But it's really kind of the opposite. What we do is responsible consumption through proper dosing. It's really kind of reintroducing people to a relationship we believe people had with the plant when it was first put onto this planet.
New York decided to pass the New York Compassionate Care Act.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
With a classic sound that's hip and profound, artist Rue, aka Whitney Brown, reimagines old school R&B with all the sass and swagger of Generation Now. And congratulations, you all have earned a front row seat for this trip down musical memory lane, complete with a sonic view of what our history has gifted to our future. I am your host, Queen God is, encouraging you and you to get ready for another soulful ride on B-Side. Let's go, Brooklyn. Keep it locked.
get me out your way is, baby, can you leave? All you gotta do, have a little faith in me. All you gotta say to get me out your way is, baby, can you leave? All you gotta do, have a little faith in me. Yeah. All you gotta say to get me out your way is, baby, can you leave? All you gotta do, have a little faith in me. Yeah, yeah. All you gotta say to get me out your way is, baby, can you leave? Yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All you gotta do, have a little faith in me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All you gotta say to get me out your way, baby, can you leave?
Well, let us begin. First things first, I need to give a couple of shout outs. The first thing is to the audience for trekking here in the snow. Give yourselves a round of applause. The second is to those shoes. Give those a round of applause in this beautiful ensemble.
Every girl loves that.
To the movement and to this sample, Damn It Gina, which is our first history reference check of the 90s classic Martin. Thank you for that. And we are here with Rue Brown. And there's so much to talk about because you are through and through a well-rounded artist. So let's begin 5 years ago, 2012. A really special woman gave you a really special message, and that message was the message that I would say jump-started your career in this way. You were a trained dancer, and then you transitioned into being this all-around musician, vocalist. And that message was use your voice. Tell us about who gave you that
Wow,
message
you found
and how
that.
important that person is, and who was she?
Okay.
Is she?
I didn't expect us to start off that heavy.
Yes.
That person was my mom.
Yes. Give a round of applause to your mom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, yes, my mom was a Renaissance woman, as they say. So she did everything from publicity to music to comedy to editing and journalism. And one thing that she always told me was, Whitney, you can do so much more, you know? And I always was like, I'm a dancer, don't bother me, I'm trying to do my dance thing. And before she passed away, suddenly, she told me to use my voice. And I took it as a passage, you know, just like, wow, okay, this is the last thing she had to say to me as a piece of advice. So since then, I just picked up my pen. I used my pen to get out the feelings I was feeling about her passing. And it just started to translate into, you know, maybe she's right. This is a part of me. This is actually something that I'm good at, I enjoy, and it gives me therapy. And any musician I've worked with always says music should be your therapy.
It should.
And if it stresses you out, stop making it. So until it starts stressing me out, I'm going to continue using this voice.
What was your mom's name?
My mom's name was Janice Lee Brown.
Janice Lee Brown, we want to acknowledge her because I know that she's proud. I've only known you for probably 30 minutes. And I feel proud vicariously. That said, with the message of use your voice, especially all of us who are facing speechlessness in this day and age with everything that is going on, that's a very powerful message, so thank you for that. I would like for you to use your voice to introduce us to all of these beautiful people who are supporting you in this journey right now.
So on Backbone, we have David Frazier Jr.
Hey, David.
Yes, give it up for David. On bass, we have Dominic Masana.
Hey.
Yeah. On keys, we have Miss Kala Brave.
Kala.
And on background vocalist, we have Miss Afi Bijou.
Hi, Afi.
And we have Olutayo Bosere.
Yes, Olutayo. And I mean, more than vocals, they got the the interpretive
they're
movements.
Both dancers
Yes,
as well
yeah,
as
we can tell.
Singers in their own right.
We can tell. So you are from DC, and I want to know, DC has a very rich music and art scene. Tell us a little bit about the transition from DC to Brooklyn and what that was like as you the person, right? But then also you the artist.
Well, I ended up out here because I went to SUNY Purchase College. I was in the Conservatory of Dance for 4 years, and I was training hard in dance, and I had a lot of friends that I made there that were from here. So they got me in early with like the whole game of like auditioning and like doing all these things, and I was like, okay, you know, and these are things we have available in DC, but not in abundance like we have here. So I got like the bug of that really quickly. Like I got addicted to like, oh, I love this hustle of like audition, get money, sing, perform, get money, have fun, you know. So I just stayed here. I was like, why am I gonna go back home when I've like figured out all these things I can be doing, all these areas I can use for people to see what I do. So I've just been here, and all my friends are still my college friends, and like new friends I've met on gigs and things we've created. So it's been amazing. I love New York.
Audition, get money. Audition, get money.
Because Brooklyn reminds me of DC. That's actually what really made me settle here.
Really?
Because when I go to the Bronx, I feel like I'm in New York. I go to the city, I'm in New York. I go other places, I'm like, I remember I'm not home, you know?
Well, we won't be too territorial, but no places like Brooklyn. So sorry, Bronx.
DC. Dang, come on.
But no, we definitely got love for Chocolate City for sure. No disrespect to DC. Except, you know, there's some complicated things happening in DC right now.
Everywhere.
But anyway, keep it on a good note. Speaking of family, starting with your mom, it seems like you have some really proud people in the audience. I want to shout them out real quick because I think one of them might be responsible for this whole ensemble.
It's my dad.
Yeah, okay, so we got your dad in the audience. Hey, Dad.
Yay. Y'all better clap for my dad.
And then who helped you put this look together for today?
Me and Olutayo on FaceTime earlier. I was like, is it working?
Shout out to technology.
I said, is it working now?
Yes.
He couldn't see my feet, but he was like, I trust you. I trust the shoe.
Well, as an artist, and we want to move into the next two songs, but as an artist, we're really excited when it all comes together, like from head to toe, front to back, up and down, inside out. And let's give them a little bit more of how it all comes together. Let's go into what I think we're going to do the next two songs.
Yes.
One is called Ooh, Ah, plain and simple. Put it there, write that, take that, take that. And then the next one is called Nina.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Rue Brown.
Let's do it.
Band, you ready? Brown people, y'all ready?
Root Brown, you ready?
Okay. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Hey, hey, come on. Put one hand in the air now if you're feeling alright. Put two hands in the air now if you're feeling more than fine. We came to get the party started. If that's alright with you. We came to give you what you wanted. If that's alright with you. 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 If it's alright, I don't wear my skirts long, I wear them short. If that's alright with you. Like my men brown and a little strong. If that's alright with you. Got a Jones in my bones for your baby. If that's alright with you. Taste the loud to get a little spacey. If that's alright. My lady say ooh. Say ah. Say ooh. Say ah. My lady say ooh. Say ah. My lady say ooh. Say ah. Came to get down, we got the sound. Clap your hands now.
If that's alright.
We got the moves, we got the grooves, we got on that.
If that's alright.
If you're a queen, know what I mean, let me hear you say.
If that's alright.
If you're a king, doing your thing, let me hear you say.
If that's alright.
My lady say ooh. Say ah. Say ooh. Say ah. My lady say ooh. Say ah. My lady say ooh. Say ah. Hey, hey, come on, babe. Let's go. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. My lady say ooh. Say ah. Say ooh. Say ah. One more time, let's go, let's go. Ooh. Say ah. Can y'all help me out now? Say ooh. Where we at? Ah. Come on, fellas. I know y'all can do it. Say ooh. Uh-huh. Say ah. And all my ladies say ooh. Ah. Ooh. Hey. Say ah. There you go. Ooh. You can help me out. Say ah. All my ladies say ooh. Say ah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Yeah. Appreciate y'all help out with that one. All right? Yeah. This next song is called Nina, and the reason it's called Nina is because I'm so heavily inspired by Nina Simone. I'm sure a lot of us are, but she was so incredible. And she has these lyrics that she used that she said, she's okay except when soft rains fall. And I can't tell you how young I was that attached to me, that I understood what kind of sentiment that meant. So this song, I included that, and that's Sentiments of Nina. Yeah? for you. I get along without you very well. Of course I do. Of course I do. I get along without you very well. Whoa. Of course I have. Well, of course I have. Said when soft rains fall from leaves that I recall, I get along without you very well. Said when soft rains fall from leaves that I recall, I get along without you very well. I got nothing else to give you, and even if I did, I'm sure I'll share it with you. You see, the first mistake I made was giving my heart to you. And yeah, we had to make mistakes, don't think it was all you. I don't think you understand. Even when I wrote in the palm of my hand, even when I built you that monument, oh, even when I wrote in the palm of my hand, even when I built you that monument, oh, sitting on this stoop looking for you. Another day I miss you when you coming home, boo. Really wanna call you, but if you don't pick up the phone, I'm gonna feel so alone. We promise to always forgive but never forget. Patience is a virtue since the day we met. Trials and tribulations are the things I regret. Put your hands in the air if you feel me. Nothing else to give you. And even if I did, I'm sure I share it with you. You see, the first mistake I made was giving my heart to you. And yeah, we had to make mistakes, don't think it was all you. I don't think you understand. Even if I wrote in the palm of my hand, even when I built you that monument, hey, even when I wrote in the palm of my hand, even when I built you that monument, hey, say ooh.
For those of you who are just tuning in, this is Rue Brown giving us a little bit of jazz, soul, hip hop. She calls herself eclectic and soulful. We just heard Ooh Ah and then an ode to Nina Simone called Nina, who is the consummate artist. Black History moment, Black Future moment, Black Timelessness moment.
Yes.
Nina Simone, classically trained pianist, composer, vocalist, activist, and everything woman, Obia woman. Let's talk about that song and like what she has done for you and getting you to this moment here today.
Just like you speaking of her now, it's just one can only hope to live this life, leave it, and have people speak about them in that way and say that they really tried to touch every part of their spirit and that it was so honest. Nina was like not a proclaimed singer in her own right. She never said she was a singer. She wanted to just play the piano, but she had to get the rest of it out, you know? So it's kind of like how I'm explaining to you earlier. It's like me getting something out that, you know, there's a lot of singers who sing greater than me, you know, but I'm a person who's gonna lay it real. Whatever I'm doing, I just wanna lay it down real. And she just always reminded me that the realness is the important part, the spirit of what you're doing, and not always how you're going about it. Just as long as you make sure you leave the spirit where it needs to be at. So that's my whole goal. And so that's why Nina is such a big influence on me.
Well, would you say the realness is, well, the realness, let's leave it at that.
let's
The
leave it
realness,
at
all
that.
things with the realness. So let's talk about the realness of the journey. So it starts with being a trained dancer, and let's talk about the segue from going, being in your body in that way, and then really having to go through the rehearsals, all of the training, and it's not easy, and then having to transfer that into the vocals and being able to carry them both well. What was that transition like for you, and how does being a dancer help you with what you're doing now?
I'm still transitioning.
Okay.
I'm still amongst these amazing musicians and just watching and learning and just trying to be better every day at something. It's interesting to step here amongst people who have, like I was trained for a very long time to dance. And the spiritual part of me loves to sing, and so I don't come from a trained singing background. So it's a bit intimidating sometimes. You step, who you're dealing with, but I have a lot of love and people who are trying to show me and guide me. So to answer your question, I'm still transitioning, and I hope to be continuing transition until I'm out of here. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because if you stop learning, then you stop something.
Well, you've had some good training in a lot of ways. You were in Fela, or in the concert Fela, which is a spinoff of the actual Broadway piece, which comes from the Fela, another Black history, Black timelessness moment, Fela Kuti. Talk about your relationship with Fela, the concert, and where that has.
Another great transition, and she can attest to this. She's in the show with me as well. And I would never call myself an African dancer, but I'm as Black as they come. So I feel like, hey, you guys got to show me what some of these things are. But it is what it is. You get on gigs, you have people who love on you, they show you what the vibe is going to be, and you just jump in the vibe. And that's something that I think I'm good at, is jumping inside of a vibe and just making it my own. So,
well, speaking of jumping inside the vibe and being as Black as they come, let's go into the next song and let's do both of those things. This song is called Time. Give it up for Rue Brown.
Oh, Time, great. She's gonna name it. Time. Peace of mind. I need a little more space, little more time. Figure out if you're mine. Figure out if I'm fine. I need a little more space, little more time. Figure out if I'm fine. To figure out. Little more space, little more time. Figure out if you're mine. To figure out if I'm fine. I need a little more space, little more time. To figure out if you're mine. To figure out if I'm fine. I need a piece of mind. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Put your hands together right now. We're gonna take a little jam right here, yeah? Okay, let's go.
That's something that's very rarely incorporated into the body of music that we're dealing with, and you've done it so well. Why don't you rap to people about that? Because that's something that's very rarely incorporated into the body of music that we're dealing with.
Let's go, our feet. Give them a little something. Come on. Hey, hey, go, our feet. Say, take your time, our feet. Come on, help us. Take your time, our feet. Let's go. Hey, 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 hey. Take your time, our feet. Let's go. Hey, take your time, our feet. Let's go. Oh, take your time, our feet. It's your turn. Come on, Tayo. Get it, Tayo. Go, Tayo. Go, Tayo. Go, Tayo. Take your time. Go, Tayo. Go, Tayo. Go, Tayo. Take your time. Hey, go, Tayo. Go, Tayo. Oh, Millie Rock said, take your time. Go, Tayo. Come on. Let's give it up for Keys. Come on, look. Come on. Give us some. Uh-oh. Give us some, Dom. Let's go. Hey, let's go, Dave. Give us some backbone, backbone, back. Huh. Huh. Hey, take your time, Dave. Take your time, Dave. Let's go. Say, I need a little more space and a little more time. Can you help me out? Come on. Help me say, I need a little more space and a little more time. Help me out. Come on. Say, I need a little more space and a little more time. Uh-huh. I need a little more space and a little more time. That's how we do it. Let's go. I need a little more space and a little more time. Let's go, B-side. A little more space, a little more time. Here we go, Brick. Say a little more space and a little more time. Uh-huh. Hey, need a little more space and a little more time. I need a piece of my hey, I need a piece of mine.
I need a little more space and a little more time.
You gotta make it sometimes.
Yes.
You gotta move out the way.
It must be nice, you know, when you got the vocals going on, but it's extra bonus when you have the movement in your body, because then you can just say that I roll with just some of the dopest drummers, musicians,
Exactly.
dancers, whatever, and some of the most enlightened twerkers on the planet. And you know you have an enlightened twerk.
That's what we
when your
talking
dad
about.
is in the audience being like, that's
what
my
we
baby.
Can't do it too much.
Speaking of time, let's talk about yesterday.
Okay.
Some
Yes.
of you don't know where I'm going with that. Where I am going with that is yesterday is the name of an EP, or a tentative title perhaps,
Yes.
that of a project that you're working on. Yes. It's also the name of a docu-series on the web that you have. Yeah, so let's talk about those two things.
Okay, so yesterday is a live EP that I worked on with some of the people up here on. And, you know, we go back and forth with ourselves when things are ready, when things are so ready, when things are so ready. And I swear I'm trying to tell my crazy self, it's just put it out there. You know, sometimes as artists, you just overthink everything. So the EP is going to drop soon because I am dropping, you know, my release on it. But yesterday is really about a day in the life kind of Rue Brown, and just going through the things I hear externally, the things I'm feeling internally, and just expressing them. And the way that I wanted to get people involved in the project was to do the web series that I started yesterday, which is basically following my crazy self around, seeing things through my eyes, my friends, the musicians I work with, rehearsals I'm in, just randomness, you know, because we're so in a place now in community, that we love being more a part of each other's daily life. So I thought, let me open the doors. And
well speaking of that and being a part of each other's life and then echoing the sentiment of this reality TV generation that we're in, let's talk about your name, Rue. For many people, it'll sound reminiscent of another Rue from Hunger Games, and many people would argue that we're living in a time that seems kind of like a version of Hunger Games. I'm not claiming it, I'm not claiming it, I'm not claiming it. But, you know, these are things that people are thinking about. Where did you get the name? I mean, what does the name mean for you? Yeah.
To be honest with you, the name came to me in a dream shortly after my mom passed. And I saw it written down as R-U, a long, like as if it was a long U, and Brown. And I remember calling my dad, and my grandmother, my great-grandmother's name is Ruby Brown. And I have a lot of cousins who always say I act just like her. They're like, oh, you act just like Ruby. And honestly, my mother's favorite color was red. So I saw it as all these signals like, whew, maybe I should go with this. And I remember asking friends, and they're kind of like, I don't know, it sounds kind of whatever. And I'm like, I'm going to go with it. So
yo, let's go with it. Rue's pretty badass.
It landed on me. I didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed
that's
on me.
right. Well, shout out to all the indigenous folks who make that story worthwhile. Okay, let's go into the next song because we have a lot of material and I want to talk about some more stuff. The next song is called Return. The next two songs, it's Return and Samo.
Okay, you want to do them straight into each other? Yeah,
let's do two back to back.
You heard that?
Give it up for Rue Brown.
Yeah. I'm returning all the things you gave to me. I'm returning all the things that you left behind. No longer see a reason to keep them safe. Here's the part where I redeem my mind. Take back all of this hurt from me. Take back all of this fear. It was yours anyway. No longer will I sit on the edge of this, contemplating these things. Returning to myself today. And maybe one day we can be cool. And maybe one day we can be friends. And maybe one day we can have the answers. We can both be better because of this. And maybe one day we can be cool. And maybe one day we can be friends. And maybe one day we can have the answers. We can both be better because of this, yeah. I take back all the insecurities I built. I take back all the messed up things that I said when we were mad. You know I never meant to break you down like that. I love you more than that, baby. Here's the part where I redeem myself. Take back all the insecurity. Ease my mind. I turn to a place where I can give me all your love, baby. No longer will I sit on the edge of this, contemplating these things. Returning to myself today. And maybe one day we can be cool. And maybe one day we can be friends. And maybe one day we can have the answers. We can both be better because of this. And maybe one day we can be cool. And maybe one day we can be friends. And maybe one day we can have the answers. We can both be better because of this. You know I never meant to break you down like that. I love you more than that. You know I never meant to break you down like that. I love you more than that, baby. You know I never meant to break you down like that. I love you more than that. You know, down like that, yeah. Maybe, and maybe one day we can be friends.
one day we can have the answers. We can both be better because of this. And maybe one day we can be cool. Maybe one day we can be friends. And maybe one day we can have the answers. We can both be better because of this. Same old. Ooh, shit. Oh, same old. Now I call this song Same Old. Anybody in here really love Basquiat? Yes? So Basquiat, his tag used to be same old shit, same old shit. You can't say shit. But same old things, yes? So this is about cycles, breaking cycles, starting new cycles. Maybe you got a good cycle. Yeah. Well, every time I say I'm coming, you say you're leaving. And with everything I gave, you only say I'm receiving. Do we have time to take the road less traveled between us? It seems like a simple thing, but complications precede us. I can't believe the things we said when we argued yesterday. But I know nothing's gonna change the way I feel about you, baby. And time it rain. Oh, we say the same old things, and every time it rains, we say the same old, same old, same old, same old thing. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, whoa, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And every time it rains, well, when the rain stopped, we didn't even notice. Still feeding off the chips on our shoulder. I was confident that we could refocus. We was knee deep, treading shallow waters when love was hanging on a limb. We could try and try again, never sure that we could bend down. Trust with the same old things, hurtful things we can't redeem. Will the cycle ever end for? Every time it rains, we say the same old, we say the same old, we say the same old thing.
This is B-side. We just heard Return and Same Old. And this is singer, dancer, goddess Rue Brown. I want to give a reminder, this is Dominique. I was close. Kala Afi, who's dropping these high note bombs, acting like she ain't doing nothing. We see you. And Olatayu, right? Wow. All right. So this song, Same Old, is an homage to another Black history, Black timelessness moment, Basquiat, visual artist. You have several other visual artists who seem to inspire you, which helps bring this whole thing together. So you have dance in your background, movement, choreography, singing, songwriting, and then the package comes together with the visuals. You've been inspired by Keith Haring, Frank Ape, and another artist, contemporary artist, Tim Okamura, who does beautiful portraits of Black and brown women. Let's talk really, really quickly about the role of visual art for you.
It's something I'm terrible at. So I admire people who can sit and be that tedious about the details and making sure that they pay real homage to what they actually saw. I think it's an extreme art of patience.
It is.
And I really respect people who have the patience to see something not be finished for 5 years.
Right.
You know, it's just like,
but we can argue. I mean, it's super respectable, and we also can argue that you're painting pictures with your presence and with your words. At least that's what it seems like the audience is responding to as they're grooving in the audience. Let's talk about behind the scenes. So we know that you're obviously wonderful in front of the camera, but you do some stuff behind the scenes as a producer. You have a project. And this gives me a quick way to say a shout out to DJ Pudge, who's in the audience, where you do a jam session called Aura Sessions at Bowery Electric, which is really important way of bringing community together. Talk to us briefly about Aura Sessions.
Aura Sessions is something I created when no one was hiring me. And I was determined to not sit still, and I was determined to meet more people, to create more opportunities for them and myself. And also I was really just starting to get into music at the time, so I really wanted to be able to have as much practice area as I could and be able to jam with people and relate and just build with people. And that's exactly what we did. And these two gentlemen especially helped me out every week. They're the backbone of the band. They have a band called Family Tree. So they are the backbone. My sister here has been with me since 4 venues back, you know, just holding down family. All of us up here, we're all really good friends. So we just have created this community, and it's growing, you know, and just out of just the honesty of just wanting to have something for people to come and share.
And commune. Shout out to Family Tree.
Yes, shout out to Family Tree.
And message, when no one is hiring you, create.
Create your own lane.
Create.
Everybody give it up for that. Yeah.
Speaking of create, I want to do another quick shout out to a producer who's in the audience, Omar J of Nothing New. There's lots of artists in Brooklyn who are mustering up everything that they have, whatever machinery, whatever instruments they do or don't have, whatever voice they have, to put stuff out into the world. When can we look forward to another project from you? And what would that project be about, especially in context of everything going on in the world?
Yesterday is going to be probably the first project I release officially. Like I said, it's going to be a live project, and it's shaping up real, real nice. So
I'm excited about that. Do we have a time frame, or we want to stay away from that?
I'm going to stay away from time frame. It makes me anxious.
Yeah.
But it will drop very soon. But yes, that we have Aura Sessions is every first Wednesday of the month at the Bowery Electric. So our next one is the 1st.
Okay.
All of us will be there. We jam.
Aura Sessions is the first Wednesday of every month.
Yeah, and
Bowery
we always
Electric.
have featured artists that we invite to come through, and then we jam at the end. We usually have multimedia things going on, artists painting, people dancing. We're trying to make it not just a musician hub, but an artist hub. So
an artist hub, make room for all of it. Speaking of making room, which is an important theme in the world, like the capacity to make room, that there's enough for everyone to fit and to be honored. Let's go into this next song, which is titled American Dream, and we would like to hope that as we wake up from our nightmarish slumbers, that we can create what the American dream really should be, which is room for everyone to exist and to be freely and as fully as they possibly can be. Give it up one more time for Rue Brown.
And we're going to give it up for the drummer, because we're going to get the drummer some. Ain't that right, Dave? Hey, I get a drummer some. Ow, get a drummer some. Oh, hey, get a drummer some. Help me out, y'all. I get a drummer some. Let's go, y'all. Get a drummer some. Get a drummer some. Get a drummer some. This for all my dreamers out here. Do we have any dreamers in the building? Put your hands in the air if you got a dream. I know that's right. Never stop dreaming, y'all. Whatever they say. Whoa, let's go. Ha, my people out here really suffering. Working for a team that don't even work for them. Get a clue, we paid our dues. 40 acres in a mule. King died, oppression rising. I ain't on nobody's side. We just rats in a race, crabs in a barrel. Do you really want a taste of the fame, that fantasy, that smoke to the mirror? That's the best you can be, at least it seems. What you see is what you get. New world order, they ain't done yet. Mentions on my TV set to a degree. I'm hoping Hollywood calls me so I can sign and still deliver on my slither of American pie. Tastes just like a lie. Oh, say, can you see it till we die? American dream, you're driving me. Seems we've been sleeping, no one is awake. What happened to all of the chances that we used to take? And everyone is preaching, but no one takes the blame. Misguided instruction, corruption, it all tastes the same. And how can there be justice when there is no peace? No harmonies left to sing. We are marching, but the road is too deep. But the road is too. Tell us something, y'all. Let's go. Now tell them how deep it is. How deep? Tell them how sweet it is. How sweet? Yeah. Now tell them how deep it is. How deep? Now tell them how sweet it is. How?
Let's talk about the music for this. How did the music come together, and then obviously the message?
Woo, how did this song come together? This is a song I've had for about 3 years. I wrote it in my house after some crazy thing was going on TV. And
which crazy thing?
Girl.
You can just pick one.
Let's just talk, pretend Trump was already on
Oh,
TV
okay.
3 years ago. So it was something.
Wait, who?
Trump. Yeah, we don't acknowledge. But it was something like that that just drew it out of me. I remember writing this song really quick, and I was just like, okay, that's how I felt, you know? Yeah. And I think we jammed on it. Didn't we like jam on this? Me and Sean, yeah. Sean had a beat actually that I wrote to. That's what happened.
And then the beat got transformed into this live.
Yeah, we translated it live.
What about the message? Like, obviously, we can have some clear takeaways, but maybe let's say this. What's your big message? If we could say that the audience walks away with at least one dynamic thing that you want to leave with them, what is that?
I would say let your spirit guide you. Like really just do what you know you intend to do.
And what does that mean now in the state of the world, everything that's happening in this country and abroad, immigration ban, Muslim ban, the list goes on. You kind of have to set it aside from your brain for a moment to take a breather. Let spirit guide you. What does that mean in context of now?
In context of now, it's very important to stand where you stand and know where you stand, and to not be led by the troubles of the world, really to just say like, this is how I feel, this is what I intend to do, this is what I intend to give to people, and do that. Because right now, people are wishy-washy. They don't know how to feel. They don't know who to run to and tell how they feel, and how they feel so set aside, and how they don't feel heard. And just like we were saying, when there's no opportunity to be heard, you have to create one. You have to really let your real spirit intentions like guide you to the next moment. Because if you trust the other people around you, you might be being led to the left, you know? So I would say to everybody, just trust yourself.
Or to the right.
Yeah.
When there's no space to be heard, create one.
Create it.
And then the message that began all of this was to use your voice, which we got from Yo Mama.
Yo Mama.
That's
Shout out to Janet.
Give it up for Rue Brown one more time. I want to ask you your top 5, but I don't know if we have time for that. So we'll talk about that afterwards.
Okay.
So shout out to you, Rue,
Thank
to
you. Shout
DJ
out to
Budge,
you.
who did his thing in the stoop,
Where's Punch
and
at?
all of the fiery artists out there who strive in their own way to keep the flame of soul music alive. Thank you for the messages and the movements, because we did mention she's a trained dancer, right? It was affirming and enchanting, and we wish you all of you the absolute best.
Thank you.
For those of you who need to catch your breath, don't pause for too long, because there's way more B-side to digest. Stay tuned for future episodes and check out past ones on BRIC TV's YouTube channel using the hashtag BsideBK. I am your host. Queen God is wishing us all an enlightened Black History Month and beyond. And we want to send a special RIP to former B-side guest musician John Cave. To the good music and great artists out there keeping us lit and lifted, Brooklyn salutes you. Till next time.
All right. Yeah. We got a video that dropped this summer. You need to go look on YouTube. Check that out. Click it, click it, click it, click it. And share it, share it, share it. Let's go, we go like this. Break. Take a break for me. Break. Take a break for me. First we break up, and you take a break for me. Can we make up? Ooh, break. Hey, take a break for me. Break. Take a break for me. First we break up, and you take a break for me. Can we make up? Y'all gonna help me out? Hold up, we say, hey, these are the breaks, 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 these are the breaks. Roo got the breaks. Hold up, can you take a break? Said these are the breaks. Hey, take a break. Hold on, what? Said these are the breaks. I said everybody in the planet, put your hands together, damn it. Hands in the air, in the air. Everybody in the planet, put your hands together, damn it. Hands in the air, in the air. Everybody in the planet, put your hands together, damn it. Hands in the air, in the air. Everybody in the planet, put your hands in the air, in the air. Break. Oh, come on, help me out. Take a break for me. Won't you take a break? Let's go, let's go. Take a break for me. Oh, first we break up, and you take a break. Can we make up? Ooh, break. Hey, take a break for me. Break. Come on. Take a break for me. First we break up, and you take a break. Can we make up? Ooh, hey, I said these are the breaks, 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 these are the breaks. These are the breaks. Can you take a break? Said these are the breaks. I said everybody in the planet, put your hands together, damn it. Hands in the air, in the air. Everybody in the planet, put your hands together, damn it. Hands in the air, in the air. Everybody in the planet, put your hands together, damn it. Hands in the air, in the air. Everybody in the planet, put your hands in the air, in the air. Break, take a break for me. Watch this, break.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
what causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Yeah, amazing.
Because without him, there is no story. I can't do this as a kind of second-hand account for a narrative without. Yeah. Anytime this week, really. Anytime at all, yeah. I'll make sure that I'm free.
It's really in there. Oh, ooh. All right. Hold these up, okay. Be still. Hey, girl. What's happening? Her zipper is stuck, and she feels trapped.
I'm so hot.
Sheila, you got stuck in your jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, be still.
You know, last night I was watching Reservoir Dogs, and the men they just like talk. And I was just thinking, like, why isn't there a film where women talk a lot, you know?
Like, all the women are on cocaine.
No, but, well, yeah, sure. I mean, that would be fine, too, I guess.
Oh, I love Reservoir Dogs.
Oh,
you
me
could
too,
spit
it's
on
so
it. Maybe
good.
spit on the zipper. Let's stop.
Let me just
My
have a turn.
elbows need to breathe because I'm at work, you see.
Babies, cut it. Just cut the damn zipper. It's a cheap-ass jacket.
No, it's not cheap. I paid like $40 for it.
Jesus! Good luck, my child.
Okay, so I was thinking for the show, like maybe you can make fun of yourself more, you know? Like you have a really funny sneeze. Why don't you just talk about sneezing?
Help me.
I know. When you sneeze, you sound like you're speaking Japanese.
Seriously?
It sounds like this. You're like, "Sumimasen. Sumimasen." It's really cute.
I think that might be cultural appropriation.
No, it isn't.
Really?
And if it is, still do it. It's very funny.
Is Karen here?
Nope. Got any weed?
Nope.
Does White Rachel have any weed?
No.
You want some?
Yeah.
Oh. All right.
That sounds like fun.
Well, la-di-da.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you. You want to arm wrestle?
Okay, but I'm not gonna win.
How do you know?
Because I've never won before. Oh my God. Don't give it to me.
Oh my God, you're
Don't.
totally reading me.
Oh, man. That was the closest I've ever gotten, though.
Can I have some coffee?
Yeah. Milk?
Cream.
Well, listen, I think that you should definitely incorporate it. It's really funny. I mean, it's very, very relatable. Who doesn't sneeze? Indeed, who among us hath not sneezed, right?
Okay, I'll think about it, definitely.
Definitely. She said definitely. That means you're not gonna do it. I know you. These are pearls before swine. Who's Lucille talking to? She's cracking a story about a kid that was raised by a cat. He's now an adult man. He's like a cat man.
Personally speaking, I believe it.
Supposedly, the kid and the cat, they were chained together to a crib for like 3 years.
That sounds like heaven to me. Just like me, my cat, nobody bothering us for years at a time.
I guess. Personally, I don't believe the story at all. I think it's fake. I mean, a kid and a cat being chained to a crib together, the logic, it doesn't add up.
Cuckoo bananas.
Oh, well, stranger things have happened.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
One time, I threw a dog treat to a dog, and it landed on its nose, and then he licked it off. And then I did it 5 more times, and that kept happening each time.
It's like a trained dog.
Okay, that sounds kind of like dumb luck. I mean, it doesn't sound like when a cat and a kid are chained to a crib together.
I got it. Oh,
yay!
Oh my
Okay.
God! Thank God.
Tigers.
That was the worst feeling. I thought I was gonna die in that coat.
You're all right. You're all right. For the record, I really think that story is fake.
For the record, ladies and gentlemen.
Because, I mean, the last story that she broke was about a bunch of people masturbating when Mount Vesuvius blew.
Blue?
I meant erupt. You know what I meant.
Oh, you know what? I read about that. That was amazing. She was the only journalist that got that scoop.
She didn't break the scoop. It wasn't a real story. It got debunked.
I'm sure someone died masturbating. I mean, the French call it le petit mort.
That means the little death.
Oh, oui.
Few people know that I am fluent in this French accent, you know?
I used to do this bit about like, oh, I want to have lunch outside, or as the French would say, al dente. You know?
Yeah, that's cute.
Thank
See, that's
you.
funny.
Yeah.
You should be more like that when you were like less serious.
Right, I just have to be like a fool on stage again.
Like a moron.
Right, who doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah.
More on that later.
You do that well.
Now, what are those two doing out there?
Oh, Simone's making a documentary.
Why?
Why ask why? Why did they do anything?
What's it about?
Lesbians?
Really?
No, I don't know what it's about. I'm just assuming.
Well, if it is about lesbians, I want to be in it. I have a lot to say.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
I was head les 2 years in a row.
That was such a fun pageant.
Oh, I could go on such a tirade about straight girls.
What have you got to say about straight women?
Well, you know, they just like to dip their toe in the Mick pool, and then as soon as they get to the deep end, they swim right back to Straitsville.
Straitsville, that's where I live. Horrible up there. Yeah.
You rent or do you own?
I rent.
This one girl was texting me about tribbing. I was thinking about making a movie called Girls Trib, maybe a lesy porno.
Holy shit, it's cold out here. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. Thank you. BRB.
I hope so.
You know what? You should do impressions.
Really? Mm-hmm. The only one I can do, like, are you talking about like SNL style?
Yeah.
I can do my uncle. He works in a donkey sanctuary back in Ireland.
Oh, that's perfect. You can be all like, Eeyore.
No, he's like a bookkeeper. It's an NGO that rescues donkeys.
Oh.
And that's what he, yeah.
Like an
he's
accountant?
not a donkey.
Oh, he could be
Right.
like T4.
Right.
Yeah, I got a good impression.
Oh.
Oh, yeah? Let's hear it, Jackie.
You know, Mick, I'm going by Jack these days, so.
Noted.
Thank you.
Let's hear it.
Oh, it smells really nice.
Oh. Careful and careful.
Oh my God. I think I'm gonna chop it all off.
Stop lying.
You have something on your ass.
What?
Oh,
What is it?
it's just a thread.
Falling apart.
Yeah, you were looking really poor for a second. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
You still have some, right?
No, I'm fresh out, and I got 2 runs tonight.
All right. I'll get you some.
Right.
You're getting close, you know. At this rate, you'll be paid off by spring.
All right.
I'm serious, though. I'm gonna get rid of all this hair. I'm gonna just, like, start dressing like a little boy.
Brian's gonna love that.
Oh, who cares? I mean, like, I could, like, give back to the community and, like, donate it to, like, those people that make the wigs for the cancer kids.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna donate my ass to science. What are they gonna do with that? They give to like really skinny people who like they want some fat on their face, you know? They're like, I want some cheeky cheese.
I didn't realize they could do that.
Yeah, like
Like, I use my back to give back.
Oh my God, you can't keep that all to yourself anymore.
Gotta give back with my back.
Give back with your back. Time to give back with that back of yours.
We should do a run-through before the show. Maybe Wednesday?
I don't know about run-throughs. Like, they kind of just take away any spark that I can manage to muster up for the real show. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, but you feel ready, though.
I don't know, honestly.
But you're gonna feel ready before Thursday?
Honestly, I'm just not really feeling it at all.
Come on, Nora, babe. This is gonna be good, okay? You need this.
Yeah.
Plus, it's gonna kill like a million birds with one stone.
Right.
And, you know, I worked really hard to make this happen.
No, I know you did, and thank you for that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You just have to find a way to just like get it up if you're not feeling it. Like, think about your visa. This will be really good. Like renewing your visa.
No, I get all that. It's just, I'm sorry to go on about this, but like, just when everything in the world is so fucked up, it just seems so absurd to be doing jokes about like, this is a funny way that I yawn, you know?
All right, honey. Honey, as your manager, let me tell you, it's not your yawns. Your yawns are very mediocre.
Oh.
It's your sneezes, okay?
Right.
Your sneezes are golden, girl,
That
okay?
was amazing. Amazing. This guy was raised by a cat for 3 years. It's going to be such a good story.
Hi, dude.
Hi, Sheila.
So good to see you.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, she's not feeling funny.
Did I say that?
I mean, pretty much.
But you're so funny.
Thank you, I know.
I'm so glad you came.
Me too. What good is being funny with everything that's happening in the world, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Things are really fucked up. You know, the cab driver that dropped me here was saying that he's worried about being mistaken for a terrorist just because he's brown. It's awful, yeah. But you know what's even worse?
What?
No one will send me a dick pic.
You see it.
It is a problem.
I'll send you a dick pic.
Yeah.
Jack.
Great.
It's all really coming together. Mick is loaning me her suit. And Kiana, have you met Kiana? She's flying in today from LA. And Nora is house sitting at this place that has this like really long hallway and it ends in this alcove with all these plants and it's really beautiful and magical.
Nora, you know what you need is an opener.
I do.
Try me on for size, huh? What I got?
Okay, yeah.
Give me a shot, coach.
That's what you do? You shimmy?
Just shimmy.
That's your act?
Put me on stage.
No one shimmy.
I can
I'll
sing.
defer
Jack.
to Rachel because...
I'm just really happy that I'm going through with it, you know? And if I'm honest, I'm a little bit nervous, too.
Why?
Well, marriage is a big deal.
You're marrying yourself.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Jack.
Jackie! Jackie!
Yeah.
Simone is calling you.
Mick, I told you for the last time, I'm going by Jack now, not Jackie.
Anyway, you're gonna be there, right? I was really hoping you could give me away.
Sheila.
Missy.
Can I level with you?
Sure.
This is such a... inane? Is that the right word? Yeah, this seems very inane.
Come, sit down.
Okay.
I'm gonna interview you. Okay, tell me your name.
Hey.
Okay, we'll start with something easier.
Okay.
Have you ever been to a concentration camp?
Yes!
Great.
Is that Kiana with a cane? Why did I not know that?
Oh no, she has a walking stick.
So LA. Really? People in LA are using canes now?
Rappers, the elderly. Like, I get all that wishy-washy ritual stuff, like burning incense, doing meditation, hugging a tree or whatever, but marrying yourself? Really? I mean, I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything. I
No,
think
it's fine. I understand.
weird.
It's fine. It's just that, you know, it's my 33rd birthday, and I wanted to do something to really mark the moment, you know? I mean, I could have just thrown a party where everyone got drunk, but I decided to have a rite, a ceremony to mark the rite of passage, you know? I mean, 33 is a really big number in many different religions and cultures. It's my Christ year. It's a master number in numerology, and I think it's also the end of my first Saturn return, which I think technically ends at 31, but then you still feel like a shadow of it until you're 33. Anyway, I'm not really clear on the details, but the point is that I really wanted to do something that would make me feel excited and hopeful about my future.
You could foster a puppy.
I could do that in addition to this. Plus, I think they'd be more likely to foster out a dog to someone who's married, right?
That's not what I meant.
Bam, 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 bam. Kiana!
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Hi, girl.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at this jacket. Ooh. How much does it set you back? $60?
Ooh, half a paycheck.
I don't know nothing about that.
Is this what they call Hollywood? You're so LA now.
You're so clever now.
Did you go to Joshua Tree? Did you do ayahuasca?
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and go through with it because everything's already planned. I'm gonna even have the menu planned out. I have lots of gluten-free options for you. Lasagna.
Lasagna isn't gluten-free.
Right, but it is with gluten-free noodles. Stop. Oh, hey, Dee, have you met my sister?
No.
She's really fun. She's actually really great.
I'm sure.
Hey, Lucille, I got your dick pic right here. Get it? Dick pickle.
Jack! You here?
I went overboard on the yogurt.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. I got lots of different kinds.
How many different kinds of yogurt are there?
Well, I got 5.
5?
Yeah.
Why did you buy 5 kinds of yogurt?
You don't eat yogurt when you get stoned?
No, do you?
Yeah.
You're so weird.
Have you ever had cashew yogurt? So, what's up? What's up with you?
I'm trying to clear out some of this stuff so that we can get onto the roof to smoke.
Oh, I can see that. I mean, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm trying to write this piece about this guy. I told you about it before, right?
Who? Oh, cat guy.
The cat guy, yeah.
Catman.
Yeah, and other than that, I'm just reading about people who are getting killed by their families.
It's an epidemic.
It is.
You know, I had this idea for a movie where all the wives and the wives start killing their husbands and their children.
Yeah.
And then you find out it's because they've been drinking tainted kombucha.
Tainted kombucha? You're insane. Here, should I take the yogurt bags?
Yeah, take the
Got to save that cashew stuff. Okay.
Oi, my back. Okay.
Oi!
You look cute.
Thanks, you too.
Hi, here you go.
How's Brian?
He's fine, I guess. Playing video games. He's obsessed with this game right now. It's about digging holes. Like, that's all you do is you dig holes or something. I don't know. He's really good at it. But his parents are coming in town this weekend. His mom is on me about this wedding, and I'm like, oh, I'm so over it.
Why?
It's just so boring to me, you know? But I've been saving up, and I'm gonna do this cowgirl dress. Like, going for a cowgirl theme.
That's unique.
You think so?
Yeah, I've never seen a cowgirl bride.
Well, get ready. Yeehaw.
Sweet, sweet world. Peace and harmony all around.
Oh, look, singing lady.
I want to be here when I grow up. You want to dance? Wait, can you waltz? Do you know how to waltz?
I don't know. Oh, God.
Or we could just slow dance. I know. They think they're like flirting with us or something. Come on.
God,
Wait, just
Get out of here, guys.
wait. Just slow dance with
Stop.
me.
Go on.
It's okay. Just they'll go away if you ignore them. If
Trying
you
to
give
dance
them
with this-
energy.
I'm gonna kill you. That's it. That's it. Idiots. Get out! Get out of here! Go!
Really nice singing.
Yeah,
But babe, it's gonna be fab. I booked this amazing spot, and industry people are coming, and I'm also gonna do my sexy grandma routine.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna do sexy grandma
I
as
thought
an
you
opener.
booked an opening act.
I did, but I booked a stand-up. Yeah. But you know, I thought maybe I could do a little character work.
Oh my God, is this whole thing so you can do your character?
No, Nora. You know I did this for you. I just thought maybe I can like warm up the crowd a little bit before the big guns come out.
What is sexy grandma?
Kiana, you never seen Sexy Grandma?
No.
Okay, girl. So Sexy Grandma is essentially just like a straight up grandma, right?
But
She
more
comes out-
disturbing.
Hey, she comes out, she looks like a grandma, you're like, hey, this is gonna be some regular old grandma shit. But then you're like, wait a second, why she got her bra on the outside of her dress? And then I start talking about sex and shit.
You okay? You did good, girl. Here's your jacket. Yeah. Those guys really bother you, huh?
Yeah. They beat me in a game of strip settlers of Catan once, and it's really embarrassing.
Sounds very awkward.
How far do you think I ran?
I guess around the corner?
Oh, I'm so out of shape.
It's okay.
I was on the swim team. We were champions for 2 years.
Yeah, but you can get it back anytime. You just have to, like, I hear you have to incorporate movement into your day.
Oh, shut up.
It just makes me worry that like you want to be a performer and not a manager. And being a performer, that's a type of sickness.
No, I
Kiana
don't.
can
I want to be
absolutely-
your manager.
Oh my God.
Kiki Williams!
Hi.
I am such a big fan.
Thank you so much.
Kiki is my favorite character.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wait, so are Kiki and Kyle gonna hook up in season 3?
Oh, I don't know.
But you must know.
But no spoilers, right?
Can you do the Kiki dance? Please.
It's just, we should go. We're a bit late for something.
I know, but I love the Kiki dance, okay? When I passed the LSATs, I did the Kiki dance. I got a pap smear last week, and it was good results. I did the Kiki dance.
Oh, congrats on the smear. It's just, you know what, it's like, it's not that kind of a night.
Yeah,
you
we're
know?
just gonna
We're kicking it with,
home
you know,
and-
I'm here in town, we got some snacks. It's a chill kind of night. It's not a Kiki dance kind of
Good night.
But thank you so much. Thank you for your love. Thank you.
I mean, they weren't really that good of results on the pap smear, so.
Give me a beat.
Okay.
Yeah? Yeah?
Go, Kiki. Go.
Get it. Yes, girl.
Oh my God.
Keeks, you okay?
Are you doing a bit?
No, I feel like I blew up my groins.
Okay, what does it feel like?
Like a rubber band popped in my vagina.
Yeah, she pulled her groin.
Okay, come on. Let's get you. You can go. That's okay.
Oh, this poor baby. Come on. There's a bench right behind you.
Right.
Sit down. Good, good, good. Oh my gosh.
It was kind of funny though. Sorry.
Here. Try this.
Now?
Yeah, put it on your groin, girl. Yes. How does it feel?
Oh, like heaven.
That's right, because I know a thing or two about how to ice the old tuna, baby. A little bit of chocolate ice cream on that, a little chocolate vagine. Because she's black, get it?
Right.
Yeah.
Caramel macchiato vagine.
My bad.
Mine would be like minty green vagine.
Oh, that doesn't sound appetizing.
No, but it's Irish.
Yeah, it's refreshing. Sure, it's very refreshing. So sorry. Like,
No, like, parkour. Like, parkour.
What is that?
I don't know, it's like the best I can do.
No, this
parkour.
is parkour.
That's me doing a flip.
This is parkour.
That's why I do that.
Like, use your dominant foot and you get up high.
I feel like really nervous for you right now.
Parkour.
We should just walk. That also burns calories.
Watch. Look. I'll get up halfway. Double gainer. This is how you parkour. Okay. When you
I don't
get
think
up,
I can catch
you gotta use things in the city, and then.
I feel really worried for
I'm
you
not
right
doing
now.
that.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't think
impressed.
Correct
Let's
about
just.
myself.
We can do it later. Let's do it later.
You ever get a ring in here?
Oh, yeah. So, some people are born with really small ear canals.
That's me. That's what I have.
Yeah.
All right.
Here we go.
Oh, wait, I want you to take a picture. Smile. Oh, I love it.
Let me see. Hold on. Why aren't you sending it anywhere? I look old.
Oh, you look good.
I mean, I didn't say I don't look good. I just, I look old.
Well, you look hot.
Thanks. All right. Saddle up. Get on.
What do you mean?
You're going to sit here.
Oh, that's what the pot holders are for?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No. That's not going to work. I'll sit back here on this seat.
All
Nice
right.
try, though.
Okay, you're going to have to hold on to me.
All right. For my life. How long have you been working for Karen?
What are you, the FBI?
Oh, I'd be great in the FBI.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
We got
Here we go.
Two stops in Bed-Stuy.
Thought it was natural, actual, lead that's only true for the flow. At your teeth if I got beef, yet no one really knows if he's about it because I'm peace. Still a beast from the east at the core. Please be sure, cause I'll be good in any hood from Inglewood back to NY. And no, I don't fly. My soul speaks to the street where the weak prey on the weak and the strong. Only speak to the like-minded. I find it to be kinda crazy, and to those who have the knowledge, we have gotten pretty lazy. Soon the baby's gonna be running current, just running it straight to the ground. Another round for these stiffs. Smoke a spliff and get lifted. Then listen to the kid spits because he's gifted. Soup that is the dude I is, and I say get down with it, get down or move the hell out of my way. Silly spit up thin rhymes, wanna hang, I see you trying, can't get the work in under time. I'm living and I grind. Silly spitter kicking rhymes, wanna hang, I see you trying. You can't get that work, it comes with time. I'm living and I grind. Do pick and choose wisely. What your eyes see, I see cattle track, sheep herded toward the mass appeal. That's the real. Half a meal, a glass of water, meditate, restore the order, food for thought. I know you wanna wake up, that's why you pop this tape in. Take a couple notes while you're watching, things make it intense. Burning some incense and beating on a drum to make you conscious. Bruh, you sound dumb, but that's your right, and that's alright. I like the differences between you and I. Cause I am swooping through the night. I will shoot with a light, trying to illuminate my people, keeping them from chasing steeples. All of those that remain asleep should keep on dreaming. I'm hoping they don't see you. Better be thinking while your mind free. But please don't mind me, cause I'll be sitting Siamese high. Clear mind, red eyes, a dark Porsche Jedi. It's Soup the dude, and I be like silly kicking rhymes. Wanna hang out till you try. Just get the work another time. I'm just living and I grind. 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 Silly spitting kicking rhymes. Wanna hang out till you try. Just get the work another time. I'm just living and I grind. 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 Right? Right? Silly spitter. Spitter kicking rhymes. Wanna hang, I see you trying. Can skip the work, it comes with time. I'm just living in that grind. 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 Silly spitter kicking rhymes. Wanna hang, I see you trying. Can't skip the work, it comes with time. I'm just living in that grind. 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 Yeah. Silly spitter kicking rhymes. Wanna hang, I see you trying. Skip the work, it comes with time. I'm just living in that grind. 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 Silly spitter kicking rhymes. You wanna hang, I see you trying. Skip the work, it comes with time. I'm just living in that grind. 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 Silly spitter kicking rhymes. Wanna hang, I see you trying. Skip the work, it comes with time. I'm just living in that grind. I'm just living in that grind. I'm just living in that grind. I'm just living in that grind.
I have the team link up right now. I got them linking up so we can go and get this interview joint that I'm doing right now. It's gonna be like the features, everything else that we're doing.
Okay, well, I have to come back up in a couple, like 2 more hours, 3 more hours.
We're gonna talk more about it.
What time you working?
I'm got everybody linking up at like 6, 7-ish. How I got the name Ghost? Crazy. Why and how? I got the name Ghost from just people seeing what my footwork developed into. Me, I already had thought that way growing up from inspirations and things like I really love occult movies and vampires and all of that type of stuff. I'm into the I could say that I have a goth inspiration. When I was younger, what attracted me to dance was the illusion and the magic that I experienced when I seen Michael Jackson do certain things like the moonwalk and the way that it made people feel, seeing him do things that you couldn't really explain. All my movement is based on smoke and mist and elusive like movements, vapor pretty much. Well, growing up in Bed-Stuy, you gotta really make sure that you are out here doing what you gotta do and focusing on what you gotta do so you can get where you gotta go. You know, it's a lot of scary energy, people being from the neighborhood and being into the things that they're into. So there's a lot of, like, just neighborhood ins and outs. Someone could have a problem with this person, people could be doing this type of, you know, gambling or making money or doing whatever side hustles or whatever that's going on. And you just never know. People are into bad stuff. People that you grew up with thinking that they're the cool guy from the block and they're out just making most of the money on the block illegally or something like that or whatever. But you grew up knowing these people, not knowing how they're connected to other things, and you just see them end up dying or getting killed or something like that because of what they're a part of or what they're into. Dancing definitely helped me separate from that energy because it became more of the focus over time because of the skill and the growth of what came from it and the things that it attracted and the opportunities that I was given throughout time. So it made me realize that that was more important. And I always felt like it was more important because I didn't really see the goal and everything else anyway, because it's just senseless violence. It's cool to be involved in something. Anything that you have to work to be accepted, to feel cool, it shouldn't be something that you should put all your eggs in a basket for, or you should put all your focus on, because you're not able to be who you are naturally. Someone put us up on YouTube, and it kind of like generated a lot of thousands, right? And even though when we first started out, it wasn't the same thing, but people eventually, when they found a way to get to us, they knew that things were coming directly from us on our channel. So it also developed into a large amount of views, and I basically just acted as the conduit online. A lot of people don't know how to deal with people, but learning how to do this builds a certain confidence in your system when you would like to be accepted by people, but at the same time, you get a certain like chip on your shoulder or armor on now where you feel stronger than you were before, and you have something that people can respect and like you for, and you don't want to be alone, or you want to be someone that gets over these things. So using BRIC as a way to deal with confrontation or social or anti-socialism, I guess.
Pop is literally emulating that speaker bass that's in this old school song. So it's like,
you on the spot, bro. Hit something on the camera, bro.
Yo, I told you I'm gonna have this work done. Where you at? To preparate to get into the mode, usually for a dancer of this style, you kind of like and visualize seeing yourself at a higher level, how you would actually dance to that song perfectly. So you see that in your mind, you sit there and you try to connect with the song, you know what I mean? Close your eyes and you just see yourself dancing to it and completely just like giving yourself away to what this song does to you, you know? And that person that you see in your mind, you get up and you approach being that person.
When you have issues, you know, you don't always have to bring in the police department. You could work that out. If you have a peacemaker and residents that are willing to listen and feel and later on understand the fact that we're not at each other, we're not against each other, but we just want peace just like everybody else does.
We have judges who are smart enough, particularly at the Justice Center in Red Hook, who know that not everything that happens after a criminal charge is in fact a criminal act.
If you look in the penal law, if I have an assault case, I can decide whether the people have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. If so, give a criminal conviction to a person in order protection for the victim. Defendant has all the consequences of a criminal conviction. Victim is still looking over his or her shoulder. Everyone in the area knows that the victim testified against the defendant. I want to send this case to peacemaking. I sent a case like that to peacemaking. My first case came back where the defendant was in court saying he knew that he had made some mistakes and he was sorry for the decisions he made. The victim decided to be there. The victim was there for the offender. They left arm in arm. The victim turned to the offender and said, "Do you need a ride home?" That's a result I could not deliver. That's a result that convinced me from day one of the power of peacemaking.
First, I'd like to go over a little bit of quick ground rules. This is the talking piece, and this is what we use to pass around. When someone has a talking piece, they have the stage pretty much, and they command your attention to speak and say what they have to say. The talking piece will ultimately go around the circle, and everyone will have a chance to speak.
I don't understand why you called the police on me. If he felt some type of way, he could have came to the party. I didn't tell him he couldn't come.
You have anything to say?
I didn't call the police on you. The only time I called the police on you was when we got into that physical altercation. I don't know what you're talking about. I got kids at home that need to sleep at a certain time. Now, come on. I understand the weekends, but you got to cut your party short now.
I really don't have much to say. I'm just over the loud music and what's going on, and it just need to stop.
The program was brought to the Red Hook Justice Center 4 years ago to help people that was having minor disputes, like somebody's playing their music too loud and they don't want to turn it down, so it becomes a court issue. Basically, I guess there's civil cases that we could show some civility and work these problems out with ourselves.
The peacemaking program came about as a result of our relationships with Native American tribes. We had been traveling around to tribes all across the country and learning about their approaches to justice.
We had the Native people, the Navajo, come in to train us in peacemaking, and we learned that peacemaking is an ancient way of problem solving, and we learned that peacemaking also has to do with storytelling, and that we have a commitment to each other, and we have a commitment to community. We have a commitment to tell our stories, and in telling those stories is how we solve these problems. That's one way of, kind of opening up the circle, and everybody has a story to tell.
We're always accustomed to using microwave justice. We always want things solved right away. But with peacemaking, it doesn't happen like that. Sometimes a case could take 1 week to 2 months, on a weekly basis.
I would like you guys to see how it goes, and we'll set up another date for him to come back. But I also want to know that just for you, how would he or she or his wife contact you if something arises?
Think of what the advantages would be if small disputes of community members were not in the courts, that youngsters who made a dumb mistake by starting a fight in the schoolyard did not have to have charges pressed against them or go to a facility or be fingerprinted, etc. Think of what it does to help a young person figure out, I am powerful in this situation, I can help solve this, Those are the kinds of things that peacemaking does. Think of how it feels for the community to have a voice in how something gets settled or solved between a dispute with neighbors.
So maybe we should do the cases first. Peacemaking is the most innovative and effective tool I've seen in the justice system in my over 35 years in criminal justice. It delivers better results for victims, for offenders, for community courts, and for police.
So I would say this, as far as working out the issue with you, it's cool Monday through Thursday, music be down 9, Friday, Saturday, 1 o'clock.
You're being very considerate. I do appreciate that. Now, you said 9 o'clock on the weekday.
Tango for All is different from other companies because of the diversity of our cast, but also how we're fusing contemporary ideas, techniques. We're using theater, we're using contemporary dance, still keeping the integrity and the base of tango.
Tango for All is divided into two parts. We perform as a company, as a dance company, and we also have a charitable side to spread the healing power that Argentine tango has. That's why the company is Tango for All. Whether you dance it for pleasure, or whether we take it to a school of kids, or whether we take it to people with disabilities, everybody is going to be impacted in a positive way.
6, 7, 7, 7, 8, side, forward, forward, side, and side, forward, forward, side.
What's very healing about tango is one, is contact. We, in a society of today where everything is iPhones and when you chat apart in internet, tango brings people together and allows them to feel one another. And it teaches you how to respectfully do that.
Let's make it a little faster.
Working with people with Parkinson's was a very gratifying experience, and I saw the joy. Now, is it, are they dancing Argentine tango, doing flips? No, but that's not what the point is. The point is that they're connecting with a human being and walking together. And sometimes we can't even do that.
Throughout our 17 years, we've taught senior citizens, we've taught persons with physical and emotional disabilities and visually impaired children.
Blind describes many feelings found in tango, yet Blind presents all these feelings in a very contemporary way. Tango, it's an extremely dramatic music with a lot of intention. The drama, the emotions are, right there, and there's something about that that really gets me. You can certainly feel the kind of loneliness in our daily urban life, the way we are kind of so self-absorbed, how it is getting increasingly difficult to really relate truthfully with other human beings. And that's something that I explored a lot seeing the choreography.
I enjoy working with Anna and Diego. Yeah, the master choreography doesn't give you opportunity to go outside of the box. Basically, it's always, that's what you have to do on this count, you have to be there. Yeah, but with Anna and Diego, they give us choreography, but they tell us also, it should be yours. And if you feel like you need to adjust the steps, you can adjust.
Throughout the journey, I think we all kind of found our own unique way of expressing ourselves and the choreography and the movement, and I love that Ana and Diego gave us the freedom to explore.
A lot of shows that we've seen or have been in has been very, like tango came from Buenos Aires and it started in the brothels, and so we just want to push out of that and just talk about what's happening now. We restructured ourselves in 2015 and created a non-profit Tango for All organization, and where we continue our efforts to bring tango to everyone and to create the dance company where we can show our work.
first interaction with the cops was, I was about like 14 years old. And I was riding my bike on the sidewalk, and they asked me, I don't know if they was looking for somebody prior to me coming up, but they started asking me my name and stuff like that. They put me in the cuffs. I was young, I didn't know anything was going on, but growing up now, I knew that they was in the wrong. You know, I ain't have nothing to do with anything. I work here at Reconnect Cafe as a barista. I like this job, you know. I learned a lot of people skills. I had to make a lot of food that I did. I learned how to eat healthy.
Reconnect came about really from the experience of being in the neighborhood for 20 years and watching a lot of good young men who were having bad outcomes kind of follow the same patterns of maybe disconnected from school, engaging in kind of street culture, sometimes getting involved with high-risk activities, and then some violence and some deaths.
I had a lot of incidents. Actually, in October, on Halloween, I was shot. I got shot in my thigh, and it grazed my right leg, too. I was bleeding, prepared for my life at the moment.
You can wait. It's amazing. Thank you, it's awesome. You're welcome.
For me, it's personal. I grew up around the violence, seeing the violence. I was trying to raise my own children here, and I knew that as a parent, there were days where I used to say to my son, you can't go outside because we heard gunshots or somebody was shot.
The police were the ones who encountered most of these young guys, and for a lot of them, it's a very thin line from just being, you know, doing your ordinary stuff to all of a sudden being involved in the criminal justice system.
In the neighborhood, one of the things we do is create partnerships with local organizations. One of the organizations, when I first came to start Save Our Streets Bed-Stuy, that I connected to was Reconnect. And Reconnect is one of those programs that basically works with young men that are from Bed-Stuy and have been criminally justice involved, impacted by violence, or themselves have been victims of violence.
We wanted to create real economic opportunities where someone could say, I can leave the corner or walk 200 feet from the corner and I can start to earn some honest money, and I can be in a community that will support me to learn how to work, and then to really think about my life. Where am I going and where do I want to end up?
Get reconnected to the education system, but also give them the skills necessary for them to become employable.
When you're tamping it, you put 20 pounds, 30 pounds of pressure, right? So now once you put the puck in there, you have to instantly turn it on. Because if you leave it there for a few seconds, it'll burn it.
From where I came from, it's a big blessing because, you know, I ain't have like a daily schedule. I ain't have anything that I could actually get up and have to do.
You can preach something to someone, you should do this, you should do that, you should change your life. But if you can't offer a real pathway to do that, it just become like empty words or moralizing. And the reality was a lot of guys didn't want to leave the neighborhood. They wouldn't go to what we would call traditional programs. We use the image of the corner. You know, they would stay on the corner, and it was very hard to convince them to go somewhere else. So what we would say is if you don't want to leave the corner, then we change the corner.
You want to give it a shot now?
Yeah.
In a bit.
You're going to add some air in it. Don't be afraid to turn it on. I was incarcerated for a year, 2010 to 2011, for a youthful mistake that I made when I was 16 years old, and it caught up to me as I started changing my life around. I learned from it, made me a better person, and now I'm able to pass it down to the youth coming up behind me.
Since 2011, we've employed probably about 125 young men in the neighborhood, and by our calculations, about 60% continue to work.
The impact that Father Jim has had in this community, you know, I was one person that was suspect of him when I first saw him. I was like, you know, what can this white man really do to impact the violence and impact some of the social conditions that are impacting the young men in this community? But he made me a believer. You know, he made me a believer. He was my pastor at the church here, right behind me.
What a community should do is we welcome one another, we help one another learn how to work, we help one another think about their future, and we walk with one another into a future that they want to create.
We love to work with youth, and that's the group that we look for. And SOS has access to the youth, so we can create a positive pipeline where, you know, they get in touch with youth that really want to work. They bring them on down to reconnect. We show them how to work, how to keep a job.
I tried. So when I was growing up, I wanted a job, but I just didn't know how to go about it. Like, I just filled out applications, job applications, just hoping that I would get, you know, that job. But I never had working experience, so where I'm gonna get that working experience? This right here is just like a stepping stone for everything.
In the last 3 years, we've been able to impact the lives of many young men, get them to go back into, you know, getting themselves educated, getting themselves employed, but most of all, getting them to think about their community in a different way, where they're part of it and not part of the problem.
We're moving to Atlanta.
I got this little gig that'll help y'all out.
All you have to do is sit down for a little chat.
Alicia heard I wanted to do a reality show and talk about our problems. Yo, she would flip.
And Quincy would feel some type of way if I told him about this.
My name is Caleb Davis.
And I'm Ronnie Simpson.
And we are the creators of the Tough Love web series. Me and Ronnie, we initially met at the University of California, Riverside, and that's where I asked her to be my girlfriend.
Okay.
And from there, I went to grad school, film school in London, and she was finishing up her senior year in California, and she decided to apply to the new school here in New York. So when I was finishing up film school in the UK, she was like, come over here and, you know, let's move to New York. So I was like, of course. The creative process for Tough Love, we wanted to really dive back into that black film essence, like Brown Sugar, Love and Basketball, you know, Best Man.
When it came to developing the characters, yes, it did come a lot from different people we know, friends. Like our studio in Manhattan is the place where a lot of friends come and talk about their relationship problems, and we just hang out, and there's a lot of drama going on with millennials. And then I have some friends that are like, they'll tell me stories now and they're like, don't write this.
Yeah.
Or like, they want to make sure, I want to make sure sometimes when I'm writing that I don't want to put someone's exact story out there either.
Yeah.
So I just take pieces.
You know, we have a friend who was on a date, and she accused the guy of taking her phone.
My phone's missing.
You think you took it to the bathroom?
No, I left it here.
Season 2, we filmed majority here in Brooklyn because what we did, we actually made sure to rent out like 2 main spots so that we can have new interior design for our characters. So if you see Jackson's place where Quincy is living with them, that's all Brooklyn. That was Crown Heights. And then if you see the ladies, they have a whole new apartment in season 2. That's Crown Heights as well. So we filmed like the meat of season 2 here in Brooklyn.
True.
And you know, we will even go to a lot of different restaurants and promote them as well once our episodes are released.
Yeah, and it was a lot of people in Brooklyn, a lot of Brooklyn business owners were really helpful as far as just letting us use their space. They are actually excited. They were watching us shoot the scenes and stuff like that. I did not think for a long time that writing for film or TV was for me, because I was like, I just want to focus on real stuff. I realized that I can just put real stuff into my scripts. So these are focused on real life issues, real life people, based on true events.
The male perspective of Tough Love, 25% of our audience is male, by the way. 75% is ladies. I wanted to boost up those numbers. I wanted to make like 50-50. And my auntie, She said, she's a therapist, and she said that black men need content like this. Like if you see yourself on screen and you understand why this is happening, maybe it could change a pattern in the future.
Is there someone you're refusing to forgive because they hurt you in the past?
Damn. Getting straight into it, I see, huh?
Some advice that I'll give to up-and-coming filmmakers, creators coming into the industry is just create, you know, every day. And I think just Tough Love itself is a filmmaker's mixtape because we get the opportunity to deal with all the up-and-coming talent right now. Like, you know, you might not know the actors and you might not know the musicians and the composers that you see in Tough Love today, but 5 to 10 years, shoot, might be months, but down the line, you're gonna see that these people that we worked with, this is a platform for them to at least create, to express. So just me as a filmmaker, a producer, you know, arranging this, I just want to continue to build relationships, continue to have a creative platform with, you know, creators here in New York, creators that come in from other cities, people all around the world.
What is home? What does it look like, feel like, sound like? For most of us, home is a fleeting memory. Home is a fragmented dream that we dare to remember. Tonight on B-Sides, we welcome special guests bound together through stories of movement and belonging in the face of today's anti-immigrant global atmosphere. Rooted in the stilt of Sudan and Nubia, inspired by the eastern coast of Africa, it is my honor to introduce Al-Sara and the Nubatones. I'm Salam, sound artist, filmmaker, and fellow proud East African immigrant, and it is my pleasure to have them and you in our studio for an hour of performance and surreal conversation. Stay tuned.
شفت الحبايب قاموا قالوا السلام يا يما شفت الحبايب قاموا قالوا السلام سيادة الحضارة سيادة الطيبة سيادة الإيمان يا يما شفت الحبايب قاموا قالوا السلام ردي السلام.
Salam, salam, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you
so
for being
much.
here.
Oh yeah, I don't use that now.
How are you guys?
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah, welcome you guys. Thanks for being here.
You all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
guys is a gender neutral term.
I know, it's applicable for everyone.
Exactly.
Okay,
Those
fine.
are for all guys.
Salam Nubia, the first song, the opening song, Salam, meaning peace. As a greeting, Salam, and also as my name, what is it about peace that we open up with?
Well, I mean, I think for me with peace, I don't know, it's different for different people. For me with this song in particular, Salam Nubia, it's like a welcoming song, a greeting song. Communication can't happen if there is no peace. So you have to open any sort of happy occasion with some of that.
Yeah.
So this song is kind of like the welcome song, and it's your song.
And welcome everyone. So start off if you'd like to introduce yourself and then introduce the band.
Sure. My name is Alsara. We are the Nubatones. The Nubatones are Mawena Kujovi on bass and vocals and trumpet. Rami Al-Asir on percussion and vocals. Brendan Terzik on oud. Nahid with me on vocals. and we are bringing you Sudanese and Nubian-inspired East African retro pop. Yeah.
And that East African retro pop, do you want to break that down? East African retro pop?
Well, it's retro pop. And let's start with that part, you know? It's music, it's pop music that's based in tradition, based in olden time music. It just happens to come from East Africa, and so, boom, there it is. It's so easy.
Yeah. And the way that you can get tradition to relive itself and enter the modern world in a way that that stays alive. I think you and the band does such an amazing job in making sure that that memory is still here, and that we're still referencing things from the past. Before we get on to the next song, Ayan
Taban.
Yeah.
Sick and Tired with Love.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the story of how you made the song and the girls that shared it with you?
I actually learned this song a few years ago out at a refugee camp called Yusuf Battle in an area called Maban between North Sudan and South Sudan. This song was written by 3 little girls, Muna and her friends, who taught it to me. And it's a love song. It's just like a simple love song about, you know, being sick and tired with love, and even if you bring me a doctor, I still won't be okay because I'm so in love, and my lover is far away from me. And I mean, the song is really simple, but really beautiful and really sweet. And I think for me, the time that I spent with them out there was amazing in terms of musically enriching. I learned so much new music, and so much of it original music written by a lot of the people that taught it to me, including these 3 little girls who were like 11 to 15. And I just thought it was amazing that in the midst of a refugee camp and so much intense, what would be called desperation, they were writing these beautiful little light love songs. And it gave me so much affirmation and also such a sense of belonging, you know, because my relationship with Sudan has always been really tense. I think for a lot of people who have left home forcibly, there's this sense of rejection you battle with when you're older. I don't know, maybe it's just me and I'm being emo, but...
No, it's not just you.
But, you know, it's like that you battle with, and for me, it's, you know, especially with a place like Sudan, it's such a conservative place, and there's so much love there, but there's such a tense, how do you go home, how do you not go home? And I think a lot of immigrants feel it, like when they, you know, there's that saying, anything you touch, you change, and anything, you know, that you change changes you. And that's with travel and moving and leaving and rerouting. And so coming home becomes always more and more complicated. So for me, with these girls, they gave me a sense of coming home.
Right, right. And without further ado, here is Ayan Taban.
Do it.
العشرة ما تدفش الأهل وحيدة ما يدرى بها الزمن الشجر جف لما اتكسر الجذع اتشقق واتكسر وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلق بجبينك بالألم وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلق بجبينك بالألم دمك يسيح أنهار ملك وأنا جنبك بتعطش حاولت أشرب لما انفجع أبكي المرار الما بتتبلع وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلق بجبينك بالألم وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلق بجبينك بالألم حبي لك زي العشرة والشجر قلب جذب حبي لك زي العشرة والشجر قلب جذب ماشيين سوا نفتش مطرة وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلق بجبينك بالألم وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلق بجبينك بالألم
Thank you, thank you. And that second song, Ya Watan, I'd like to talk a bit about that one. I was able to get a little bit of a translation, so I'm going to translate it, even though I'm sure it sounds so much better in Arabic. Ya Watan, where is the homeland? Where is the time? Angry from years that stretch and hit it across the face with pain. Your blood runs rivers of salt while I die of thirst next to you. I tried to drink until I imploded, crying the bitterness that I can't be swallowed. Where is the homeland? Where is the time, angry from years that stretch and hit it across the face with pain? My love for you, just like companionship and the trees, has become waterless. We go together in search of rain. And that was the second song that we played after. And I'd like to talk a bit about that one because where we are today, this week, these past few weeks, this year, last year, everything, we're questioning what it means to be home. And I think your music and a lot of music and what music can do is get us to identify with something that is conceptual and borderless, but also let us know that we are fragmented beings that might not have a home, and maybe that's okay. What do you have to say about that?
I used to always feel like a fragmented being, that maybe it's okay to not have a home, but more and more recently I'm beginning to realize that the issue we feel like we can't find a home is that we're intersectional beings that are trying to squeeze ourselves into homogenous concepts of home, and that's not how we work as humans. We are intersectional. Everything in the world that is around us right now is intersectional. Everything that's happening, it's not one isolated incident. It's not just the travel ban. It's Standing Rock and the travel ban and the Black Lives Matter and the, and all, and the health issues and the education issues. And this is something that is happening globally. This idea that we're seeing, the concept of the nation state that tried to create one concept of a national failing over and over and over, because humans are not one-dimensional beings. We're intersectional, multi-dimensional beings. And so it doesn't work that way. It just will never work that way.
I agree.
That was that.
Yeah, and that leads us to Fulani, the song you played after, where you ask, why can't we be like birds without map or a passport?
Yeah.
And again, with music and how that can allow us to feel completely free, where we don't need to identify or define.
Yeah, and where we can also feel completely anchored. For me, music has always been like the safety space, where you can explore your ideas of everything freely, including who you are. And that doesn't have to be a stagnant thing. It never should be a stagnant thing.
I agree. And is there, I know that specifically, as much as we're all going through it, specifically the 6 countries that were banned with, would you like to speak on what is currently going on in terms of the ban?
In terms
of not being allowed to come back into the States if you don't have a visa.
Well, it's interesting because I'm a citizen. So, but I'm a student. It says on my passport that I was born in Sudan, and so my entitlement to my passport was always questioned at the border, including at the border coming in here before Trump was around. So to me, this isn't new. This is not new at all. And for every Sudanese person that I know, getting rejected from a visa is a really normal thing, and I think for a lot of people. And again, I go back to the idea that this travel ban is not an isolated, singular thing. It's actually it's part of a bigger problem. It's part of a big business supremacist regime takeover that's happening in front of everybody, and that started years ago. It's just kind of coming to fruition at the moment. So the travel ban is an unfortunate reality that has been a long time coming.
I agree. And back to the album, we have our next song, which is Manara, which is the title track to the album. Would you guys like to talk to us about the process of making the album?
Yeah, we actually took a creative sabbatical in Morocco in last year, and we created this album, and it was also when people were talking about the quote-unquote refugee crisis. And I don't know, we're all people that kind of started off in different places and ended up in different places, and I think a lot of people in New York and kind of in the US can identify with that through generations. But in this journey of life, it's like, for me, my story started on the banks of the Nile, you know, like in Khartoum, and then from there it kind of moved and turned. And as I met different people, as I moved and went, there's one thing I've always understood that we all have in common, which is that we just want to be remembered. We just want someone to remember us. That's why we're having families, we have babies, we have, you know, we make art, we do all of that. And I think that's even why we make war. We want to make sure someone is remembering us as being right. And for me, though, this tumultuous journey, there should always be a moment when you need to rest, a moment when you need to pour out your secrets and speak. And for me, that moment of rest has always happened by the Nile. And so for me, it's always been sort of like the anchor and the lighthouse in the journey. So Manara, it's the title track from the album, because it's about a moment of serenity in the middle of the storm. So like, you know, like we spoke about it before, it's almost hopeful, but it's not. It's realistic, but it is hopeful in the sense of like it's getting ready to move forward. So Manara means the lighthouse.
Yeah, and it keeps us moving.
Yeah.
يا ما نعرف شاطئ هنرسى في ظل عيونك ونصب أسرار رحلتنا الدايرة بين عيونك يا دنيا سرابك جذاب حضن حبايبك غدار دنيا سرابك جذاب حضن حبايبك غدار التاريخ أسطورة كتبوها الفاز في يومها مسحوا الباقي بدون ما نعرف
نار. Thank you. And you already know this, that's my favorite song on the album, so I'm very excited to hear it. And nar means fire.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something that it really evokes this energy, this call to action almost. And additionally with that megaphone effect, it kind of has that mood that you're just like screaming it out into the streets, getting everybody to like come out into the streets and feel like we're out here together. I got a bit of a translation on there as well. They said, be patient with poverty. Heaven will be yours. Force fed you with opium and stole what was between your hands. When you woke up and protested the banks of colonization, refused the economic powers, refused this slavery, bang on the drum and light the fires. The Hakmat sang a song of war that can't be marched. You who walks the night and walks past my door, take my longing with you to my home. And what is the Hakmat, first of all?
Oh, Hakamat. Hakamat are a kind of singers and tribe poetry. Like, I don't know how to explain them. Their role. The Hakamat are from Western Sudan, from the Darfur area, and they are basically the voice of war in the tribe, but it's not the voice of war. I don't know how to explain it, because that sounds really violent, and that's not what they do. But they sing the epic battle songs. That's a better way. Yeah. English is coming. Yeah. They sing the epic battle songs. They sing a lot of the anthemic songs that kind of praise the bravery of the men of the tribe, and they are oftentimes a lot of the wisest voices in the tribe, and tend to be older women, and they have a very powerful and important role in the tribe itself, in the public sphere.
Right.
So the Hakamat usually, if they demand a call to war, war will happen. So that their battle cry is a powerful one.
And in Ethiopia we have something similar called the shilala, and it gets you riled up and ready for war. And this war isn't. I mean, it's defense almost in a way to defend your homeland, defend where you come from, defend. What in Nar? What are you defending?
Well, for me, I feel like I don't know. This is an anthemic song, and for me, I wrote it because I felt like, even in today's age, so my first tape that I got when I was like 4 was this tape that was being passed around underground in Sudan in like 1986, and it was a tape that was put together by a collective of leftist writers and creatives. Led by a musical director and a choir and poets, and they wrote this amazing body of musical work that was kind of encouraging people to vote, letting people know about their rights, and it was really anthemic, and I loved this tape. And I memorized it from front to back. My parents are activists, so I grew up marching with them, and I felt like we really needed a song like that today, because I felt like oftentimes you're told to be patient with a lot of inevitable poverty, with your options being either colonization or some sort of fascist statehood. And so what are these options? These are not options. This is not who we are. This is not what we're supposed to be. That is not, all these institutions that were put into place to protect our humanity keep failing us over and over. And so it's time to ask some questions.
Right, right.
So that was what that song was about.
Yeah, and you could feel it. You could feel it, definitely. I want to talk a bit about the band fully and the relationship amongst you guys together. I know your sister is in the band as well. What's it like to be touring with your sister and performing?
Awesome.
Yeah.
It is. It's really fun. I mean, we're like a musical family. This band actually I started with Rami, is how we all started together. And then we brought in Mowena. And before Brandon, we had Brandon's teacher, Haig Manukian, who was all of our teachers. And he passed away a few years ago and was replaced by Brandon. And so this band is like, it's a musical family. We're an old school band.
Right,
you know, we arrange everything together, we tour together, we fight together, we cook together. I'm banned from making breakfast because I keep oversalting eggs. So, you know.
Are there particular favorite songs on the album from each of you guys? I want to give you guys all a chance to speak, if possible.
I also like Nar. I'm glad Nar made it on. There was a moment where Nar was like kind of on the cutting edge.
Yeah, it was totally on the chopping board.
And I'm glad, especially with what's going on right now, that did come on.
Yeah, I almost want to play Nar again.
Yeah, when we first wrote Nar, I kept telling Rami, I was like, I'm going to call it the IMF song.
And I know you recently did a Tiny Desk concert at NPR, and you also did an interview with NPR, and there's a quote on the interview that you did with NPR that I'd like to bring back, because I think, similar to Nar, it evokes this empowerment that happens when you have so many oppressed identities. It's easy to feel like a victim, and it's justified to feel like a victim, but it's also, it could bring you down, and there's an empowerment that is in your music and is also just in the way that you guys keep moving, and that is, I wasn't from any one place anymore. Sudanese people said I wasn't Sudanese enough. Arabs said I wasn't an Arab. Americans said I wasn't American. I used to be like, I don't belong anywhere. Now I'm like, you're all mine, all my countries, you're all mine.
It's true, you are all mine. I forgot to mention that on your way in. It's a wrap.
Okay, well, moving forward, we are going to play, well, this is not on Manara, but this is going to be, this is a remake. I mean, it's a traditional song that is constantly remade into contemporary music. And do you want to talk a little bit about Nubanutu?
Yeah, Nubanutu is a Nubian song, a traditional Nubian song. I like to think of it as the unofficial Nubian anthem. And actually, when the Nubatone started as a project, it started as a conversation between Rami and I about the songs of return. He was writing his thesis on modern Egyptian culture at the time. I won't bring up your thesis again, I promise.
No, I'll bring it up. Modern Egyptian culture. Tell me more.
No. We're not allowed to talk about it anymore. It's over. That time is over.
It's a good bedtime story.
So for me, this song felt like one of the most anthemic songs. Nubian people kind of experienced a huge modern-day displacement that happened in the late 1960s with the building of the High Dam, and there's still dams being built today, actually. And so, for me as an immigrant who is also Nubian, we were talking about listening to these songs now as an immigrant in another space, and relating to those songs of return that were written after the dam was built, and they were songs about a home that you can't go back to. So relating to that now as immigrants in another place. It had a really interesting perspective. So to me, I feel like this song is one of the anchors of that, of the band, if you will.
And specifically, you're East African, you're Sudanese, but you're very specifically Nubian too. Do you want to talk a bit about what it means to be specifically Nubian?
Well, so Nubia is like this area between North Sudan and South Egypt, and it used to be one area, and then when British colonization happened, and then Sudan became a separate country from Egypt, they kind of put like a line in the middle. So there's like a line that goes through half the town. So Nubian people kind of grew up between both areas. You know, my family grew up between Egypt and Sudan. My grandmother was born and raised in Egypt and lives there now. But the rest of my family all lives in Sudan. And so we they kind of run between the two, between Sudan and Egypt very easily. And for me, being Nubian is a part of my being Sudanese. Sudan, there's like 57 major tribes, not counting sub-tribes in Sudan. Ethiopia, 80. Kenya, 48, I think. Uganda, I think it was like 20 something. I can't remember. But you know, so diversity is the norm in Africa. It is the norm. And the modern day borders that were set up into place don't really fully express what it means to be from that one place. And that's, I think, why there's so much identity conflict, identity and resource-based conflict happening all over Africa and soon all over the world. So it's learn. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like you look in the past to learn about your present. That's how you move forward. So you can't go forward if you don't know about where you're from. So Nubanutu. So yeah, this is the anthem of the Nubian folks. You guys, there's this is the last song. So if you feel like making noise, the worst case scenario is that they'll kick you out after the show. Yeah, they can't interrupt the live taping. Just kidding. But really, it's better when you're having fun.
Oh
Thanks, guys. Yay.
Thank you. And before we close off, how do we keep up with you? What's next? Are you on tour? What's going on?
Yeah, we are. We're going on tour in Europe in the middle of March. We're going to start in France, March 16th. You can follow us on the socials, Facebook, Twitter, and all that good jazz on Instagram. Yeah, we're going to be in DC tomorrow night. If you guys know anyone in DC, tell your friends, tell their friends to come.
We can all carpool and head over to DC.
Yeah, that's not tomorrow.
More information about El Sada and the Nubatones.
Yeah, El Sada and the Nubatones on Facebook, El Sada 5000 on Twitter, El Sada and the Nubatones also on Instagram. So just follow us along. We update stuff on our website, but yeah.
Yeah, and BRIC is also going to be doing a profile on El Sada and the Nubatones. So look out for that. It'll be a good 15 minutes or so of just full-on story and more interpretations and more dialogue and more access, and everything you'll have more from BRIC and El Sada and the Nubatones. So our segment is coming to an end. But before we close out, I'd like to give a big thanks to our guests, El Sada and the Nubatones. Thank you for sharing the music and stories of Manara. You can rewatch this and all past episodes of B-Sides on our YouTube channel at the link below. Also, check out our SoundCloud page on BRIC Radio. I'm your host, Salam Bakala, and thanks for tuning in. Stay safe and good night, Brooklyn.
The road was wrong, the cliff for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Mr. and Mrs. Honore. So good to see you again.
Hey, Dr. P.
Hi, nice to see you too. Oh, Teacher Amy is ready for you. Okay. Of course. Who's not ready to talk about DeAndre? Oh, come on. Wait till you see our new greenhouse. Come on. Color for the day's yellow. Here you go, Teacher Amy.
Hi.
Hey.
So nice to see you again.
Same
How
here.
are you?
Hi, Teacher Amy.
Hi,
Really
so
nice to see you.
both. Let's take a seat.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to start by saying DeAndre is an absolute delight. He is a smart, thoughtful, rambunctious ball of energy. He's a great dancer.
Dancer?
Yo, during our Friday dance parties, he's a regular Justin Timberlake. He's like,
That's enough. That's enough.
it's crazy.
That's enough. Okay, all right now.
It's so fun. It's crazy. It's pretty magical. He is also a natural leader, which is almost always a good thing.
Oh, when is it not?
Well, children are sponges, and they really absorb everything they see and hear, and they repeat things without fully comprehending what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, DeAndre got really into the phrase WPS.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like, I don't want kale for lunch, that's WPS, or I don't want to play Duck Duck Goose, that's WPS.
Yeah.
Or
You know, we get it.
yeah. Yeah. And as we all know, WPS stands for white people shit. Are you sure? Yeah. I looked it up on Urban Dictionary.
News to me. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. Okay. So now every time we have a healthy lunch or we play a collective group game, suddenly I have 15 6-year-olds all saying WPS, WPS, WPS.
Yeah, but you people do like to eat a lot of kale. Would it kill y'all to serve some mustard greens every now and then?
Well, as the school dietitian really works
You know what?
hard.
We'll
Yeah.
talk to DeAndre. Won't happen again.
Thank you. So last week I had the students draw their neighborhoods. This one's DeAndre's. He got the brownstone, the street, and
What
the
are
car.
these yellow things?
Those are crackers.
Crackers.
Yeah. DeAndre told me his daddy says the neighborhood is being taken over by crackers.
My neighbor likes to feed the birds, and he's always littering the block with breadcrumbs and crackers and littering all on the street. You know what? It's an eyesore. That's all it is.
Sure. He also drew this. These are pigs in police uniform beating a brown person in the head with a nightstick.
Oh, goodness.
And then he wrote up top here,
We hate the po-po, wanna kill us in the street faux show. I don't even know where that would have come from.
it's Kendrick. From a song by Kendrick Lamar.
You know Kendrick?
Everyone knows Kendrick. Good album.
You know, I've been playing a lot of To Pimp a Butterfly in the crib lately, so.
Teacher Amy, can I be frank?
Always, yeah.
It's very important to us that we raise DeAndre as a socially conscious, proud young black man.
Mr. and Mrs. Honore, I get it. Yeah. I do. I fully understand the systematic oppression of the black man based on a history of slavery and hatred. I know the system punishes you for being unapologetically black. I get it, sister.
Sister.
I mean that in the feminist sense, not in the African American woman sense. Anyway, we are fully focused on creating a world without bias and oppression everywhere, starting with the children.
You know what? Fair enough. We'll be more mindful of what DeAndre listens to and hears at home.
Hold on now, baby. Not so fast. Let's talk about this for a second. I'm gonna be real honest with you, Teacher Amy. That all sounds great, but that's not exactly what I'm teaching my son at home.
Really? You don't want a world free from bias?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm raising my son the way I was raised. Look, DeAndre needs to know that there's certain things you can't change about this country, and he needs to be prepared to work twice as hard to get what he really wants in life.
Oh, I see.
Teacher Amy, you should know that my husband has had real reservations about sending DeAndre to private school.
I didn't need any fancy private school to make it, and I'm real strong in my blackness.
Are you saying I'm not because I did go to a private school?
I didn't say that. It's different, Dawn. You're a woman.
Whoa, and what is that supposed to mean?
Excuse me.
It's just different for women in these type of environment, okay?
Sorry, you think that's made it easier?
You said
It's not about that. What I'm hearing is that you all want to see DeAndre dancing more and talking about race less. Now that's a problem
Can I steal Mr. Honore for just a quick sec?
No, we were just...
Steal, borrow, pilfer, whatever. Please, take him.
I love DeAndre's blackness.
You know what? And it's one of his most prominent things. I mean, I just don't know what even else to say about it.
Look, Dr. P, I don't know where you from, but you know the challenges of raising a black boy in this city. I mean, you got to really know what's going on.
I was born and raised in Kingston, Jamaica. Huh? I came here when I was 13. I know Bed-Stuy. Old Bed-Stuy.
Okay. Okay, then so you understand. Look, you ain't got to go to none of these bougie schools to get an education. I went to an all-black public school. That turned out amazing. Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
You just seem like really cool people, and I champion you for championing your son's blackness. I want to protect that as well.
It's kind of comes with the territory, really.
When DeAndre leaves here every day, he has to go to his home in Bed-Stuy, where he got to be as comfortable on those streets as he is in here.
But the hood is changing, though.
Nah, not my hood. Now, we still got more Popeyes than Starbucks. There for now. But look, I ain't no fool. And I ain't trying to raise no knucklehead. I mean, my brother upstate right now because he a knucklehead.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Where at?
Greenhaven.
You must know my brother Cam up there. He coming home soon, but if your man's in Greenhaven, he know Cam.
What's going on here, man?
Listen, real talk, okay?
All right.
Hey, Mr. Poindexter! Love the work on the greenhouse. You worried about the school changing your son, right?
Yeah, you damn right.
Okay, I get it. But my job is to change your son.
Yeah, but not into a pussy.
I hear you. But remember, these 42-inch tyrants will be running the world one day, and you paying a shit ton of money for us to make sure that your son is one of the people running things. If you want him to understand the streets, that's cool.
but that's your job. Got it? Yeah. I'm good. And for what it's worth, DeAndre's a good kid. He gonna be all right.
Thanks, man.
One love.
Really, right? And look, and remember Mr. Ross?
Do I remember Mr. Ross? Come on!
Hey, how's it going in here?
Oh, it's great. It's great. How about you two?
We good.
Good. It turns out that Amy, teacher Amy.
Please, Amy.
Amy also went to St. Barnabas, and we had all the same teachers.
And we were both on the debate team.
How funny is that?
Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
I understand you. You worried about your son being one of these Tiger Woods,
Don Lemon, Brian Gumble type of brother, right? Exactly.
Yeah, once you start talking to people, it's all the similarities, you know,
Yes.
they just start popping up.
Yes.
I have a lot in common with a lot of people.
Yeah.
So we're like a collective household, and we are, of course, all vegan. So are you cool with that?
Yes, of course. In fact, I haven't eaten.
Okay, great.
We forgot to ask you, what are your preferred gender pronouns?
Excuse me?
We're okay with they, or at least most of us are.
What? I just think that it's grammatically weird.
She. I am fine with she or her.
So, love, tell us about yourself. What makes you want to be a part of an anti-hierarchical, matriarchal, cruelty-free collective household?
Well, I am an actor and a singer, and I've lived in New York for over 40 years. Brooklyn since 1980, and in this neighborhood since 1995.
Old school, nice.
I've lived in the same apartment for all those years until the last owner passed, and his kids fought about it and decided to sell it with me in it.
That's cold.
And the new owner is a dumb, he's a Wall Street type. Yeah, and naturally he wanted me out so he could flip it or rent it in exchange for someone's firstborn.
Oh my God, for a child? That is way, way, way too much.
No, it's an expression.
No, a child is not an expression.
So I decided I was gonna try to stay in this neighborhood, and your ad was different than all that other BS I've been seeing.
Thank you. Okay, but what about our politics? Are you comfortable with the politics described in the ad?
Sure. Before it was cool, I was anti-imperialist, vegan, queer positive, gender liquid.
By gender liquid, do you mean gender fluid?
Yeah, that too.
So, be straight with us. Why do you really want to live here? Something feels off.
Yeah, isn't it a little weird that you want to live in a household that's just all, you know?
Yeah. I know what.
Just that we're all...
Yeah.
White?
Oh, okay.
Excuse me? Sorry, sister. Almost all white. I guess. I don't know. I don't care.
I was actually gonna say all younger, because we're obviously not all white. I mean, Mia is, of course, black.
Oh, we're half
Well,
black.
and Amy is, of course, 1/3 Ojibwe.
No,
and
I'm not.
You're not?
No, my grandfather spent his summer on a reservation and he had a girlfriend there, so I was almost Ojibwe, but
Okay, but you're definitely part. What are you? It's like
Excuse me, I'm
getting a big, like,
Sephardic.
I just
it's
have
like a
Sephardic.
big eyes. I don't know.
Getting back to answering the question about why I want to live here, that's easy. It wasn't the political stuff that caught my eye. It was the $650 rent.
So were you lying about all of your politics so far?
If you must know, I debated the role of feminism in the Black Power movement with Angela Davis. Yeah. And drank 1 too many mojitos with Asata Shakur in Cuba.
Come on. God.
Young people, I can talk the talk and walk the walk. But can I be straight with y'all?
Yeah.
If you wish.
Please. All this political stuff is cool, but all I want is a room with no rats that doesn't cost 2 weeks' salaries.
Yes.
Well, okay. Our household is a consensus-based household. Therefore, all decisions must be consensus upon by the group openly and transparently. So, we're gonna do that and we'll get back to you.
Sounds great.
Guys, she's everything, right?
Yes, she's woke as fuck. I'm just gonna say it. I love her.
You love? Decker, you said that about your last hookup, and you said that about the hookup 2 times before that.
Yeah, but this is for real, though. I am stanning right now. I wonder if she's on Instagram.
Standing?
A hybrid word combining stalker and fan, hailing back to Stan by Eminem.
But, just to be clear, she is a bit,
What?
nice? Old, right? I said it. She's old. Maybe she wants, like, quiet hours after 10?
What if she doesn't like us smoking weed?
What if she doesn't like us hooking up?
What if she's hooking up and we hear it?
Do we get to hear what old people sex sounds like?
Guys, I want to get us back on track. If we are committed to our goal of a diverse, inclusive household, reflective of our community, we cannot dismiss love because of her age. No.
Ageism. The last socially acceptable ism. You know, this is exactly what they did to Bernie.
Oh, God. Because all you want to do is talk about Bernie.
We have to deal with
Cheering a ginger.
No, do not talk about Bernie right now.
Just think that it's still very,
Don't
very
talk about Bernie. I will light my head on fire.
All I'm saying is you guys would all love Shape of You a lot more if it was done by a person who didn't have red hair. That's all I'm saying.
It's a good point, though. I say we do it.
What do you think, love? You want to live with us?
You know, I could have stepped out of the room while you had your little powwow.
We're a transparent collective.
There is such a thing as too much transparency.
This is the bathroom. We only shower on odd days in honor of the water protectors.
Hope you don't have an electric toothbrush.
Oh.
Okay. This is your room.
The door doesn't close quite right, so we have a rotating schedule so you can let people know when you have company.
Like hooking up, just to be clear.
Yeah, like, you know, with other older people.
Okay, showering only on the odd days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this door doesn't close.
Yeah, you got it.
Electric toothbrush.
Waste energy.
You all put me through all of this for this closet? Hell no. Y'all are crazy. Okay, you kids are trying to do the right thing, and that is a lot better than most folks. But you know what? You want to do the right thing? Just move the fuck out of this neighborhood. Just plain go. Park Slope, Sheepshead Bay, whatever.
sounds of Cricket Daddy's music.
Young Ace.
I just really feel like being listened to right now is ultimately like its own form of validation, which at the same time is like making me listen. And that's so nice.
Wow.
I'm just pointing out there is such a phrase, redheaded stepchild, if you guys have ever heard of that. It's a derogatory term.
Everybody gets so mad when I talk about Bernie. All I want to do is talk about Bernie.
Side of me that's fighting for things that I never had. Never tired though my physical speaks differently. Optimistic though the opposition tries to get to me. I see a spirit that reminds me of innocence. My mind.
Miss Parker, we need to talk about this letter.
Mr. Dunn, you may own this building, but you cannot just walk into a lady's apartment unannounced.
Oh, sorry, love. Miss Parker, can we talk?
Oh, I had a talk with an attorney, and it was a very enlightening conversation. It turns out, as a tenant, I have certain rights, and you can't force me out of my apartment until I have my day in court.
I hope you don't think I'm trying to force you out of your apartment. I'd be more than happy to have you stay. You know, as long as you can pay the amount that I have to rent the place out for.
Well, then, you should be prepared to explain that to a housing court judge. Now, in the meantime, I have to continue to unpack.
Miss Parker, I didn't come here to argue with you. Can I buy you out? Pay you to move.
You wrote it down because you were too embarrassed to say it out loud.
No,
Try again. Now we're getting somewhere.
Do you mind if we take a break? You're tough. You're tougher than my wife's divorce attorney. You know, I couldn't help but notice the smell of ganja in the apartment.
You just wait 1 second, Mr. Dunn. Buyout or no buyout, this is still my apartment. And what I do with my time is my business.
My guy won't come all the way out to Brooklyn. So I've just been hoping to, you know, meet like a local guy.
You ain't said nothing but a word. I mean, yes, I will introduce you to my weed guy.
So what's the dealio with you Ms. Love Parker.
I used to be married. Yeah. Listen, the only thing harder than being an actor is being married to an actor. My mama always used to say, figure out what you don't like about someone, and if you still want to be with them, despite that, marry him.
I wish I would have talked to your mama before I got married.
Yeah, she said a lot of things.
One thing I definitely did not like about her was her fucking Donnie.
Indeed.
Of course, she wasn't fucking him before we got married. I mean, we were like doomed from the start. You know, everything was hers. The fancy apartment, the fancy friends, the air kisses,
Boo fucking who? You're a good-looking white guy in a city made for good-looking white guys. You will do just fine.
You are right there. You are right there. You're...
Oh, God.
I'm hungry. Is there anything good around here?
Okay, come on. Let me show you what made these Wall Street motherfuckers want to come over here. Mother would pack us up and we'd visit her sister in Queens and do all the sights. Oh, my mother hated Times Square. You know, all run down like it was. I loved it. Hookers, the hustlers, the junkies. Just imagine this little Virginia choir girl up in all that. And one day I told myself, I will be a big-time Broadway star, and I will live right there in Times Square.
You really wanted to live in Times Square? Back then?
I was 10 years old. But yeah, when I finally moved there, the rent and the work, it's a lot less glitz and glamour and a lot more grunting and groaning.
The city isn't easy.
But then, you know, I got my first job on stage. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
That's great.
That was me. That was me. And those were the steps. I remember. I mean, you never forget things like that, right?
I guess not.
Time to wake up, sleepyhead.
Wow. I can't believe last night. You know, I finally get Brooklyn.
To be fair, fucking a senior citizen isn't a part of the standard Brooklyn welcome wagon.
Yeah, I know. I get it. My ex-wife always thought I had a thing for my former nanny.
Hey, I have a bunch of things to do, so I really got to get ready to go.
Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe you don't have to move out?
Yes, I do. I've seen the rents you're asking for.
Well, you know, I'm sure we could come up with some kind of arrangement.
An arrangement? Like I get to stay in exchange for...
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm just spitballing, you know, I'm just trying to figure out a win-win. What's so funny?
You really think you're different, don't you? And maybe you were. But right now, you're just another white guy who thinks his money entitles him to whatever he wants.
Well, that's not what I meant.
I think it is what you meant. You just didn't think I'd know it.
I mean, I just thought that, you know, we,
Let me tell you something, Mr. Colby Dunn, newly minted owner of a lovely brownstone in a formerly black neighborhood made safe. What you need to do is ease your smarmy ass out of my goddamn apartment.
Okay. You know, but technically, it's still my apartment.
Not yet. Not until you pay me. So beat it, you whining piece of shit.
Do you think I could still get your dealer's number?
You can get it from my lawyer.
Had a bad day today, parking ticket, bank account overdrawn, said all my money's gone. I got bills to pay, one day I say, things never go right. I'm tired of feeling uptight when you're struggling.
Ooh, that's good shit. It ain't good? It ain't good. It's better in Brooklyn.
I believe. There's a remedy, yeah. And if the sun...
Hi,
can I help you?
I'm Cameron Pierre. Alexandra Pierre is my mother. You know the woman you bought the house from?
Oh, yes, of course. Hi.
Hi. Me and Lil Man, we were in the neighborhood, and I wanted to show him the house I grew up in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like nostalgia.
Nostalgia.
You think it would come in?
Come in to the house. You know, it's messy. I've been...
You really used to live here? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, sure. Cool. Come on in. Yeah. So it's probably a little different than when you were here last. When was that?
Well, it's been a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we made a I have a lot of plans for it, but just really starting out.
Yeah, I bet.
I remember your mom. She is a tough lady. She brokered that deal all on her own. That woman is tough as nails.
Yeah, she passed away 4 months ago.
And very sweet. She's very sweet, very kind woman.
Look, you don't gotta sugarcoat it, man. My mom's was no joke. She raised 2 boys in this neighborhood all by herself. She never touched a thing in here before either. But this looks like you getting ready for a magazine. You restored and cleaned everything up right.
I'm pretty much starting it all over.
How about the backyard?
The backyard? No. You know, my wife was the gardener. I never had a green thumb, more like a black thumb. Meaning we actually just started talking about what to do with the backyard right about the time I walked in on her fucking her high school boyfriend.
Damn, it's cold.
Yo, mind your manners. It's Love. She live here when you moved in?
Miss Love?
Yeah. Love. Love Parker, woman who lived downstairs?
Miss Love Parker. Yeah. Yeah, she did. She lived downstairs. She moved. How about that tour? How you wanna? We could start with the upstairs.
Cool. Why don't we start in the backyard though?
Oh, there's really nothing to see in the backyard. It's probably exactly the same as you left it.
Excuse me? Can I use the bathroom?
Yeah, sure, little man. It's right up the stairs, and you're gonna want to make a right. So do you still live in the hood, neighborhood?
Truth is, I was away for a little while.
School?
Upstate.
Work?
Nope.
Oh, traveling, I know that. Between college, open road, wind in my hair.
I just did 8 years in Green Haven Correctional.
Prison? Oh. How was that?
Just like any other place. Yeah. Some good people, some bad people.
I bet. Son really is taking a long time in the bathroom. Hey, little man, you okay? You didn't fall in, did you?
Are we good?
Yeah, we good.
See you later.
See you later.
Oh yeah, that's not my son. But I knew you more likely to let me in if I had a kid with me.
Look, man, I don't have a lot here, but you can take anything you want. I just with my here. I'm in my wallet. I have 40, I have 20, I have 30, I have
Look,
31.
Man, I'm not a criminal. I don't want your money, all right?
You're not a criminal. Eight years in prison says otherwise.
8 years because I was a knucklehead who ran with the wrong people.
See.
Look, I just gotta get one thing, all right? I just gotta get something. That's an inhaler. Look, I'm not gonna hurt you, bro. All right, just relax.
What am I supposed to think? You hired a kid to be your son, and then you just walk in here with your dragon t-shirt?
Me and my brothers, we used to hang out all the time on the front out here. Moms wouldn't let us go to the park, so we did all sorts of stuff out here. Just the two of us.
It's cool.
Yeah. You know, if you look right down the block over there, you could actually see the school my mom taught at.
Oh, she taught there. That's awesome, right? Well, hey, where are you going? Hey, what the heck are you doing?
Look, I just gotta get one thing, and you never have to see me again. It's right here. Then I'm gone.
Is it loot?
What?
Loot. From a job.
Yeah.
Oh. A comic?
Yeah, a comic. My brother was into Avengers, but X-Men was my shit.
What about Quicksilver?
Just helped me get by when my dad passed. Means a lot to me.
What are you gonna do with it? Sell it on eBay?
Shit, man. eBay? Please.
Smoke?
Nah, man, that shit makes you soft in the head. Plus, I'm on probation.
Right.
Hey, you ever hook up with Miss Love?
What? What are you talking about?
Miss Love, she still got it. Always did.
Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way.
What?
Biggie Smalls?
I know.
You want to hang out?
Nah, man, I'm good. I'm actually gonna get up out of here. But hey, take care of this house, man. And don't forget the people that came here before you.
Sounds like this couple needs therapy. That's why I'm here. I'm Dr. Lisa, the self-proclaimed psychotherapist. Even though I have no formal training, I've had more patients than any shrink could have in a whole lifetime. I've done psychotherapy on stage, on the street, and in my private office. Today, I'm going to have an office visit with a young married couple, Katerina and Kenny from Bushwick. She's the founder and editor-in-chief of the Bushwick Daily. Kenny is an artist, and he manages the business side of the site as well. You're arguing about the location of the second chakra in your body?
Yeah, it's an ongoing dispute.
Yeah,
And that's what you're
always
arguing
comes
about?
up and
Wow.
again and again. But it's important, it's like a really important chakra.
So well, tell me about it. How does the argument go down?
Well, it's pretty much, there's like 7 chakras in your body.
Okay.
And supposedly there's the second one is sort of like in your pelvic area.
Uh-huh.
But Katerina seems to believe, against the well-known fact that it's there, she seems to believe it's actually higher, more in the area of where the 3rd chakra would be.
That's how the dispute always arises. I'm like, I feel it in my belly, in my second chakra. It's like, you mean 3rd chakra? That's pretty much how it goes.
For me, yeah, it's like sort of based closer to a fact and diagram-based information.
So you've read about this,
Yeah.
and why do you think it is where it is?
Because I also read about it, and I also feel it.
So Kenny doesn't believe you, even though it's your body. Now, why is that, Kenny? Do you need to if your wife knows how it feels, why are you not agreeing with her?
Well, I'm not disrespecting what she feels. I'm just
Feel like you
it's
know
a
more. Is that it?
A little bit, yeah.
You
a little bit when it comes to classifying the feeling.
So you mean you feel like you just know more about all this in general?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not about to toot my own horn or something like that, but.
But you are. So Katerina, you feel like where it is, and he's denying that. So what's that like for you?
Well, it feels a little bit like hopeless. Like, how can I explain this guy where is my second chakra? It's.
So you don't feel like he's listening to you, or you feel like he doesn't understand you, or he's being an authority about something that you feel like is your body?
A little bit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or just in general,
The way you feel now and the way you feel now about this. Do you ever feel this way about other things?
Yeah, maybe.
Like what
maybe,
else? Like what else?
I don't know, maybe some things around the apartment. I don't know, agreeing where things should go, furniture, stuff like that.
So what kind of argument might you guys have about something you do with the Bushwick Daily and where the funds go? Like, what would an argument like that be about typically?
I don't know, where to place our costs, can we afford to...
That's a
Mostly about the money.
Yeah, I guess so.
And so are you the one, since you're the one in charge of getting the money in, do you feel like you should have some say over that?
Well, yeah.
And he's keeping the books too, so.
And he's keeping the books.
So he sees how it's coming
So
out and going in.
how do you feel about that? You resent sometimes when he says no to things?
A little bit, but mostly.
You trust him.
Mostly he's right.
He's right about the money. Kenny, I want to talk to you. Come with me into the control room now.
Okay.
Here's what I want to understand about you. You have a need to sort of monitor and maybe guide Katerina a little bit. And in a certain way, I think it's adorable because you obviously love her and care about her. But in another way, it's a little controlling, and I want to know where that need comes from.
I don't know. You really think you think it's an issue?
It's an issue only because it's causing some friction, and I just want you to know what it's about so you can sort of own it and use it effectively, because some of that is great. Helping her and looking out for her is great, but some of that feels like it's a little, you're overstepping what she's comfortable with. Do you feel like those are your areas that you own, like the home organization? And that
yeah, maybe.
Seriously, yeah? Okay, and then what areas? She owns a lot of areas out in the social world, out in the outside of the home.
Yeah.
And did you ever feel that way with like your father, your parents? Did they ever have their areas that they were in charge of? Do you see them in that way?
Yeah, it might have been more of my mom was more of pushing on external, like social things, and my dad was maybe more the inverted one, introverted, I should say, of the relationship.
So you kind of feel like that you guys are sort of mirroring that, but you have that.
Yeah,
so
maybe.
you need to understand also that you have that perception when you look at your relationship with her, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's your sense. So you're bringing that to the table.
Yeah, of course.
What's with this chakra thing? I mean, really, this is ridiculous. What are you guys really arguing about? That's so absurd. You don't give a shit about the chakras, admit it. You're arguing about something else, and you know it.
While you were talking to Kenny, I actually Googled where the second chakra is. And on Deepak Chopra's website, it says that it's somewhere between pelvic bone and your navel. So, like, I don't know, the truth is somewhere in the middle.
See, I think that you guys are arguing about something that isn't even really meant to be specific.
Yeah.
Because you're having tension about who's in control of, you know, who knows more about the whole chakra, the whole ridiculous chakra thing. How can you believe in that crap? You're involved in so many things like that are very public, like the Bushwick Daily, and you're the social, you know, butterfly, and everybody knows you and all that stuff. And he's kind of behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Like he's like Katerina's husband.
Yeah.
In those situations. And I know that has nothing to do with your vision of him. He needs to balance out being like behind the scenes with you. Is that ever occurred to you, or do you think that's part of it?
It never occurred to me.
You never thought about that?
No.
That he might be like, well, this is mine and that's yours, or I want to have this.
No, I never thought about it that way, to be honest with you.
When he works on the Bushwick Daily stuff with you, you're the breadwinner in a sense. In a sense, you have that control because people come to you and the money. See, that's very different when the money is coming in through something that you ultimately have control over, right?
I guess.
But what's also really interesting is that Kenny hasn't made you aware of that in any way, because there'd be a lot of dudes that would be like, oh God, I can't believe my wife is in charge of all this and I have to help, and you know what I'm saying? Like you don't even think about it. So you're not even aware of that he might be feeling that way. Do you think that he feels appreciated by you?
I don't know how he feels about it, but I feel that it's kind of balanced, you know, because like in the beginning when I had Bushwick Daily and I was just like blogging like an insane person, like day and night, and I was making like zero money and I was like really, really broke. Like he actually really helped me out, and he was going to work and he was like supporting me, you know, because without him, like there wouldn't be Bushwick Daily. I would have to quit and like I don't know what, you know.
Right.
So the Bushwick Daily is where it is because of him. Like he really helped me, and then I kind of feel like it was my turn to like help him. So not even that it was like a conscious decision. It just like happened that way, and I was like, yeah, that totally makes sense that it's like that, you know, that he was able to quit his job, which was like soul sucking, and he came on board in Bushwick Daily, and it's like better, more flexible arrangement for him, you know.
But how did you feel when he was making all the money and you were doing the Bushwick Daily?
You know, not great, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah. I wasn't that. I didn't like the fact that like I had to be dependent. Yeah.
Wow, we're really getting somewhere now,
I think
we?
we are, actually.
Wow.
I think you guys did so great today. I think we all had a growth experience, without a doubt. And I just want to give you guys flashcards so that you can take home something and like remember in your head the next time you're feeling annoyed at each other, look at what you personally can bring to the party to make things smooth. Ken, I think that if you open your mind a little bit, think about your role in the relationship in a more fluid way. Not that this is your thing, that's Katerina's thing. I think that will open up a lot of rich possibilities for you. And I think that you won't even care where anybody's chakras are. Okay, so I wrote that down for you. Here's your flashcard.
Thank you.
Katerina, let Kenny know how much respect, how important he is, and what he is, the role he plays in your life. Because I think if you make him feel like he is great at all the things that he genuinely is great at, which is a lot more than just chakra locating, you will find that he's a little less resistant to holding on to the things that he knows he's good at. Okay, and I wrote this down for you so you can remember it.
Thank you, Dr. Lisa.
And you guys are doing great stuff too, and I want us to remark on that. So, Kenny, you get an award. Oh my God, look at that. You get an award because you know what? You're a really generous husband, and you really give a shit where Katerina's chakras are. Good for you. You care. Katerina, you get an award. You realized in the ladies' room that you're not giving him enough appreciation, and I love how open you were to acknowledging that. So I'm really proud of you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Lisa.
Hey, that was great, right? What a lot of fun. We learned all about chakras, even though I still could care less. But you know what? We made some progress, and I could help you too. If your partner's giving you a hard time, just tie them up and drag them down here. I'll fix it up, I promise.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
It's not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
Daniel Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream,
concretes my conscience. For I'm no different from these cops turned Klansmen. For how quickly I was willing to make a criminal out of my kid. Maybe I could have called more. I see a transgendered woman not being invited to the rally. I'm the kind of woman who is ugly for fun, and God knows I can be so much prettier. I might
This war you
just
started is
deserve
not
a
over,
life of
America.
losing
Every war
things
you
and
start has its price, America. And my mother is going to make you pay.
Slam is really just a silly little game, right? A bunch of people sitting around, you know, giving scores to art. What is that? It's the chance and the opportunity for people to really tell their stories. And this entire process can be therapeutic. For some people, coming to a slam is the first time they ever really have a community and have people listen to them. So more than winning, are we creating art to heal ourselves? Are we creating art to heal others? And how are we supporting each other as well?
This is the Brooklyn Slam team. Give it up for Anthony McPherson, Balu. Make some noise for Stephen Willis, Paul Tran. And last but not least, Crystal Valentine.
You know what? I'm not even going to be politically correct about it. People will say that your poems should be about changing lives and making the world better. Winning and creating the most honest and impactful work are not necessarily separate. If you intend to win, you have to dig deep into your soul and pull out your most vulnerable truth and your most powerful points. With that, I intend to win the trophy. And if I do not come back with the trophy, I will be ashamed.
On the issue of faith, why God allows certain things. I had a 3-year battle with ACS because they thought I abused my daughter. I always hope for freedom, right? But the other side of that is I want the same thing for other people who don't know how to have these conversations, who don't know how to say I'm hurting, or who don't know how to say that thing you're doing is killing me.
I am a coward some days, and I hide behind the cross. But I am also the kind of woman who will wait for Christ to come to me. The kind of woman who always lets a man make the first move. The kind of woman who moves too fast and gets pregnant too soon and shuts up like a whore who does not have her children's last name. The worst kind of woman who sees nothing wrong with this, who knows her vagina is a missile, who will beg your pardon if you ask for it, who will bust your head if you ask for it, who will help you bust your nut if you ask for it. I'm the kind of woman who says things like, don't ask me for shit, but I would give up almost anything if you need it, and just ask for it. But be cautious, because I lose things like children.
Give it up for Brooklyn.
I know you know them. I know we all come up together and it's all love, usually. But slam is a different animal. One doesn't have to do it together. So don't wait for people to respond to you as a friend. You make the crowd respond to you because that poem deserves it. Your job is not to wait for anybody to love you the way that we love you. Your job is not to wait for anybody to love you as much as you love yourself, as much as you love each other. Your job is to show them our capacity to love, despite their willingness to give it back to us. That's it. Them poems is beautiful.
Alright, so can I see what you guys are doing?
Yes.
Can you, so your arm is kind of like this. Yeah, can you do that? Alright, I want to see the whole joint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The best video game console
is undoubtedly
the Sega Genesis.
no loading time
Never needs to update.
and virtually indestructible.
But my Genesis was
special.
Because it had. That's my fault. That's my line. That's your line.
Yep.
We have a tremendous work ethic. This is one of the hardest working teams I think we ever had.
You have to understand that, like Paul, Stephen, and McPherson are all the top 13 poets in the world. And Falou, you know, she ranked 3rd in Woman of the World Poetry Slam. So like these are all like really acclaimed poets that I always look up to, and I think that they're highly favored in the community as well.
After Brooklyn not having a team for like 10, 11 years, I couldn't imagine a better group of writers who perform like no one's business. I'm excited to show people you have competition because Brooklyn writes great poems.
On behalf of this Atlanta-based flight crew, I wish each and every one a wonderful day and a great week.
It took a lot for us to get here, so y'all need to start and make it work and do it for all the people who got you here. You gotta like show and prove for all of NYC. Cool?
Well, we want to thank you for this opportunity of being able to join here together. We know that what we're about to do right now is not only going to change our lives, but also change the form. Mo has instilled in us the ability to understand that the integrity of our work is the most important thing that we have here. Let that be the thing that fuels us and guide us today to victory from today and the rest of this week. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right, on the count of 3, bring it home. 1, 2, 3.
By you!
The first person to molest me was my sister.
The first person to molest me was my father. With soft hands and even softer coercion.
A big sister telling her toy chest doll to open her thighs.
A drunk father telling his smashed beer bottle child to open its mouth. Wider, please.
For your big sister, please.
We know about the men. The lions wearing sheepskin, making hunting rounds of women's throats. Remind us how easy it is to lose our parts in the dark.
But what about the women?
What about the kin? The lions wearing human skin.
Like these who ask before taking.
That means that in first place, give it up for Brooklyn Slam.
Congratulations. But when I tell you that shit rocked out,
Great.
necessary. All right, shoulders forward, 10, begin. 1.
Count with me. 1.
I don't really have poetry that is not about what directly affects me. You know, at some points, everything around me is crumbling. At some points, everything around me is amazing. And I feel like I'm such a quiet person for people who don't know me, whom I don't speak with. It is really the only chance to tell my story.
When the Oval Office picks the slave ship from its teeth, the rallies will morph into mosh pits. Soccer moms and Nixon masks clapping off beats. All tempos matter.
African American vernacular English, oh my God, they call it slang. The man calls it Ebonics. I call it America's Creole.
Depression really has you if you think that you are the only one feeling this way, and therefore you definitely cannot do anything about it because it's only you. So when I go to poetry slams, I build with people who are like me, with queer folk, with black folk, with women, you know, and people who are not like me.
It's important to know you're not alone, and it's also important to know that there are people who will fight for you.
My mother is white. I am biracial. And there's a lot of issues that come with that, with attacking white supremacy while your mom is white, and distinguishing the difference between white people and white supremacy. And that results in a lot of issues with my family. I bring those up, I don't stifle them, because there are a lot of biracial people with the same issues. Going home, to your family should be like a chance to be safe, right? But for me, it's like, those are some of the most volatile white people because they love you and they're still fucking you up.
This ain't Genesis no more. Don't take a revelation on his ass. Make him fall back like Sonic lost his rings. Back up, backhand circle the Kogan. Make him fall back like back like. Oh my God, you win. Perfect.
One of the big aspects of culture is family and a family structure. So if mass incarceration is this a major thing, we have to discuss about how mass incarceration affects the family. What's that mean? What's it doing to the family dynamic? Other than, hey, I don't have a dad at home anymore, or I don't have a brother at home anymore. And so, there's this joke that all black people have country cousins, right? Everyone has that country cousins, or even people, period, have those cousins in the country. And so I said, well, particular to the African-American experience, we have county cousins who are in jail.
So this one here is for my county cousins.
Come on.
Currently incarcerated for crimes committed and/or confessed, contributing to the new Jim Crow, my county cousins. Not to be confused by my country cousins currently in Kansas, cooking cornbread and collard greens in the kitchen all. Those cousins you see every summer. These cousins you see every quarter century and county. Constantly making collect calls, inquiring about commissary. Cursed to forever circulate in and out of this country's industrial prison complex. Constructed for collecting coons for an orange and black continuum. My cousin used to wear busted jeans to Grandma's Christian church in Chatham. My cousin was cool enough to make the most ditty girl smile. Was the same cousin I saw clinch a clutch and rage the sight of his brother's blood on concrete. Make that gun crop for days. Then one day, a crooked Chicago cop came and caged my cousin before college, and now my family only congregates in courtrooms.
The entire male previous generation before me are all in jail. All my uncles are in prison. All of my cousins are in prison. They all got caught up in the drug life that was Chicago, following in the footsteps of one of my older uncles, one of my grandmother's brothers. And so we lost an entire generation of men. So I grew up, knowing some of my very close family members, immediate family members behind the glass.
As a member of many minority groups, of many oppressed groups, anyone who stands in a position as an oppressed person has to know everything about themselves and their oppressor. I've spent all my life learning about the people who would rather me not exist. And I think through slam and in the world, it's time they learn a little bit about me and what I go through and the people I love.
I will peel myself away from your skin. I will return to my life again. I will return to this world again. I come back from death to find a voice, to say your name, to tell everyone what you did to me. I come back from death to look you dead in the eye, to look you dead, to teach you to be better for what you asked for. You better prepare for what you asked for, because I will show you exactly what this mouth do.
And Brooklyn will be bringing to the stage. Group B from Brooklyn.
Come on, Brooklyn.
Let's go.
The best video game console
is undoubtedly the Sega Genesis. No loading time.
Never needs to update.
And virtually indestructible.
But my Genesis was special.
Because it had two controllers.
One for me and one for Mom Dukes.
And she always let me rock as her player one. Soon as she heard that Sega, she knew to break out the snacks from Blockbuster Video.
You name a cartridge.
We beat that cartridge.
Double Dragons.
Light work.
Mortal Kombat 1 and 2.
Finished them.
Michael Jackson's Moonwalker.
Beat it. You know I'm bad. The second Genesis was the source of me and Mom's strongest connection. She was the tails to my Sonic, my two-tailed sidekick, flying me up to places I couldn't reach alone.
Here comes a new challenger. Her boyfriend loved fighting games.
The controller was shaking in his hands.
He never rolled it up when finished.
Mom would wake up with a new bruise
and blame it on tripping over his wires.
She grew addicted to him,
and I grew addicted to Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
Character select, always picking the girls,
always playing as Chun-Li,
expert mode,
unable to protect her from the beatdown.
Dizzy stars, the red countdown, flashing lights, stop lights, tailing.
We have a low score of a 9.9. Not one, not two, not three, but give me 4 of a kind 10s. And the one for the evening with a 118.4. Give it up for Brooklyn.
I'm just really, like, you guys are, like, really great.
Genesis changed everything.
Yeah.
Genesis was not a poem that I believed in all for years, right? And Steven said, yo! And I believed in Steven, and I thank you for believing in my word. Throughout the whole process, he was not letting me give up on that poem. And
I fought McPherson from the moment it was on paper for where words would go, what it should do, just for that, what just happened, to have a 30, and it could change lives.
That happens when we love each other. That happens when we trust each other. That happens when everybody sits there and watches you and nobody claps for you. And not until it's done. You know what I'm saying? Not until they quote you in poems and writing after poems. Not until they're doing Faloo fucking movements on stage. I saw it. And I was like, oh, okay. But that's what happens. That's the game we're in. You inspire people. And when you inspire, emulation and imitation, right? But it doesn't take from the fact that you need to be replenished. The well needs to be replenished. The best way to replenish the well is to trust each other and hold each other. And trust us and know that we got you and hold you. All right, have fun, talk to folks. Do not talk poems. Never. Do not talk poems.
Welcome everyone. This is the National Poetry Slam semifinals coming at you from Decatur, Georgia. Decatur wears greater.
Nice try, Dylan. But we still going to church. Still gonna claim this white man's religion. Want Jews to enslave us. Still gonna fill these white pews with this black light.
All right, we have a tie for first. With 118.7 each. This tie is between House Slam and Brooklyn.
This is the first bout I've ever managed that has ended in a tie where we need to break the tie. So we need to break the tie. We did a coin flip based on the call. House Poetry Slam is going to send a poet up first. They are going to be represented on your scorecards with a 1. Brooklyn Poetry Slam is going to go up second. They're going to be on your scorecards represented by a 2. It doesn't mean they're any better or worse.
Healing begins whenever you are ready, even at age 65. My grandma rocks her face North Philly mean on a 5-foot frame, fingers painted gold, baby powder on her chest like, shave my legs for what? Like, titty small but clothes you only need but a mouthful like Ashley. You better keep your receipts. Tell me no matter how good it seemed when you bought it, you better make sure you have the means to return it when it no longer serves you. Let this be her first lesson in healing. My grandma shared a bed with my molester for 40 years. When she found out where Grandpa's hands had been, she shook her head. What a sick, sick man, she said. It was 15 years ago, so memories have crawled fetal position into the corners of my flashbacks still. I wonder if in that moment she was thankful to never have daughters.
Do I feel safe as a body, as a person, when I go to a slam venue preparing to share my work? Not at all, because I don't feel safe on the street. Being invisible being actively erased, reconstituted for someone else's comfort, aren't things that I'm unfamiliar with. And I don't expect slam to be any different. And for that reason, I'm not showing up to do my poem. I have to stunt. I have to make people listen to every word, every argument, all the evidence I lay out before them. I have to make them put themselves in my poem, assess their relationship to me, to people like me, to analyze whether my values, my ideological worldviews are congruent or incongruent to them, and why. And then I have to get them to give me a good score because my writing is good, because my performance is incomparable. And I have to do all of that in a matter of seconds, because 10, 15, 20 seconds into the poem, someone has already decided whether or not I'm worth their time.
The police said, show me the evidence. The nurse said, show me the evidence. The nurse said, here, this is an HIV test. Run it along your gums like this. My mom said, wow, did you ask for it? Are you positive? And I returned to the night it happened, hours underwater wondering if his cum was so wet and fresh in this body, had enough evidence to convict him to turn back time, reach for my boot heel, shove the metal end of my hairpin into the nearest socket, and electrocute us both to death. Who would you call the victim then?
Hold up at 1 if you prefer house slam. Hold up at 2 if you prefer Brooklyn.
We have a 1, a 1, a 1, a 1, and a 2. Let's give it up for our second place team, Brooklyn! And let's give it up for our first place team in this semifinals bout. Give it up for the House Slam! Woo!
It's funny because when you walk away, you see all the moments where the shift happens and you live that for the next 48 hours. But at the end of the day, I really believe we had, one of the best teams here. They did an immaculate job. They were transformative, game-changing. And I see other teams, including the ones we went against, using inspiration from these people. And I hope they know, maybe not now, but maybe soon they'll see how they're really leaders. And most times we kill our leaders.
Now give it up for Brooklyn Slam.
For the boys told they were too dark to be the Dark Knight. Too colored to be the Cape Crusader. Don't worry, there is a hero here to avenge you.
And then the Black Panther said, fuck Batman!
Yeah! Oh, so you calling yourself the Dark Knight?
Really, nigga?
Did Hillary teach you how to nay-nay?
Let me guess. You got hot sauce in your utility belt.
You want to be so bad. You're what I'd be if I had no power.
And they praise you for your non-miraculous mediocrity.
You let the world know anyone can be a hero.
As long as you're born rich.
It seems privilege is the only thing super about you. Your writers reward your underachievement, while we must be twice as good for half the panel. So, not only will I beat you in chess,
despite you going first every time,
my soul be bonded with the Panther God, the ethereal fist raised above heaven. Fuck a Batmobile. I got a black man-o-mobile on suicide doors and a kill switch.
Catwoman keeps burglarizing you, while me and my queen take this world by storm.
I got a big mama blessed and been there, done that in Bible.
They say I just might be a Black Bruce Wayne in the making.
Fuck that! I am T'Challa.
Put some respect on my name.
Basket of the devil is a black bastardry.
Can't copy the King Kunta charisma.
Cam Newton meets Huey P. Newton in brains and bronze.
This Jesus on the cross meets Jesus on the unk.
I be the full spectrum of black shit from Wakanda
To Zamunda, light skin to dark skin, sweet to salty, doing a whole running man to Have you ever seen a black man's outfits protect him from bullets? I've got black boys everywhere, trading in their gold chains for vibranium. I'm metal made of every sound. So
my people stay draped
and dripped out in their own invincible voices. The Black Panther Party
came after the Black Panther comic.
Imagine what will happen when we soul train to the silver screen. We will know Superman is as irrelevant as phone booths.
After Saturday, it's just a wannabe Afro-Pip. That MLK's secret identity is
Malcolm X.
Surprise, motherfucker. Look at me. I am the Captain Now, the real Dark Knight, Black Emperor, King of Kings. Networked in the trillions. Don't make me buy Wayne Enterprises.
Don't make me buy Gotham City.
Don't make me buy DC Comics Batman. You just might be my sidekick in the making.
Out this melanin.
Hey, you've reached Chris. Leave a message.
Hi. We spoke this morning about your filming this documentary of Oric, and I've given it thought, and I just don't feel good about it at all. I don't want to be interviewed about him and bring that all up again. It's too painful and dangerous, may I say.
We had a friendship, we both laughed at things that were involved with serious work and what we were doing. But still, you're friends. I don't know, it's just, friend. Is how I just describe what that is, because it's so much.
A woman who called herself Mary Magdalene called someone, the Department of Health, or maybe she made more than one call, but she called and said, my name is Mary Magdalene, and I'd like to report a dead body.
We didn't call it a cult, of course. A cult never calls itself a cult. I'm a farm boy. Well, I used to be. Gene Kelly taught me how to dance when I was 9 years old. I used to go to movies of Gene Kelly's, see him 2 or 3 times and take notes and practice on my own. So that's what I wanted to do, showbiz.
It was rampant through theater. On a much broader scale, I find that the people in theater are much more curious and open to new things. So that's where it happened, and it was just word of mouth. One person talks to one person, it just spreads.
I got introduced to Todd by my friend. We were in a Broadway show together. When it became talked about astrological charts, I said, oh, $50 at that time was $50. It still is, but I thought, okay, that's an okay investment. And that's how it all started for me with Oric Bobar.
The charts were like 10 pages long, single space. He got it right on the nose for a lot of people.
The gist of the chart was that I've chosen a life of physicality. I grew up in Alabama, my father was a football coach, and then I announced that I wanted to be a ballet dancer. Danced with New York City Ballet and Twyla Tharp and Harkness. And now here I am, 67, and I'm still competing in powerlifting. So I still have had a very physical life.
When people wrote to Ulrich requesting a chart, if he thought that they were good candidates, he would suggest that they do the meditation which he called the work. The first work was for 9 months. Once a day, try to do it at the same time each day. You sit down and you visualize a circle with a dot in the center. Either black on white or white on black, whichever you want. For 5 minutes, you try to keep that, only that in your head. And then the next 5 minutes, you do the next symbol, which was like a crossroads. Last one was equilateral triangle, same thing. The idea was to take everything else out of your brain except that symbol. And after the first meditation, if you'd done well enough, you got a next meditation. And the next meditation was different for each person.
But at the time, the overall philosophy was that you're part of a bigger system and that your life on earth was one incarnation. And there are many incarnations that happen. The analogy was a cup with a larger vessel. And you pick the life that you're going to be born into.
I met him in person the first time. I was going to stay 2 weeks with him. God, I didn't know what I was looking for. I was this little tiny, beautiful picturesque station in Italy. Finally somebody appeared, and it was him. Had this bright red hair. Ooh. I didn't know anything about his past or anything else. I just knew this person.
I was performing with Harkness at the time. We were touring around Europe. I went down to Italy to see him for a day. We went out to go to lunch, and he drove, and all of a sudden, Ulrich is foaming at the mouth. I mean, he's screaming in Italian, arms waving, and just a road rage manifestation. And after the incident, I was like mouth open, aghast at the whole situation. And he said, no. He said, you have to remember, I'm human. I'm just a vehicle for this message.
I'm not a follower, but when I chose to, I really committed to it, and I became a factor in what he was doing. There were always maybe 2 or 3 people in New City that would help people start, because he was in Italy. So we wrote letters at least once a month. I was kind of a first lieutenant assistant.
I kept my word. Now I'm going.
Oh, you can't go, mister. I won't let you go.
But I've got to. Do you think I can stay here forever?
There ain't no place for you to go, except back where you came from.
I'll never go back where I came from.
He told me so many times he could never come because the energy here was so intense and so awful it would kill him. And this one time, I didn't hear from him for quite a while. He said he went into a coma. Well, he hated hospitals, hated drugs, hated all that. I think it really freaked him out a bit. The next time I hear from him, he said he's coming to New York to live, which was shocking.
You know, like anybody else who had had their chart done by Ulrich Bovar, you go, I'd like to meet him.
When he walked in the door from the airport, I didn't recognize him. First of all, he had almost a whole bunch of weight, down to really thin. Just looked smaller in every way. His hair was white. It was a big change from red. He told me what he was going to do and what he was going to say and all that sort of thing. I was trying to wrap my head around it. But he told me then that he wanted me to keep notebooks, keep a journal about all this. April 12, 1975. Many disciples and students began a self-imposed period of purification as recommended by Ulrich. These things include a special diet, no alcohol or drugs, and a vow of celibacy until married. A few celibacy for the rest of their lives.
You'd look at those eyes, and those eyes would be like calm, like the glassy surface of a nice lily pond.
Early on, I was at a couple of parties in New York with him, and every time he moved, it was like a magnet, like this.
So there were these little things along the way that kind of pulled you closer and closer. And then when it was announced that he was the second coming, I kind of went, what? You're what?
Friday, August 22nd, 1975. Oric began to tell me the most inspiring story. He said that he'd been overshadowed by the Christ for 12 years, and from now on, the return of Christ was a reality. Oh, very exciting to think that you're going to be part of something that people have been waiting for, not just Jesus, but anybody. They all said they'd come back again. Nobody has yet. You know?
Oric, in my estimation, believed that he as the messenger was more important than the message, and started doing some really crazy, goofy stuff, boy.
He would go through an exorcism.
Put a hand here and a hand back here, right there.
Not even a massage. It would almost be like a little circling.
And go through this whole kind of ritual kind of chanty thing about getting rid of it, you know, very dramatic.
You're looking at somebody who's very, very charismatic and is now saying some pretty strange stuff. And it's almost like a character study. You go, what makes this guy tick? What's going on?
September 1st, 1975. Oric had predicted that there would be a major earthquake on that day, and that we should leave the city by 3 p.m., that we should wait there, that we should inform those we love of this, even the ones who were not on the work. People had convoys of people going out of town. So there were rehearsals in New York being canceled because people were afraid and didn't want to stay at rehearsal. They just canceled rehearsal. People got in cars, whatever, they got out, wherever they had to go.
You're talking about like Broadway shows and...
Right. I was organizing people to do whatever. And the last minute, I called him. I was about ready to get out of there. And he said, no, you're coming here. Don't tell anybody. There'll only be a couple of people here. 4:10. We were told time had nothing to do with the message and would hold us in bondage. Said it was a test. It was going to happen another time. Went back to his room. Didn't come out again until the next time it was supposed to happen. And everybody was like full out by then. I was in the music room, sitting behind the piano. In the dark, you couldn't even see me. And the others were in the living room, and they were all asleep. And there was a big chandelier over the piano. It was on dim, and he went up there, he looked around, saw the people in there. He went up and hit it to make it start moving, and then ran into the living room saying, like, it's happening, look, it's happening. And I don't know, well, I went through a whole bunch of stuff real fast. I knew it was going to collapse. I didn't know how. I had no idea how, but I knew it was, the whole thing was going to fall in.
Well, first of all, everyone in the building was shocked, of course. And then people who lived on that floor was telling me other stories. No wonder. It was like really cold around that time. And for some reason, the people in the 17H, they had their windows wide open because the wind was whistling through the apartment and under the door into the hallway. They were throwing out dozens of air freshener in the compactor room. You know what that's about, right?
I think Oric felt that this was the one. He was going to cure this guy's cancer. They were chanting around him to help him, and he died. So they chant to bring him back to life, which is even better than curing him.
Now it became a news item because it was like a health violation. You're not supposed to have a dead body hanging out without reporting it. Once there was a court date established that he had to show up in court, that was real. I didn't hear about that until after the fact, and I think that's tied directly to his demise.
One morning at 7:30 in the morning, I get a phone call. Somebody who I had put on the meditation, on the work, he was walking his dog that morning, walked his dog out when the body fell. And he went right back in the house, called me. I remember thinking, oh, well, I knew something was going to happen, but not this.
I can't run any farther. I'm tired. Hearing those dogs in the swamps.
You ain't running no more.
There was a period of letdown and even depression, feeling that I really got took.
Early on, I saw him as a human being. When the message stayed the same, but his behavior became erratic, I was able to separate from it.
I got rid of all my antiques. I got rid of everything, and went back to Midwest because I had no money anyway. I went back home, and I found this group of players. I started telling them this story. He said, "Oh my God, you ought to write this down." So I went back to my little office, and about 3 days I was typing away like a madman, and I finished the thing. Who knows what happened? No one will ever know, I suppose. I think something happened to his brain in that coma in Italy. Something small that allowed his magnetism to somehow stay intact. Anyway, he was my friend. There are many paths in life to Rome, some safe, some too safe, some treacherous, some fatal. The one I like to make my home is a path that's on the edge. Living on the edge, living on the edge, walking the line that tests the balance like a tightrope. This life, no nets, living on the edge.
My life is everything from table tennis. When I was a child, we got a really difficult life. When I was age 9, I was already tattooed, smoked full time, you know, I was always on the street fighting with the kids. I meet my coach and I go to the table tennis club. And I was more and more in the clubs and on the streets, so means out of the trouble. After 2 years already, I was like juniors champion in Tajikistan. So far, I'm here 23 years, this country. There's a lot of table tennis players, my level, who wants to be in exactly where I am today. Most of in the countries, they know my clubs, and they come from a lot of countries, from Pakistan, India, Guatemala, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine. A lot of people from all over the world. Wherever they come to New York, they come to my club. I'm now happy. My job's about like coaching, not anymore playing myself. Вниз. Идешь вверх. Мягко, мягко, мощно. Still, it's not huge operation, you know. It's still small. I have juniors, young boys. They really doing well. When Michel came here, he was 15-year-old. And his father asked me, could you help my son to coach him? What do you think about it? From beginning, I told him, no, I cannot help. But I see from this boy, he have huge, big skills.
When I was 10 years old, that was my first tournament. It was the Israeli national tournament. I came in as a fan of the game, but after this tournament, I understood that it's not something I like or love, it's part of me. I won this tournament and I started playing professionally. My father chose to move everyone here. When I came here, I didn't know anyone. Maybe I was slowly getting into depression. I started looking for a club. Nissan offered me to practice. Right away, I asked how much would it cost. He said that it wouldn't cost me anything. He just wants to practice with me a little bit. Start going to tournaments. He found some people to give money for travel. He built this community for me to support me and help me.
My heart say, you know what, I gotta help this boy. And in my inside ego also, you know, say, you know what, I could make it, this guy, like really good and strong players. My knowledge for 40 years, what I spent for table tennis, I was believing inside in myself, I could help it and I can coach the boy and we got a good chance to make with him American team. The way I see today, who is playing nationals today in the US, he can make it. But there's a lot of really strong players in the country, and maybe they also waiting citizenships.
I need to breathe. Ali, oh.
Come on. Forehand, backhand. Aggressive loop, okay?
If anybody from my club make the team in the United States, it's gonna be huge. Imagine that from Brooklyn, you know. The first 3-4 years was establish our club. Another 4 or 5 years was to survive and not close this business, you know. If the Michel make nationals, of course, we're gonna be more populated, and you know, it's like give it a second impulse for our club.
Well, after I had all my finals and work, I'm really happy coming back, preparing for the next Westchester tournament. It's a once-a-month tournament, but in my opinion, this tournament brings the best level of table tennis in the US.
The Westchester Table Tennis Center has the largest monthly table tennis tournaments in the country. We're the only club that has 4-star tournaments every month. Both crosswords and table tennis are brain sports, so I think my puzzle ability comes into play in table tennis. What's cool about our club is the range of skills that are here, all the way from absolute beginners to as good as people get.
The people who playing there, they really strong, you know, it's not like a joke, those guys.
takes a lot to win this kind of tournament. I think the goal is just to win this tournament. Once I'll be able to win this tournament, next step will be much easier.
Michel.
Yes, Nissan.
How are you?
Good, good.
Did you pay or not yet pay?
No, I'm going there right now.
Okay, I'm gonna give them my credit card.
No problem, Nissan.
Bye, good luck to you, be careful.
Bye, thank you. First match is against the number 2 seed in the tournament. Unfortunately, his hand was on top of mine. Went to the 5th game. I lost 3-2 at the end. Surprised me a little bit, but then I came down and I started playing safer and just easier. Next match is very important, so we'll see how it goes. One of the best things in my game is my serve. I'm able to serve almost the same identical serves with different rotations. And that gets a lot of players to make mistakes or give me an easy ball.
This boy is very talented, very talented. And I remember myself when I came here, no one told me, you know what, Nissan, let me help you with the table tennis. And because you have very good skills and you play professionally, and I'm gonna help you. I always feel like I could help this boy, you know. I'm coaching him already for a year, and I don't wanna give up.
You can lose so many times, but the whole beauty of it is to go to practice again, get better. If you lose and you stop, you achieve nothing. I feel that I don't represent only myself at this tournament, but I represent him, the community, and his club. Anyone will be happy just going to Olympics. They might not win or get to the next stage, but they're still representing the country, so that is their pride. So my pride is to represent Nissan's. He wants always his students to be better than him. He wants them to know a little more than him. So I think that is a very good character for a coach, that he's willing to give everything he has.
I like my job. You know, I love what I'm doing, and not many people, I think so, in the world can say I'm happy with my job. When I have chance, anything food, when I know they can eat, I bring here. It's one of my hobby. It's not gorgeous, watch it doing. How it's beautiful, how they're happy. Look at how many birds I just make happy.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
It's real rap time, no metaphors or punchlines. I was eating food while you were still on the lunch line. While you was in the schoolyard having your little fun time, I was in the box, just 1 hour of sunshine. Headphones in the wall jack, watching the months climb. Listening to cracker music, hoping to hear a pun rhyme. Something you never understand in that little young mind. School of hard knocks, my nigga, I'm an alumni. I am not these ducks. Ask about me, I done left niggas Mach 3'd up. Humble nigga, but I bring it to y'all cocky fucks. Give it to you, then I slide like a hockey puck. I'm the general, the soldier, and the shooter in my team. That's a fact. Matter of fact, man, that's truer than my jeans. I don't smoke, but you know I keep some Buddha in my jeans. Get you dimes that resemble the Buddha on my jeans. You see, I grew up on the scene where the movers got the green from the hoovers and the fiends. Good doers weren't seen, just polluters in the scheme. Man, my whole way with a party had your sewer looking clean. Brooklyn versus everybody.
Battle rap, New York City, the mecca of the culture, and the leading force behind it is known as URL.
It's about to get a little crazy in a few. Everybody's lining up, the fans here and there. The movie begins, the first part, man. We're gonna see what's up. Summer's officially started for us, you know what I mean? Ready.
What's going on? Sports Smack, man, right here we live, Double Impact 2, Urban Plaza. Double Impact is like the all-star game of battle rap. You know, we got some of the best MCs teaming up to basically go up against other teams and put a piece of material together to perform in front of the crowd. So
I don't want to say a word. I just want to get on stage. I just want to get on stage, that's it.
Street Star Noise, URL TV, .TV if you don't know what that is. You know, the ultimate barbarian sport, you know, dudes battling against each other, verbal warfare, and alongside Beasley, Chico, Smack and Beasley are the founders of it. You know, I happen to be one of the co-owners, stuff like that, you know.
it's your boy Schmidrak. You can copy the format, you can copy the style, but you can't copy respect. Follow the innovators, not the imitators, you heard?
Smack took it to another level and actually put it on video, and actually you got to see before VH1 and MTV would even dare go in these hoods. Smack really changed the game. When you battle on Smack, it's a different respect level you get. You're looked at as a great, you're looked at as a legend. I tell people all the time, when it comes to being a legend, you have to play with other greats. From everybody from Murder Mook to Loaded Lux to Calico to Math Hoffa to Cortez. These are the greats of battle rap, you know what I mean? To be stamped great. They've all had to come through here. I don't even think he understood how far he was gonna take it. And he was just making history. The representation of hip hop and battling is just corny. The stuff that you see on the radio now, I can't relate to this shit. It doesn't make no sense. I'm tired of hearing about Molly Percocets and all this stupid shit.
Y'all don't even move me. It's the Gottis and the Boosies to the Nas's and the Tunchis. Big Papa and the Coogee to these Yachties and these Uzis.
The boy chest, yo.
All the way, real Brooklyn. It's easy. Math all day, Cortez.
Brooklyn, New York, Bedford-Stuyvesant to be exact. It's been a blessing when someone can actually do for a living what their dream is, you know?
I do you greasy. I do you greasy. You asked for this, so I'm blasting clips. I asked Yeezy. The K put holes in your clothes. These fashion tips.
I think Cortez arguably has the most bodies out of anybody in battle. I'm talking about just clearly destroying people.
When that camera's on, you have to let people know, like, yo, bro, I'm that nigga. Like, I'm really that good. You know, I'm really that great. I'm the most underrated, underhanded, but I oversaw, because being overlooked creates a pen that's over all. Like,
I brought a lot for you niggas. Shots dropping you niggas. Dominican style. You going out without the socks on you niggas.
I like being the bad guy. There's perks to it. Like when I walk in a room, people step the fuck out of my way. If I go to the bar, I don't gotta ask nobody for nothing. I don't have to say please or thank you to nobody. It's cool. They accept that about me, and I like that.
When his four is fired, you better call Smokey the Bear. I shit on the side of his crib, Smokey the Bear. I had you eat a whole shell, nigga, Yoshi the Bear. They don't gave you a basket case, nigga, Yogi the Bear.
There's authors or poets or whatever who kind of, they're very creative with their words.
because it takes a certain level of intelligence to even put the words together. So you got to give credit to where it's due. It's impressive. Oh, you stretched a part of my imagination to some place where it wasn't before.
Rather than trying to beat the mind as deep as a mine in African, digging passages halfway into China to reap a diamond, let me be honest. When they break down every round that I've sketched bouts, there's nothing tougher than smooth as the rusty tools in the shed house. You niggas came here playing. It's cool, but y'all gonna leave giving head counts. They didn't even book you niggas rooms. I told them Harlem Hospital giving beds out.
It's brutal, but it's entertaining. And it's crazy how the fans follow the storylines like wrestling. These fans actually follow these guys' everyday lives. So if you say something personal about Shock and Suge, everybody knows what they're talking about. It's crazy. People are really following the characters of these individuals.
What we do is like a Shakespearean type of experience.
When you go to a play, like a Broadway play.
Yeah. You
But
know,
for the
it's
streets.
no beat. It's no beat. A good 1,000 to 2,000 just standing in a room,
staring,
listening to every word that you're saying.
I will hit your folks when I'm spraying. Your whole family get in the clip like the Wayans. I'll even go to black church where the pastor ratchet, the deacon be singing, let us pray. Bow your heads and we amen. Slow it down, I just dissed you. I said Pastor Ratchet, the deacon be singing, let us pray. Well, bow your heads when we amen.
You gotta wait until they calm the fuck down to see if you can get your shit back.
Let you fuck up. Boo! Like, it's not what it is the Apollo.
And it's not even like you could run over their opinions.
A lot of people shit on Matt Hoffa, but I feel like he's been
A lot of people shit on Cortez, but he killed it in the last battle.
I'm gonna go for Matt Hoffa and Cortez.
To continue to travel the world and live the way I want to live, I understand that hard work has to be put in to be able to do that.
I'm dozing off, but every line I give to y'all, it's potent, y'all, so I overcharge. Oshkosh bagosh. You're looking at the best, baby, overall.
That right there, like, the play on the words, everything, like, that signifies everything about Cortez. When people mention what the exception to the rule is, I try to be the definition of that and live by that code each and every day. And when you have that type of mentality, no one can beat you. No one can beat you. Eventually, you're gonna get your shot, and you'll be ready for that opportunity.
Right. Math turns up in situation number 2-2. Yeah, that Millie Rock, that was the shit.
So from the Fight Club, I got some of my footage, and we passed it to Smack. Smack saw the footage, and he was like, yo, I want you to come through, battle T-Rex. So I show up to this battle in Harlem, and this young boy from Philly, his name is Dose. I had no intention of battling Dose. I figured T-Rex is standing right here. I'm gonna get up on the stage and start some shit. But before that, they had a battle. There's another Philly dude versus a dude from Harlem. Now the Philly dude was getting in this dude's face so much that he backed him down to the end of the stage. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm not about this life, man. I'm like, look, I saw what just happened. I know that's your man. Let's not do that. Keep our distance. It's Smack. It's a good look. You know what I mean? Let's be respectful. He gave me a dap. He was like, you all ready? I was like, all right, cool. When I started rapping, first thing I said is, I was supposed to battle T-Rex, but he was scared. He's right there. But he doesn't get on the stage. So I say it again.
I was supposed to battle T-Rex, but he was scared.
They're like, oh, Rex ain't moving. So I'm like, damn, I really gotta battle this dude.
Cook mine fast, keep a sword off like woodshop class. Crook might blast, chrome to your cranium. Boom, turn his dome to a stadium.
We had a contract. We breached a contract, you know, there's penalties to the situation.
There's two types of niggas in life. The niggas that find bitches and fuck them and the niggas that... Yo, son, get on my face, son. Get on my face, son.
It was just rules back then. As a man, you don't violate another man's space. You keep your distance. And after that, It was the league. All the best rappers in New York City, all the best rappers in St. Louis, it just started to grow. And I've always wanted to be the person that opens doors for everybody. I had a rap crew called the Union. They called me Hoffa, because Hoffa started the Teamsters Union. Hoffa was basically a dude that showed people how to eat. Everybody eat, everybody good, everybody taken care of. We went from venues that held like 150 people to Webster Hall that holds like 2,000 plus. And then I started traveling around the world because it didn't just explode in New York City, it exploded everywhere. But at the end of the day, where it started at, they'll always need that authenticity because that's what it was built from.
Last time I battled a nigga hungry, I got fucking banned, but that's cool. Cause Smack and Bees, they hit me on the call ID.
First battle back, it was a 2-on-2. And the call was like, yo, you should just, look, I know you ain't been on the stage in a minute, just run, bro. I said, you know what? I'm gonna do nothing.
Talk to him. You ain't done. Going out without the socks on you niggas. I flew to the room just to get the drop on these niggas. Knocked them out, stood on their block, and then we rocked them.
They didn't see it
Didn't
coming.
see it coming. My Millie Rock was stiff as a motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but it was just.
I had the Millie bot.
It was a terrible Millie Rock for Mav. I was ashamed for it to be a Brooklyn move and him to be so stiff in that.
You know, all in all, it was just like you captured a moment. Like, it didn't even matter about nothing else. It just shook the building.
Like you actually can feel the energy in the building and everybody hanging at the last word.
Man, I don't know. You got Rum Nitty with you, though. You got Rum Nitty. Ill Will, Rum Nitty, that shit. Ill Will and Rum Nitty.
Me and Ill Will versus Math and Cortez. You know what's going down. We finna cook.
Pulp Fiction. If I whip a piece, your family fucked.
I don't care if I'm in the yak, wherever. If you getting money, then eel all over raw chicken like salmonella.
Headshot your mom's sister. They gonna have to MOP your auntie up.
2 Desi's, double D, squeeze tight in brazier. You know double D, squeeze tight in brazier?
Shit like that. Long rounds for cousin. Big rounds I'm stuffing. They stay ill in the lobby. I grab the nose running. I'm coming down with something.
You can't step to me. Nice weaponry. Words heavenly. I told my niggas what I be doing when I got here. What's that? Body in this bitch like a pregnancy. I come to go.
Oh, I'm ready. I ain't finna play no games. You know what I mean? Y'all ain't seen me on the stage in a minute. I came to cook. You feel me?
It's gonna be real dope. I'm excited. And you know what I'm saying? I'm here, man. You know what I'm saying? We making history and shit. You heard?
URL, Ultimate Rap League, Double Impact 2. The next matchup on tonight's card features Cortez and Math Hoffa representing Brooklyn, New York versus Ill Will and Rum Nitty representing Yaktown, Pennsylvania and Arizona. This is an exciting matchup. Let's see who has what it takes, who's built to survive in the world's most respected MC Battle Arena, the URL, Ultimate Rap League.
Hey, y'all hear me? Chopper, shred niggas.
It can stop the blob. Will, I got the scope on this nigga.
Yeah, I got the second interview. I think I got the job.
Caught his ass, body bag. Nigga, give me the shovel.
Go!
Get the biggest Beretta.
Go!
You can get it whenever.
Go!
Something loaded, shut down the room.
Hold on, let me get it together.
When I peel,
see what the perks
oh,
like.
it's 1 round. He laid flat.
See what the earth like.
Baby boy, hit him in his back.
What the burp like. The grip of dig will in the mud. That's a dirt bite.
That's 4 hammers. Gripping on them. Same hammers. Twinning on them.
First we pull a fiffin on them. Then we pull a smithin on
I'm
them.
lifting on them. And on the side like some pippins on them.
Switching arms, looking like we synchronized. Swimming on them.
Hey, these niggas came out with some little simple shit I like. You can get the shit tonight.
On the real though, I just seen two bitches swimming for their life. Same shit.
What's the meaning of E equals MC squared?
Energy, mass, and the speed of light.
Nah, these MC square are energy with the mass on it, the speed of light.
You gon' see.
You wanna try us tonight? You must be high as a kite. Like these guys wanna fight. Nigga, I'll knock you both out. Go to your crib and Chris and bias your wife.
Bro, you told Briz your mouth crazy?
Pause.
I'm just stating out facts. As a matter of fact, Math, what you think his Jamaican plug had to say about that? He called him out, yo.
Wagwan.
You saw my battle with Charlie and Briz? Them shits was tough. Nigga, I'm a killer.
Yeah, but brethren, let me ask you.
What's up?
You was drunk off the liquor?
Nah, nigga.
So wait. You tell Briz Rothstein your mouth crazy after you tell Charlie Clips your finger fucking a nigga?
Let me talk to you niggas. I brought the hawk for you niggas. Top, rock, Briz.
Cave your city.
It get dark for you niggas. I got more heart than you niggas. Street smarts than you niggas. 100 shots and you drop. Young dog for you niggas. I'm off for you niggas. Pull up, park on you niggas.
Knocked him out.
Stood on his block.
And see walked on these niggas.
Last week was Father's Day.
I feel away from you niggas.
Why we ain't getting no gifts from y'all?
Look at what we gave to you niggas.
These niggas claim they from the streets.
Look at the way we paid for you niggas.
Nigga, we built battle rap in the streets.
We even built this stage for you niggas.
Through the blood, sweat, and the tears.
Look at how we slaved for you
we
niggas.
We put clothes on their back, food, shelter.
Even fake J's for you niggas.
Won that battle, you heard? It's URL Double Impact.
It's what rejuvenated hip hop. It's just like that Game 7 in the finals, that everything's going its way and you know it's gonna end with a last second shot. Michael Jordan pushing off Byron Russell, hitting a jumper to win the game. That's literally the feeling you get when you're in the middle of a classic smack battle. Like I said, this is where legends are made. If you're trying to be a legend in this battle rap game, and respected by your peers, by Nas, by Jay, by M, this is where it gotta happen. So it just speaks volumes of how major Smack URL is.
My name is Jim. I cooking for Hibachi 11 years. This is my job. I like to cook.
When you work here, you think that it's not a job because you see all these people screaming, you know, like people laughing. It's a lot of fun, especially when it's a birthday party. You can't eat hibachi by yourself. You can't. You have to have friends over with you. The most exciting thing when you eat hibachi is you can catch food on your mouth. They're throwing you the food. They love doing that. And especially the sake squirt too. People love it. When they're over 21, of course. When you go to Italian restaurant, they never throw meatballs or spaghetti to your mouth. But it's different here. They throw food at you. other restaurant, when the food's on fire, people get out from the door and that's why it's fire. But it's in hibachi, you love it. You like the fire.
Volcano fire, right? Okay, volcano fire.
If you go to other restaurants, you know, not hibachi, then you just sit and eat without enjoying, you know, how the chef cook the food for you. That's the difference. The eggs, the hibachi chef trying to break it with the spatula right in the middle. Sometimes they throw it to the head. Sometimes the funny part is sometimes when they throw it to their head, it's break inside the head. And that's why Jim has short hair, mostly bald, because he don't want to get the yolks on his hair. What can go wrong? Some chefs get his eyebrow burned. The eyebrows, it's fun. It's like, oh, I lost my eyebrow. I was like, oh my gosh, it's gonna grow again. I see a lot of hibachi chefs. Some people think it's only a job, but Jim, as a hibachi chef, is different. He enjoy what he do. Some hibachi chef, when you know you request a lot of stuff, they can't do it because it's too many stuff to do on that small table. But for him, he always try to his best. Jimmy is a great hibachi chef too because he learned everything from YouTube.
I just tuned in myself because I watched it, you know, You-Crew, right? You know You-Crew?
Whoa!
Some people worry they can catch food in the mouth. They trying to, but they scared. That's why they say no when the chef throwing some zucchini or broccoli in the mouth. But it doesn't really matter. You catch it or not. It can be, oh no, squirting. Oh no. This you have to accept everything. When the chef throwing something, you just accept it. Either you can catch it or not. Just do it.
Thank you very much. But he's actually kind of a really quiet.
Joey is 7. I guess we started homeschooling him when it was time for kindergarten. The structure of the normal public school may not be as best for Joey, and he's more of a creative, independent thinker, does things at his own pace.
A lot of families are turning to homeschooling, which is a highly personalized, more affordable option for their children.
I think it's really nurturing and helps them develop at this pace that they need to develop.
This is the main area, it's the main, like, where all the leaders are.
So homeschooling laws definitely vary from state to state. In New York City, for example, if you want to homeschool, you just have to send a letter of notification to your local superintendent within 2 weeks of when you start homeschooling. And then you have many options available to you. There are homeschool co-ops, such as Brooklyn Apple Academy, where you can send your child 2 or 3 days a week. You can also search for really cool micro schools near you on Cottage Class. And then you might decide that you want to supplement your child's education with online learning or with a private tutor. There is, once your child reaches the age of 7, that you do have to send quarterly reports talking about what subjects they've studied. However, it is your right to educate your child as you see fit. So you're really free to teach them what they're passionate about and what you're excited about them learning.
Brooklyn Apple is a homeschool resource center and community center here on 5th Avenue in Brooklyn. And we offer part-time classes and clubs and meetups and community events to the homeschool community. We have a few specialties here at Brooklyn Apple Academy. One of them is just having a lot of tools around.
Kids love to come in and use real tools. We got electric drills, saws, hammers, mallets, heat guns.
Right now we're in the wood shop here, so we have a big range of wood shop tools and materials.
I'm running for president here, so that should be nice.
In other rooms we have a radio station, a sewing machine, art, tons of art materials. We have a 3D printer. We have some kids that are really, really excited about Hamilton. We're helping them be producers and directors. The kids and the parents have a lot of control and say in what goes on in their school.
You get to learn what you need to learn, what you want to learn, how you want to learn it, at the right time. So it's not moving to a bell every time.
This is all I know, but it's in my heart. I've been here all my life.
Without this kind of barrier in the middle.
This is in my blood, man.
My thing is more about the image.
It brings joy to my life.
Applying them to the world seems really important too.
I love the neighborhood.
A type of storytelling you don't really hear about.
Taking some of those creative ideas and getting together with a community, which is the central core of our work. The Carnival of Connectivity is inspired by Victor D'Amico's Children's Art Carnival. Victor D'Amico ran the People's Art Center at the Museum of Modern Art. His famous line was, "Art is a human necessity," and really like food. So that's very much behind the Carnival of Connectivity. It involves connecting art to people's lives, to what's happening in the community. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being part of the Carnival of Connectivity. It really means a lot to me and to many others in the community. And as you can see, the projects are totally a work in progress. Some are not even figured out yet. So a couple of people are going to be figuring them out today and sort of bouncing around ideas. Many of the Carnival of Connectivity artists have been in this community for 25 years or more, so they really live and breathe the Gowanus, some of them. It's a group of about 30 artists, educators, poets, and performers. Most of us practice alone in our studios, which is the central sort of core of our work, but taking some of those creative ideas and getting together with a community and applying them to the world seems really important too. Logistically, there are going to be tables to spread out and do your thing. We've made the t-shirts so that there's something that identifies us. An example of a carnival connectivity project would be Birds of the Gowanus. We're going to be talking to the community, what birds have you seen, what birds have you noticed have disappeared, and interacting with them through art making and through conversation. And it's just a way of connecting people to the place they're in and their environment.
This is meant to be materials that the birds can use to make their nests.
Yeah, materials for the art.
And we tried to find things that were all biodegradable so that you could hang it in the tree and just leave it there and the birds could come and help themselves and make their nests.
Donna and Joanne are working out this project as they speak.
We're going to have a really good time.
I think we are. I started these prayer flags by doing collages on a string that are also made up of found objects. And this one has some language. So
that is terrific.
It could be very open. It could be writing. It could be making. It could be.
I love it.
And someone at, I guess, Gowanus Canal Conservancy was introducing us to a lot of the vocabulary that's swirling around the Gowanus.
I was looking through the language that I had received. Climate justice, social resilience, cohesion, which is, points to the knitting, and sustainability. I think that this language can be a jumping off point for people who want to make something. Right. We'll figure it out.
We will.
We're partnering with the Gowanus Canal Conservancy and learning from them about the Gowanus community. And one thing I kept hearing was the word knitting. We were going to try to knit the community together somehow. So we sort of decided to lay over the whole project, knitting, weaving, thread crafting, crocheting, as a sort of I guess you'd call it a visual metaphor for pulling the community together at a very fractured, difficult time. Charles Goldman has people make glasses out of wire, and then he's going to be working with Paul Benny, who's a performer, to have people perform in them.
Nice job, man. You guys want to do it? These are your perspectivals, okay? So when you put them on, you know what the word perspective means? Like how you see something, right? Your point of view. So when you put these glasses on, your point of view changes. So I want you to think about how you would change, what point of view you would change in your life. And then you're gonna stand here, and like we just did with your friend with Ben, you're gonna fall backwards when you feel the spritz of water on your face.
But why is the perspective change?
He's asking you
Why does it change? It just does. I thought about what I want to change my perspective on, and then I put on my perspectacles. And then Paul sprayed me in the face, and I fell backwards onto the mat. And lo and behold, when I got up again, my perspective had changed.
What did he spray you in the face with?
Some
Gowanus
lavender
Canal
scented
sludge.
water.
The sludge changed your perspective.
That would really change your perspective.
I'm the owner and editor-in-chief of Dapper Cute, which is a queer style website, but we also do fashion shows. This is our 4th annual queer fashion show during New York Fashion Week at Brooklyn Museum, which has now become the home of queer fashion during New York Fashion Week. Tonight we are featuring 10 queer designers or designers whose work is systemically rooted in gender nonconformity, and over 70 models.
I'm walking for audio heel play. Got a little leather and lace going on, a little shoulder pad. Okay. Do a little Beyonce moment.
I'm a trans queer fashion designer, and I'm here because I just love to celebrate community. I'm here because the community here is just super exciting. It's buzzing with just like that energy that I like need from a fashion event. I've shown at other fashion shows, but this is it.
Our fashion show, we hope, really reflects a wider variety of people, of bodies, of racial diversity and ethnic diversity, of size diversity, of gender diversity, and all are welcome on our stage.
I think it's really important for queer and transgender bodies, people of color bodies, to see themselves. I personally, as a disabled trans person, love aesthetic and love visual aesthetic, arts aesthetic, and fashion aesthetic. But in the mainstream, I don't get to feel or view my own bodies or my own experiences. And I think what's really pivotal about Dapper Q is that it incites and informs a fashion sense that isn't necessarily mainstream, but does pull from communities of color, from communities of struggle. I think there's this gap around what people conceive as politics or social justice or more leftist art, and then high fashion. And somewhere Dapper Q is that gap between, having those conversations.
My motto is live brave, dress brave. So what I want to do is make people feel very powerful, and I feel like this is a community that understands why that's important.
Fashion in general could be a tool of our oppression or of our liberation, and we really feel that queer style is on the cutting edge of being a tool for our liberation. It has great emancipatory potential beyond the LGBT community. So that's what this show means here today. So we're taking a stand and we're using our garments to be visible and to be proud. Brooklyn is inclusive. Brooklyn is rich. Brooklyn is full of artists, and we want to be at the forefront of keeping fashion and art alive here.
To me, this gym here is an institution. This here is bigger than just a gym. We have big brother figures here and father figures. We talk to the kids, you know, and get them, we mentor them in certain things, you know, about life. And a lot of these kids that come in the gym today don't have parents. So it's hard for them. I've been here all my life pretty much. And this is all I know, you know what I'm saying? But it's in my heart. This is in my blood, man. I train kids, and we don't get paid to do this. We do it for the love of it. Somebody got to care about these kids. Just like I say, you know, if this gym wasn't here, a lot of these kids would be lost. They would be lost.
Yeah, I've been like arrested in a boot camp. I've been to Rikers Island, you know. I've been to hell and back, it seems, you know. I didn't know if I wanted to be a boxer or do I want to be a gang member or a drug dealer or alcoholic. It really saved my life, this gym right here. I don't know where I would be if I never stepped in this gym. What I do appreciate is the chance that, you know, God has given me, you know, to come back and be the person I am today. Because without the sport of boxing and discipline and things like that, I wouldn't be here right now talking to you guys.
I grew up like right around Marcy Projects, where I grew up in a house, you know, like a three-family house, whatever my family owned. So a lot of the kids from the other neighborhood, they would kind of see you as kind of weak, and you know, I wasn't the biggest kid to start off, you know, so I built a lot of confidence by boxing. There's a lot of tradition here, a lot of great champions. As you look around on the wall, you know, people that started out just like you, that weren't the biggest guys, that worked out, developed their body, they also have this like incredible confidence to them, and you just inherit that from being around here.
Everything we got here came the hard way, you know what I'm saying? Like, some gyms are real state of the art. This is like the real grit. So it kind of made me a man kind of training in here. My father took about 3 guys from my building and brought them here when we was younger. Kind of helped us stay out the street somewhere.
I be in this gym, 6 o'clock, gym closed at 9. I'm like, come on, 1 more round, 2 more rounds. I put everything into boxing. Like, everybody say,
I'm the heavyweight of this gym. I'm not gonna say heavyweights is not high rank, but like all the attention is on the smaller guys. And like they need heavyweights to bring back the repetition. Like back then, Riddick Bowe, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, like all those guys. And like that's why I'm here. Like
when you're in the ring, it's just me and another person. And even as a little kid, I felt that. Sort of like a chess match. My brain against your brain. I tried to be tactical. I said, I'm gonna try to hit and not get hit. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. That's not what I want to do. That's who I am. And if you look at my resume as a fighter, I'm a champion. I was a 4-time national champ, 2-time New York City Golden Glove champ, twice ranked #1 in the USA, ranked #4 in the world, 3-time was Golden Glove champ. Let your hands go. You feel me? Put them on defense. Give them something to think about. Here we go. Slip, make them miss, make them pay. Dig the body. So what I pass down to my prospects is believe in yourself. Don't break down, break through. Even in my time as a fighter, I was inspired by those before me. The Mark Brelands, the Riddick Bowes, the Michael Bennett's, even a lot of the trainers, George Washington, Harry Key. Those trainers, because I know they fought. Some of them won titles, some of them didn't, but they fought. And what they learned, they passed that on to me. And I'm from this gym that done bred so many champions and badasses in the state of boxing. A lot of the most respected champions in the world. How can I represent this gym and not try to be one of the more respected champions in the world? I make the gym look bad. I'm out in Detroit one night and I go to a little pool hall and I'm having fun shooting pool. I get to talking shit with some guys and you know they wanted to bet money. Long story short, they jumped me and I got hit with the pool cue and the muscles and the nerve on my left eyelid are weak. This reminds me of what I had and what I lost when I look at myself. When you think about it, I was done with boxing because all that dumb shit that I'm out there doing, that's not something that a top boxer does. Those are not the actions of a champion. I messed up a lot of those opportunities and swept the rug from under my feet. And today, what brings me back here to the gym is like, this is where it all started. This is where it all started. This is what I do. This is what I know. This is what I love. And hopefully, just by my teaching, it's not necessarily teaching them boxing, but talking to them, telling them about the experience, what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? And things you got to do in life. How to carry yourself, being professional, being prompt, being respectful. I want them to learn from my mistakes. I'm not worried about the future of boxing because things change and I understand that. One thing you learn in boxing is how to make adjustments because you never know what life is going to hand to you, but you better be ready for it. And if you're a champion, you're going to come out on top. Don't break down, break through. You know what I mean?
Greg Anderson Elise is a Haitian Brooklyn-born writer, artist, actor, model, teacher, everything in the in the books. His None of the Worst Spider is the son of Anansi, the spider from West African mythologies, and also is very popular in Caribbean folklore. And Anansi is the god of stories. So Isnana is the main character. He's the son of Anansi, as I said. He's his complete opposite, who's just this very nice, logical little kid. He's new to our world. He's from a different world. So Isnana's world is, I named it the Mother Kingdom. And it's sort of, I guess, inspired from Africa, but in his world, it's all animals. It's like the Lion King, I guess you can say. There's a few humans here and there, but it's really, they're like the complete minority. So his Nana is just this very nice, polite oddball of the family who comes into our world because he wants to do good. He wants to look for his father, who's missing at this point. And so he comes, he gets this human body, and he figures out he can shapeshift between human forms and a spider form and interlock and mix the two with different abilities. And in doing that, he accidentally brings these creatures from different universes into our world. And so he sees it as his responsibility to stop them. It becomes like a coming of age type of story. So he's learning about himself, he's learning about what it is to be an individual, while also trying to live up to his father's legacy. And it sort of goes hand in hand with how I feel about, say, like Black mythology, Black stories. I feel like that's a type of storytelling you don't really hear about. Because in school, we're only really taught like Greek mythology. Sometimes they'll maybe teach you a little bit of Norse. They won't really teach you about like the Black mythological gods or the figures. At most, you'll learn about John Henry. So I feel like because of that, people's knowledge of a lot of Black heroes was sort of dying, or they've never been taught it, so they don't know about them. And I feel like, in a way, Anansi's legacy as the god of stories is dying. And that is pretty much one of the plots of the story. That's a legitimate thing, is people are forgetting about these characters, therefore they're dying off. And so Anansi and Isnana, his son, is supposed to represent the next generation trying to reclaim their roots, trying to bring back the importance of who we are as Black people, as Black heroes, and hopefully inspiring people to remember, you know, where they come from. I want to be able to say I inspired people, and I inspired a change of thought. And what I mean by change of thought, as I said, is more so just wanting people to think critically about where they come from, and the fact that we can gain knowledge, stories, and love for self just by stepping out of the box and stop allowing to be fed the same things. And I guess one of my legacies is just pushing people to not only educate themselves, but after educating themselves, educate others. And you can literally just do that with stories. Well, I was born here, and I was born here in New York City, and I spent a couple of years in Haiti. So I sort of always grew with a little bit of the culture. My mom was very particular about which aspect of the culture, of Haitian culture, we grew up with. You know, we grew up with the language, the food, stuff like the stories I was never really on, and I had to teach myself about the stories. It just makes us stronger as people. You know, I feel like when you're in America, when you're growing up, when you're going to school, everything is so much on European culture. I feel like because of that, a lot of us don't quite know where we fit in. So much power comes from knowing your background of who you are, you know, and so much pride. A lot of people hate when someone's very prideful, when they know something about themselves, you know, and there's so much power in learning about that, and no one can really break you down once you actually know what you're talking about. You know, and history repeats itself when you continue to be ignorant. This is also a way of just having us as Black folks celebrate that we're not others, we can be mains.
Sound is music, and that the world around us is also musical, a huge musical instrument, and that there's no silence, and even the moments that we think are silence, there's music going on, and there's even within our bodies. This idea of thinking of the world as an instrument, and awareness and joy of the sounds around you. Growing up in a conservatory playing violin and also making electronic music, those two worlds are very exclusive in their own ways because of the tools that you use. Like, you have to have some money to buy a violin, you have to have some money to buy a computer, or you have to have certain skills to play either of the two. And that's also why I'm drawn to these non-conventional instruments, because they're accessible to everyone. I was a violin student, but I spent way more time in the harp room of the conservatory, under the harp, like recording with a little Zoom recorder, every sound I could find, just being a violinist in front of an orchestra, which a lot of my colleagues that were really talented, that was their path. And I always felt very out of place. And as I started discovering other instruments, I realized that what I wanted to do was to write for all the instruments.
So this I got at the Brooklyn Flea, and it's the inside of a grandfather's clock. And also this kind of thing. I have a lot of music boxes that I've collected over the years, and I play them in many different ways. It's more of a percussive thing. Some bells, which I love, like tap bells, because they're so out of tune. Depending on how I move it, then I get different sounds too.
Nostalgia definitely has a big impact on my music. I'm drawn to sounds that are used a lot in childhood, like toy instruments and music boxes. They're always out of tune, they have like this little noises. Those things for me are much more interesting. It's also kind of a way for me to understand moments of childhood that I never quite understood. So there's a little bit of curiosity, but also mystery. I've always been really interested in electronic music, and I write a lot of electronic music but using acoustic sources and found sounds. It's always been kind of for me a challenge to bring that to a live setting in a way that's meaningful to me and that can connect to the audience and that is also engaging for people to see. I've always been wondering and looking for other kind of alternative ways of presenting electronic music. As soon as I found this synthesizer that lets you make music with anything that conducts electricity, then that kind of opened up my world of possibilities. I could use anything as a trigger for a sound. So I started exploring a little bit with that. I try to find vegetables or fruits that match the textures of the songs. I do love cauliflower, Romanesco broccoli, vegetables that have kind of a design element. I call it a vegetable synth. I have an idea of what it's going to look like. But when I go shopping, there's not this kind of broccoli that I really wanted, so I might adjust and then go with the flow of what I find. But I try to coordinate it so that it all looks like part of the same instrument.
This is nice. These little guys. Oh yes. 3, 4.
When you play something like vegetables as an instrument, besides the fact that it's something that's not seen often and people are curious about it, it also has this kind of access to it, more immediacy and connection to the audience. It's really nice for me to talk about music and talk about instruments without this kind of barrier in the middle of like something that's oh well, you know, the technique of this is, you know, you have to study years for learning that. For me, it reminds me of why I'm doing it in the first place, which is because it brings joy to my life.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Yeah, amazing.
Because without him, there is no story. I can't do this as a kind of second-hand account for a narrative. Without... Yeah. Anytime this week, really. Anytime at all, yeah. I'll make sure that I'm free.
It's really in there.
Oh, ooh. All right. Hold these up, okay. Be still. Hey, girls. What's happening? Her zipper is stuck, and she feels trapped.
I'm so hot.
Sheila, you got stuck in your jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, be still.
You know, last night I was watching Reservoir Dogs, and the men they just like talk. And I was just thinking, like, why isn't there a film where women talk a lot, you know?
Like, all the women are on cocaine.
No, but Well, yeah, sure. I mean, that would be fine too, I guess.
Oh, I love Reservoir Dogs.
Me
You could
too, it's
spit on
so
it. Maybe
good.
spit on the zipper.
Just
Let's stop.
Let me just
My
have a turn.
elbows need to breathe because I'm at work, you see.
Babies, cut it. Just cut the damn zipper. It's a cheap-ass jacket.
No, it's not cheap. I paid like $40 for it.
Jesus! Good luck, my child.
Okay, so I was thinking for the show, like maybe you can make fun of yourself more, you know? Like you have a really funny sneeze. Why don't you just talk about sneezing?
Help me.
I know. When you sneeze, you sound like you're speaking Japanese.
Seriously?
It sounds like this. You're like, "Sumimasen. Sumimasen." It's really cute.
I think that might be cultural appropriation.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Really?
And if it is, still do it. It's very funny.
Is Karen here?
Nope. Got any weed?
Nope.
Does White Rachel have any weed?
No.
You want some?
Yep.
Oh. All right.
That sounds like fun.
Well, la-di-da.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you. You want to arm wrestle?
Okay, but I'm not gonna win.
How do you know?
Because I've never won before. Oh my god. Don't give it to me.
Oh my god, you're
Don't.
totally reading me.
Oh man. That was the closest I've ever gotten though.
Can I have some coffee?
Yeah. Milk?
Cream.
Well, listen, I think that you should definitely incorporate it. It's really funny. I mean, it's very, very relatable. Who doesn't sneeze? Indeed, who among us hath not sneezed, right?
Okay, I'll think about it, definitely.
Definitely. She said definitely. That means you're not gonna do it. I know you. These are pearls before swine.
Who's Lucille talking to?
She's cracking a story about a kid that was raised by a cat. He's now an adult man.
He's like a cat man.
Personally speaking, I believe it.
Supposedly, the kid and the cat, they were chained together to a crib for like 3 years.
That sounds like heaven to me. Just like me, my cat, nobody bothering us for years at a time.
I guess. Personally, I don't believe the story at all. I think it's fake. I mean, a kid and a cat being chained to a crib together, the logic, it doesn't add up.
Cuckoo bananas.
Oh, well, stranger things have happened.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
One time, I threw a dog treat to a dog and it landed on its nose, and then he licked it off. And then I did it 5 more times, and that kept happening each time.
It's like a trained dog.
Okay, that sounds kind of like dumb luck. I mean, it doesn't sound like when a cat and a kid are chained to a crib together.
I got it.
Oh,
Yay!
Oh my
Okay.
God, thank God.
Tigers.
That was the worst feeling. I thought I was gonna die in that coat.
You're all right, you're all right. For the record, I really think that story is fake.
For the record, ladies and gentlemen.
Because, I mean, the last story that she broke was about a bunch of people masturbating when Mount Vesuvius flew.
Blue?
I meant erupt. You know what I meant.
Oh, you know what? I read about that. That was amazing. She was the only journalist that got that scoop.
She didn't break the scoop. It wasn't a real story. It got debunked.
I'm sure someone died masturbating. I mean, the French call it le petit mort.
Yeah. That means the little dead.
Oh, oui.
Few people know that I am fluent in this French accent, you know?
I used to do this bit about like, oh, I want to have lunch outside, or as the French would say, al dente. You know?
Yeah, that's cute.
Thank
See, that's
you.
funny.
Yeah.
You should be more like that when you were like less serious.
Right, I just have to be like a fool on stage again.
Like a moron.
Right, who doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah.
More on that later.
You do that well.
Now, what are those two doing out there?
Oh, Simone's making a documentary.
Why?
Why ask why? Why do they do anything?
What's it about?
Lesbians?
Really?
No, I don't know what it's about. I'm just assuming.
Well, if it is about lesbians, I want to be in it. I have a lot to say.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
I was head les 2 years in a row.
That was such a fun pageant.
Oh, I could go on such a tirade about straight girls.
What have you got to say about straight women?
Well, you know, they just like to dip their toe in the Mick pool, and then as soon as they get to the deep end, they swim right back to Straitsville.
Straitsville, that's where I live. Horrible up there. Yeah.
You rent or do you own?
I rent.
This one girl was texting me about tribbing. I was thinking about making a movie called Girls Trib, maybe a lesy porno.
Holy shit, it's cold out here. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. Thank you. BRB.
I hope so.
You know what? You should do impressions.
Really? Mm-hmm. The only one I can do, like, are you talking about like SNL style?
Yeah.
I can do my uncle. He works in a donkey sanctuary back in Ireland.
Oh, that's perfect. You can be all like, Eeyore.
No, he's like a bookkeeper. It's an NGO that rescues donkeys.
Oh.
And that's what he, yeah,
Like an accountant?
he's not a donkey.
Oh, he could be
Right.
like T4.
Right.
Yeah, I got a good impression.
Oh.
Oh, yeah? Let's hear it, Jackie.
You know, Mick, I'm going by Jack these days, so.
Noted.
Thank you.
Let's hear it.
Oh, it smells really nice.
Oh. Careful and careful.
Oh my God. I think I'm gonna chop it all off.
Stop lying.
You have something on your ass.
What?
Oh.
What is it?
It's just a thread.
Falling apart.
Yeah, you were looking really poor for a second.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good.
You still have some, right?
No, I'm fresh out and I got 2 runs tonight.
All right. I'll get you some.
All right.